Step into Chrono Life, the top-tier fantasy VR game. Jiyu, a rookie, keeps getting turned down by teams for being inexperienced. After dying in-game, he vows to get stronger, but completely ruins all his gear trying to upgrade it. Now armed only with a wooden stick, he keeps upgrading until it reaches Pliny 9. Overpowered, things are about to get interesting. Despite spending real money on gear, Jiyu still can't join any parties. Frustrated, he vents loudly in the town square, catching the attention of a shy, pink-haired player who invites him to farm together. Instantly charmed, he flips from raging to raving about the game. As they head into the forest, he brags about the $55 beginner warrior pack his parents paid for, including a +3 knights two-hander. The girl giggles, calling him a fairy tale knight. He gets carried away, daydreaming about dating, marrying her, and naming their future child. Then, stab. She drives a weapon into his chest. Shocked, Jiyu watches his HP drain. Despite what's happening, he still thinks she's cute. She taunts him viciously, even dragging his parents into the insults, before slicing him in two. A game alert pops up. Quest complete. Her appearance shifts. She's just unlocked a hidden class. Goddess of Life. Granted after killing 1,000 players. Brutal. Back at the respawn point, Jiyu reflects on his rough start. Tears fall as he tries again to enhance his gear, starting with the +3 sword. Breaks. One by one, all his items shatter, his $55 investment gone. Down to just underwear, he considers quitting. Then, someone tosses him a wooden stick. It's the weakest weapon for beginners. With nothing left to lose, he tries reinforcing it. Success. He tries again. Success. Wondering why only this noob item works, he starts swinging, something shifting in him as he blindly pushes forward. He keeps hammering away, thinking the stick's bound to break soon. As the sun sets, he nervously lands the final blow. Clang. Against all odds, he upgrades the humble wooden stick to its max level, +99. This is the moment our main character's cheat kicks in. Stunned by what just happened, the noob fumbles and nearly drops the stick, but catches it, just in time to let it lightly tap the ground. Boom. The earth trembles, cracks spreading across the continent. The sound echoes across the world, and chaos breaks out. Everyone thinks it's some in-game event, but in reality, that single accidental tap has split the continent in half, and 805,617 players are instantly wiped out. One kill alone would tank your reputation. This? A death sentence. The noob just grins, remembering how badly he was ridiculed before. Now with nothing but a cloak and his overpowered stick, he strolls the streets half-naked, ready to make a point. A bulky player crashes into him and picks a fight, with a woman trying to stop it in that annoying, bubbly way side characters do. But this is their classic mistake, messing with the MC. The noob swings his stick. Boom. Another huge blast. Bystanders are stunned. This average nobody has clearly become something more. A warning pops up, his weapon's nearly broken. Just a few swings left, and worst of all, it can't be repaired. Every RPG player's nightmare. He checks the weapon's stats, heart sinking. With only 1 or 2 uses left, revenge might slip through his fingers. Still, he presses on, walking through a valley littered with skulls. Suddenly, the final boss of Chrono Life appears, Murus, the twin-headed dragon. Murus tries to scare him off, but it fails. The noob picks fight. He attacks with the stick. It's a critical hit. One head vanishes instantly. The other is frozen in terror. Knowing he's nearly out of swings, the noob goes for the kill. Murus begs for mercy. He's ignored. Another hit, and the dragon falls. With just 1 strike left in the stick, Murus offers a deal, his soul for his life. The noob agrees, and the dragon's essence fuses with the weapon, transforming it into the Ego Sword, Chrono Life's ultimate weapon, with unlimited durability. The noob lets out a wicked laugh as the screen flashes with a burst of purple light. Murus gives up his body and merges his soul with the wooden stick, upgrading it to Ego rank. The durability now shows an infinity symbol. As part of the pact, the noob also gains control of the Eurus Legion, loyal to his cause for vengeance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Chrono Life, players gather in shock as a nationwide alert announces an SS-class bounty. The target? The nameless noob with the wooden stick. A price of 10 billion gold is placed on his head after wiping out over 800,000 players in just one day. The 5 most powerful guilds unite to take him down. Sacred Guild under Sinkley, Crossline led by Suo, Holy Land under Abracadabra, Righteous Bandits led by Hong, and the Justice Guild under Hawkeye. Yes, apparently now part of DC. Together, they form the World Guild Alliance, led by Hawkeye, to hunt down the notorious player killer. Back with the noob, he grins at his weapon's ridiculous stats. Suddenly, a cute chibi version of Murus pops out of the stick. Just 1 head now, not the intimidating beast from before. Only the noob can see and hear him, a quirk of ego weapons. When asked about the missing head, even Muris is stumped. As they're trying to figure it out, a wanted poster flutters down in front of them. Muris goes wild seeing the bounty, realizing it equates to nearly $8 million in the real world. Muris suggests wiping out humanity, but the noob decides to go the stealth route instead, posing as a broke, harmless noob with just a cloak and underwear. Just as he commits to this disguise, an arrow strikes him from behind. Hawkeye's shot. Surrounded by guild members, Hawkeye gives the order to attack. Urus urges the MC to stop hiding. The noob agrees and decides this mess isn't his fault. A blinding light bursts from him. In seconds, everyone nearby is down, and the capital city lies in ruins. Hawkeye comes to and sees the devastation, the whole capital erased. And in the middle of it, the noob stands quietly, still looking like a ragged beginner with nothing but his stick. Panicked, Hawkeye crushes the Orb of Calling, summoning every member of the World Guild Alliance. 3 million players appear, surrounding the noob again. Hawkeye shouts for them to strike. The noob casually lifts his hand and unleashes waves of destruction through their ranks. Urus watches in disbelief, realizing even humanity united isn't enough to challenge his master. Even with the Urus Legion at his side, Urus knows his master doesn't need help to win this fight. Abracadabra, the royal family's strongest mage, leads a group of mages in casting a powerful disintegration spell at the MC. As the spell hurtles toward him, the MC, awestruck by the move, suddenly wishes his own attacks had cool names too. Absolutely not the time for that. He swings his wooden stick upward and calls it Swing Up. Not exactly creative. Still, it cancels out the spell entirely. The mages regroup to try again. This time, the MC swings down. Swing down. The result? The entire World Guild Alliance is wiped out, except Hawkeye. The MC had been carefully holding back his power to keep Hawkeye alive, but now that arrow to the back is coming back to bite. Hawkeye mistakenly thinks he was spared. He wasn't. The noob smacks him with the stick, and the outcome is predictable. Another total wipe. Urus cheers, impressed by the complete annihilation. Just then, the goddess of life appears. She approaches the MC and casually calls him noob, the same person who had killed him before. They're now surrounded by millions of corpses. Instead of rage, the MC just bursts out laughing, remembering her past insults. She chats him up like it's some casual reunion, claiming it's a coincidence they met again. He doesn't buy it. They talk, despite his desire to just smash her face in. "Here, bro," he mutters, trying to keep it civil. She mentions she's advanced to a hidden class, the Goddess of Life. The MC scoffs and says Goddess of Death would suit her better. She laughs, which only annoys him more. He finally snaps and attacks her. She easily dodges, continuing the conversation like nothing's happening. He bombs her with repeated explosions and assumes she's finished. But as the smoke clears, she's still standing, unfazed. She compliments his growth but informs him bluntly he can't kill her. Urus is so shaken he clings to the MC's face, foot in his mouth, staring at her in disbelief. She somehow sees him, despite only the MC being able to, and even though he's sure he landed hits, she shows no damage. She explains that as the Goddess of Life, she's untouchable by humans. Infuriated, the MC keeps hammering her with explosions. Nothing works. She floats up with her wings, gracefully landing while mocking him again for being a broke noob. She tells him to stop chasing revenge. No matter how strong he becomes, she says he'll never be able to kill her. The MC sighs and begins warming up his arms. She thinks he's finally giving up. He calmly says no, he's not going to hit her. He's going to hit the entire planet. That's when her smile fades. She scoffs at the idea, calling it impossible. The MC warns the goddess that this time, he's going all in. She tries to stop him, calling it suicide, but he just laughs. He already died once, and that death taught him the harsh truth. Only the strong survive. Now, he declares, it's time to teach everyone a lesson. Satisfaction or self-destruction. None of that matters when you've got nothing left to lose. Despite her protests, he slams his wooden stick into the ground with all his might. Grinning like a madman, he watches the earth split open. The entire planet is obliterated. That's the end of the story and of the world. Back in reality, every player gets booted from Chrono Life. Their virtual capsules open one by one as staff scramble to address the chaos. An official notice appears on the site, emergency maintenance underway. But deep in the system, one player remains logged in. It's him. The MC awakens in a glowing blue void surrounded by binary code. Confused, he looks around and spots a chill-looking blonde dude in casual clothes. The guy says the planet Jew destroyed was his mom's favorite. When asked who he is, the blonde casually replies, he's God. Unfazed, Jew just smirks. Rather than dwell on titles, he immediately asks if God has seen that black-haired woman. God says no, there's no one else left. Jew killed everyone. Laughing maniacally, Ju celebrates his revenge. He calls for Eurus, but there's no answer. God reminds him again. He's the only user left. The system confirms it. Ju then asks if God is an admin or an NPC. God says neither, something about being best before his words get censored. Someone's interfering. With one last cryptic goodbye and a message to say hi to the furry guy, God vanishes in a flash of light. Suddenly, Ju gets kicked from the game and wakes up in the real world. Frustrated by the weird encounter, he removes his VR headset and steps out of the capsule, still wondering who the furry guy is. As he ponders, a man with a scar over one eye, flanked by suited men, approaches. He knows everything. Julie, 21 years old, 3 months into Chrono Life. Finally, we have a name. Scarface also mentions Ju's +99 reinforced wooden stick. That sets off alarm bells. Ju wonders if this is the furry guy. When he asks who the man is, Scarface calmly says he's here to take the stick. Then, casually, he slurps some soup and offers Ju a bowl. Moments later, the confused college student finds himself in a humble local diner, real home-style grandma's soup, sharing a meal with the man who just threatened to take everything from him. Out of nowhere, Scarface starts talking about himself. He reveals he's actually Deok Bae Choi, the CEO of Chrono Life, and became a regular at the restaurant around the time the game's development began. Ju is stunned and blurts out that his first impression of Deok Bae was that he looked like a mob boss, thanks to the suited men always around him. Deok Bae laughs it off, saying those men are just Chrono Life employees, easily misunderstood. Ju asks what Deok Bae wants, and the CEO says he's there to take Ju's wooden stick. He explains that it's a bugged item. The chances of enhancing an item past +10 are already just 3%, and they get even slimmer the higher it goes. Ju's stick, now +99, breaks the game's logic. Deok Bae insists it needs to be confiscated. Later, in Chrono Life's starting area, a party is battling a level 21 monster, Gorus, while Ju watches, lost in thought. He remembers meeting the CEO and how the man kept repeating he'd take the stick. But then, Deok Bae suddenly backtracked, saying after further inspection, the stick was normal, it wasn't bugged at all. He adds that the company won't interfere with players anymore. From now on, everyone is free to play how they want. Before leaving, he tells Ju not to destroy the world, but to enjoy the game instead, because Chrono Life is the kind of game people have always dreamed of. Back in the present, Ju watches the party descend into chaos after one player makes a mistake. That player gets kicked, and Ju thinks to himself how all the talk of fun and exploration is nonsense. Chrono Life is about survival. He decides he'll enjoy the game too, but on his own terms. Just as he's about to attack the party that kicked the member out, someone loudly curses the game. It's the pink-haired girl who got booted from the group. She's furious, yelling about the money she spent on gear. Ju is reminded of when he used to hate the game too. The girl screams she'll never join another party and will grind solo from now on. As she storms off, she runs straight into a group of Gorus. Frozen in fear, she covers her head, expecting the worst. Then Ju, wearing nothing but underwear and a cloak, leaps in front of her. With a swing of his wooden stick, a massive explosion erupts. The girl opens her eyes, confused that she's still alive, and sees Ju standing there. He didn't save her out of sympathy, just thought it might be entertaining. He casually invites her to join his party. She flips him off and tells him to get lost. She doesn't party with noobs. Figures. Ju's social life? Completely doomed. In the real world, everyone talks about the player who wiped out 800,000 people in the first strike and 3 million in the second. The fall of the World Alliance Guild is now known as Doomsday. That player is considered Chrono Life's strongest, though some assumed it was all due to a bug or cheat. But the developers released an official statement confirming the player was legit, a regular user who hadn't violated any game rules. Though that calmed things down, rumors still spread that the server crashed because of him. Meanwhile, Ju, the infamous player, was busy tailing the pink-haired girl he'd just saved from a pack of Gorus. She was annoyed and shouted at him. He wanted to join her party, but she flatly refused, calling him a noob. Given his ridiculous outfit, just a cape, underwear, and a wooden stick, she assumed he was a beginner. When Ju asked about it, Eurus explained that the girl had her eyes closed during the rescue. Realizing this, Ju thought he could keep pretending to be a weakling while hiding his true power. He kept following her and shamelessly asked for a level boost, trying to act cute and butter her up by calling her a pro. The compliment cheered her up. She'd just been rejected by another party, and she invited him to join hers. Ju saw her name and level, level 24. They headed to a beginner dungeon near the starting village. Love began showing off by taking down multiple level 4 bunny bears on her own. Ju sat with Eurus by a rock, watching, and praised her skill, noting that fighting so many monsters at once could be risky. But Eurus said there was nothing to worry about. Love was loaded with top-tier gear. Her weapon alone cost 10 million gold, which is around 1,000 real-world dollars. Altogether, her gear was worth about 100 million gold, roughly 80 grand. Ju was stunned. Love then told him to stop slacking and start attacking with his wooden stick. She nagged that he needed to fight if he wanted to level up. While doing so, Ju almost gave himself away when he casually smacked a bunny bear behind her without her noticing. Then she got a message and told him she'd be gone for half an hour, leaving him alone to grind. As she logged out, Love smiled to herself, thinking back to the noob she met in-game. In reality, she stepped away from the screen and was quickly scolded by a short-haired woman who called her a gaming addict. Ignoring the fuss, Love got ready, and bright lights lit up as the show Music Banking returned from break. They introduced the next act, the #1 singer and songwriter for 13 weeks straight, Sarang Han. And Sarang Han was none other than Love in Chrono Life. While waiting for her to return, Ju decided to train himself on how not to kill things in one hit. God watched Ju's awkward training session with amusement, even telling his mom how entertaining the guy was. Sarang Han, just 17 and already Korea's biggest idol and songwriter, is seen by the public as sweet and innocent. But her manager knows the truth. Behind the cutesy act, she's a foul-mouthed gamer who curses like a thug when she's in-game. Playing as Love, she constantly bosses Ju around, while Ju keeps up his clueless newbie act. When Love logs back into Chrono Life, she asks how his training went and realizes she doesn't even know his character name. Just as Ju is about to say it, she cuts him off and decides to just call him Undies. Meanwhile, a suspicious group is tailing them. The group's leader, an older man wearing crimson lipstick, orders his team to gather in the dungeon to deliver justice. Love decides to test Ju's progress by making him fight a level 22 bunny bear. "Go, Undies," she shouts. Ju runs up, wobbles awkwardly, and gently taps the bunny bear on the head. It deals massive damage, leaving the monster with only 1 bar of health. His training worked. He learned how to hold back his power. Love praises him for getting stronger. Suddenly, a dagger flies at them. Love senses it in time and kicks it away. The man with the lipstick catches it. He's Mr. Kim, a manager of the Halicent Guild, flanked by other men all called Mr. something. Love is stunned to see them. Mr. Kim gives the order to attack. Love tells Ju to hang back and takes on the whole group solo, while Ju and Eurus watch from the side. From the ease with which she fights, they realize this isn't the first time the Halicent Guild has tried and failed to take her down. Mr. Kim refuses to back off. While Love is distracted, he signals an elf to sneak up and steal from her. The elf snatches her Knuckles of Silence, a weapon worth over 10 million gold. Ju's jaw drops. Eurus explains what skill was used. Ju shrugs it off at first, thinking he has nothing worth stealing, but then remembers his ridiculously overpowered wooden stick and bolts. Mr. Kim sees him, but tells the elf to ignore him. The elf, however, is intrigued by Ju's half-naked look. She tosses the stolen weapon aside and dashes after him, saying it's more fun to rob someone poor. The elf catches up, calls him cutie, and raises her hand. Ju yells and swings his stick, creating a huge crash. When the smoke clears, Ju's hands are empty. She's already holding the stick, smiling like she just won a prize. She says she's taking his cape next, leaving him in just his underwear. Before she can finish, a dark shadow looms over her. Eurus, in his true form, glares at her. She stares into his eye, screams in fear, and drops the stick as she falls on her butt. Ju casually picks his wooden stick off the ground, and a system window pops up confirming he regained ownership. Eurus's soul had flat-out rejected the elf. Then Rurus, in his tiny chibi form, pops out and rants that no one but Ju is allowed to wield him. Ju pats Eurus on the head. "I'm tearing up," he jokes. Still rattled, the elf stands frozen in fear until Mr. Kim yells at her to move. She quickly regains her composure. Love suddenly attacks from behind, but the elf dodges with ease. Love demands her stolen weapon back and threatens to kill them all, until Ju lightly taps her with his stick. She faints on the spot. He calls the move, strike without killing. Simple, but effective. The elf stares, baffled. Why hit his own teammate? Jair answers that Ju's going for that secretly OP persona. But before the elf can ask what that even means, Ju wipes out the entire Halicent Guild. The elf looks around, stunned, and gets a gentle bop from Ju's stick. Same move, strike without killing. Ju admits he was the one who took them all out and says he's been patient lately, but what just happened nearly gave him a heart attack. He ends the conversation by smashing the elf's head with a powerful swing, blasting the area. Love comes to and sits up fast. She spots Ju calmly munching on meat under a tree. When she asks what happened, he tells her they're now outside near the dungeon and that the attackers have already left. She pushes for more answers, but he just tosses her stolen weapon back to her. Curious, Ju asks about the Halicent Guild. Love, noticing his calm demeanor, starts to see him differently, almost like bells are ringing in the background. She asks if Ju knows what old lineages are. Urus explains, it's a term for veteran players from the game Lineage. Ju's surprised Urus knows that, considering he's an NPC from a completely different game. Urus proudly admits he looked it up on Wikipedia. Ju thought he'd say Google. Urus then launches into a long info dump, which Love shortens. Old lineages are players who've spent billions of woon on Chrono Life. The Halicent Guild is made up of these players. They targeted her after she bought the Knuckles at auction, and though they keep challenging her, they always lose because they lack proper skill control. She asks if Ju managed to get the Knuckles back. Ju avoids eye contact and just says they were left behind. Love lets it slide but notes that those old men won't give up so easily. Sensing something off, Ju wonders why guys who spend billions are so fixated on a weapon worth just 10 million gold. Something doesn't add up. At the Halicent Guild base, Mr. Kim is getting chewed out by the guild master, an older man. He strips Mr. Kim of the mission and hands it over to one of the other 4 guardians. The other 3 mock Mr. Kim for being the weakest among them. Turns out, their rank is based on how much real-world money they've poured into the game. Mr. Kim has spent 100 million woon. The third-ranked guardian spent 1.4 billion, the second-ranked 1.7 billion, and the top guardian, a whopping 2.1 billion woon, about $1.7 million. But not all the guardians are old men. The only thing that matters is how much they've paid. The top-ranked player accepts the mission and boasts he'll deliver the Knuckles of Silence to his boss before lunchtime. Mr. Wang, the seasoned guildmaster, bursts into laughter. No surprise he's the boss. He's already poured 12 billion woon, or about $9.7 million, into the game. A bloodbath is inevitable, and everyone knows who's going down. Suddenly, Ju appears inside the Halicent Guild's headquarters, right behind Mr. Wang. As Wang picks his nose with his pinky, Ju mocks them. When asked how he got in, Ju flicks the booger and wipes it on Yura's head. He warns them that targeting his boss, Love, forces him to drop his low-key act. Mr. Wang orders the Guardians to eliminate him. Ju clashes with all 3, and their fight levels the entire base. Outside, the Goddess of Life shows up again, now with soft pink hair, casually humming as she walks toward the guild's ruins. Wang commands all guild members to attack. Ju doesn't flinch. He tells them it'd take at least 3 million people to bring him down. Then, with just a wooden stick, he tears through the army, each strike causing massive destruction. Wang watches in disbelief as even his strongest, big-spending players are knocked out with ease. Mr. Kim, still crumpled on the floor from earlier punishment, pleads with Wang to retreat. This is a fight they can't win. Finally, Wang realizes the nearly naked man with a cape and stick is the infamous player with a 10 billion gold bounty. Let's fade the screen and look into Mr. Wang's past. He started gaming back in 2nd grade during the era of primitive graphics and no raids or quests. Despite the limitations, the fun was real. Like many kids, he hid his gaming from his parents and spent countless hours online. As he grew older, life got in the way. In his 40s, he bought himself an old computer, hoping to recapture the magic, but it didn't hit the same. Back in the present, Ju slams the last remaining guild member into the ground. Only Wang and Mr. Kim are left, the same ones who were hoarding others' weapons even though they had cash to spare. Ju announces it's time for punishment. We cut again to Wang's backstory. He realizes the effort he once put into leveling up has become irrelevant. Now, players just pay to win. This divide between free-to-play and pay-to-dominate sucks the joy out of games for him. He tried game after game, but they all felt empty. Then he discovered Chrono Life and chased the nostalgia of the old days. Back in the fight, Ju strikes Wang on the head with his wooden stick, using a special move that knocks him out without killing him. As Wang hits the ground, Ju proclaims the Halicent Guild finished and tells them to stop hunting down Captain Love. Wang, barely able to stand, accuses Ju of being the one who wiped out the World Guild Alliance. Thinking Ju was like any other player, he asked how much money Ju had spent to get that strong. He pitied him, convinced all that effort was pointless and that what Ju was searching for didn't exist. Ju didn't really get what Mr. Wang meant, but he was honest about having spent a fair amount in Chrono Life. Nervously, Mr. Wong guessed it must be trillions. Ju calmly said he only bought the beginner warrior package for 55,000 won. Mr. Wong just stared as Ju walked away. As he watched him leave, Wong muttered, remembering his own early days of gaming. This is just like Ragnarok. He laughed out loud and asked Mr. Kim how many games they'd played since Lineage. Still lying on the ground, Mr. Kim guessed 8. Smiling, Mr. Wong declared that this was the kind of game he'd been waiting for, one that was genuinely exciting. A woman nearby agreed, shouting that Chrono Life was the best. That evening, the goddess of life appeared before the Hallison Guild and greeted them warmly. She asked Mr. Wong about their preparations. Wong bluntly replied he didn't know what she was referring to, but if she was involved, it couldn't be anything good. He added that the preparations were fine, but they had no intention of continuing. That marked the end of their alliance with the goddess. Smiling, the goddess promptly cut Mr. Wong in half. Then, as if realizing she'd acted too fast, she laughed at not letting him explain himself. She then stabbed Mr. Kim, who was still down, and transformed into her black-haired form. She remembered Ji-Yu's warning to the Hallison Guild and wondered who Love was. The guild members were wiped out and the system ticked from 998.99 to 999.0. Ji-Yu earned experience and looked at the system interface, which congratulated him for reaching max level. Curious, Ji-Yu shared his stats with Urus. Despite being at level 999 as a beginner, his stats were still weak since he hadn't spent his ability points. He still had nearly 500 unassigned. Ji-Yu and Urus reacted in disbelief at his current level. Chrono Life was hailed as the greatest VR game ever. Faker, real name Sang-Hyuk Lee, was a pro player and had appeared on a game show to talk about it. He said that even after all his effort, he was nowhere close to level 999. In fact, he claimed it would take decades of non-stop grinding to hit that level. Urus congratulated Ji-Yu for being the first to do it. So how did he get there so fast? Just recently, he was only level 7, but looking back at what he'd done, slaughtering 800,000 players, the first wave of monsters, Urus, 3 million members of the World Alliance Guild, and even destroying the planet, his current level suddenly made sense. The interface appeared again, announcing that Ji-Yu had reached the master level and would now enter the Ascended plan. A brilliant light engulfed him. Elsewhere, Love lay on her back, staring at the sky. Thumby was gone, and she felt bored. She remembered their last conversation and decided to give him 1 more hour before logging out. It was a test of patience. Ji-Yu and Urus were transported to a floating island, where they encountered the God of Classes, the guide of the Ascended. He praised Ji-Yu for hitting master level as a beginner who had never advanced job classes. Now, Ji-Yu was set to unlock a hidden class. Once again, blinding lights surround Ji-Yu as the spirits of all weapons merge into him. With the job advancement complete, he earns the hidden class Master Novice. His stats reset, and his ability points are returned, tripled. Now, with every stat back at 5, his available AP totals nearly 15,000. Urus is less impressed by the class than by the absurd number of points. With triple AP, any player reaching master level this way would have a massive edge. After a brief pause, Ji-Yu grins and dumps all 15,000 points into a single stat. One stat to rule them all. Urus is horrified, convinced his master is doomed to remain a noob. In the real world, Chrono Life CEO Deok Bae Choi is alerted to Ji-Yu's progress. Seeing Ji-Yu's chosen stat, he bursts into laughter, calling him both the greatest and worst gamer ever. Meanwhile, the God of Classes leads Ji-Yu through the final stage of Ascension. Ji-Yu is supposed to choose one ascended weapon as a reward, but instead, he demands all of them. The God of Classes refuses, warning that greed leads to ruin, but Ji-Yu interrupts and threatens him, hand over everything or get beaten down. Everyone watching, Urus, the game devs, and the CEO is stunned. Infuriated, the God of Classes turns hostile and slams his axe at Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu pauses, then counters with a powerful strike, taking off half of the god's face. He loses nearly 3 HP bars in the process. It turns out he only survived because he invested everything into Constitution, boosting his HP, regeneration, and granting resistance to status effects. Urus points out the huge drawback. Every piece of equipment in Chrono Life has a weight requirement, so without any strength, Ji-Yu can't wear anything besides his cape and wooden stick. Ji-Yu shrugs it off, claiming that's all he needs. Urus facepalms. Just then, ding, a system notification appears. Ji-Yu unlocks a hidden skill. The requirements? Master level, 14,000 plus Constitution, and taking enough damage afterward. The reward? Healing Factor, a hidden ability that instantly heals all damage and grants immunity to poison, status effects, and paralysis. Plot armor unlocked. The enraged God of Classes retaliates, firing a laser from his remaining eye. It pierces Ji-yu, dropping him to the ground. But Ji-yu just laughs, admiring how amazing Chrono Life is as his chest wound rapidly regenerates. The god continues his assault, but Ji-yu just smiles through every hit, healing each time. Thanking the god for teaching him something new, Ji-yu once again demands all the weapons, then activates Swing Up and kills the god of classes. The ascended plane collapses, and Ji-yu is transported back to his original location. Ji-yu reappears, and the ascended weapons that once belonged to the god of classes are now stuck in the ground. He's officially their new owner, which puts him in a great mood. Meanwhile, Lug shows her irritation with a demonic expression, having waited so long. When Ji-yu finally shows up, she punches him in the face and beats him up before logging out. But just before leaving, she shyly tells him to log in again tomorrow at a specific time. Ji-yu thinks she's moody and self-centered, but Eurus senses romantic sparks. Ji-yu logs out too. Spring arrives. In real life, Ji-yu starts wondering if he can sell the ascended weapons and if they're even tradable. He remembers how much Lug spent on her gear, and that gives him a business idea. He logs back into Chrono Life and heads to the ravine of the deceased. Eurus welcomes him home, but Ji-yu brushes it off, saying he's just there to loot. This marks the start of Ji-yu's millionaire journey. He wipes out every monster in the ravine, the hardest dungeon in the game, effortlessly using Swing Up. This creates a downpour of rare and expensive items. As the monsters keep respawning, Ji-yu keeps farming, collecting loot worth around 15 billion wound, roughly $12 million. The next day, Ji-yu splurges on luxury clothes and a sports car, but his actions trigger major ripple effects in the game. At Chrono Life HQ, the CEO and his staff scramble to figure out how to contain the chaos Ji-yu's causing. Ji-yu casually calls the CEO, asking if he wants a gift. The CEO just curses at him before Ji-yu ends the call and resumes planning his next big purchase. He decides to buy a high-end apartment. Following Korean tradition, he brings rice cakes to his new neighbor and is shocked when the door opens to reveal Sarong-han. They silently stare at each other. This is their first meeting offline. Undies and love in the real world. In Chrono Life, though, chaos brews. A terrifying monster wipes out the 3 most powerful bosses of the Eurus Legion. It absorbs their levels and stats through dark tentacles, permanently deleting their data. No respawns. The monster responsible is Uriken, the lost leader of Eurus. Back in real life, Ji-yu and Sarong-han's first encounter goes uneventfully. They simply exchange polite greetings as neighbors. Ji-yu recognizes her as the famous idol, but Sarong doesn't realize he's the same Undies from the game. She only remembers seeing him in his underwear, so she never looks up. Perv. Inside the game, Ji-yu returns to the ravine, only to find it empty. Suspicious, he asks Eurus if the monsters escaped. Eurus says that's only possible if there's a system bug. Ji-yu shrugs it off and decides to grind elsewhere. Eurus reminds him he's supposed to meet up with Love, and Ji-yu hurries off. As Eurus watches him leave, he senses a familiar, unsettling energy in the air. Far away, in a snowy field, Elaros, a massive level 190 serpent and field boss, is consumed by Uriken. Yet Uriken still isn't satisfied. He believes he needs much more power if he hopes to wipe out humanity. The goddess of life suddenly shows up, and it's revealed that she's the one responsible for creating Uriken. But before she can explain anything, Uriken stabs her and tries to absorb her powers. Just when it seems like he's succeeded, she reappears behind him, totally fine. She scolds him like a disappointed parent, which confuses Uriken. He decides she's unnecessary, though he notes they smell the same. She just smiles and points him toward a nearby village, telling him to feast there. Drooling with excitement, Uriken takes off, flying toward the village. He launches a brutal attack, absorbing levels and stats from the players he slaughters. Being absorbed by him means your character gets permanently deleted. At Chrono Life HQ, chaos erupts. The player base is furious over the sudden wave of character deletions. Realizing Uriken is behind it, the CEO instructs his team to monitor 2 players closely. The first is Uriken, but who's the second? Back in the game, Uriken finishes devouring the village and asks where to go next. The goddess of life smirks and tells him there's someone particularly tasty waiting. That someone is Love, who's out in a field, fuming because Giyu is late again. Hearing someone behind her, she starts shouting, thinking it's Undies. Instead, she turns to face level 999 Uriken, while she's only level 24. Meanwhile, in another village, a beaten-down man walks the streets, cursing under his breath. It's Hawkeye, former Supreme Commander of the World Guild Alliance. His reputation was shattered after Doomsday, an event he took the blame for. As he vents his frustrations, he hears a massive crash and becomes a witness to Uriken's terrifying power, player deletion in real time. The goddess of life senses Hawkeye, but but ignores him. She instead leads Yurikon to his next target, Love. Love eyes Yurikon, confused why a monster that strong would be in that area. The goddess greets her sweetly, calling her Captain Love, like she's meeting an old friend. Relieved, Love assumes the two know undies and even jokes with Yurikon about his scary-looking avatar. The goddess, watching with sharp eyes, remarks on how close Love and undies seem. Love brushes it off, saying she only hangs out with undies because he keeps pestering her. Smiling coldly, the goddess says she always knew Love was annoying, even back when she first heard her name. That's when Yurikon stabs Love and starts absorbing her. The goddess of life watches gleefully, telling Love to die and know her place. Clearly driven by jealousy, Love vanishes in a puff of light, and Yurikon drools, declaring her delicious. The goddess explains it's because Love contained a fragment of God, and she steps on the ribbon Love left behind. Just as they're about to leave, Giyu and Eurus arrive. The goddess greets Giyu playfully, asking how he's been. Giyu, deadly serious, threatens her, take her filthy foot off the scarf or die. The goddess of life looks at the scarf under her foot and quietly steps away. Giyu turns to Yurikon, casually calling him Tentacle Dude, and swings his wooden stick down with a crash of light. Without missing a beat, he tells the goddess to get lost, calling her a filthy roach. Cold words. The goddess calmly tells him to stop acting tough. He can't kill her after all, and that he should be focusing on his real opponent. She introduces Yurikon as her son. Giyu grimaces, best not to think too hard about that. Yurikon launches an attack, slashing into Giyu's chest, but Giyu remains standing. His wounds heal instantly. Eurus watches and can't hide his disgust at the regeneration. Yurikon stays confident, figuring he just has to dodge Giyu's hits. Scratching his head, Giyu says fine, he'll just increase his damage. Yurikon mocks him, still unfazed, but Giyu reveals that all his previous hits were just basic attacks. Light flares as he activates his unique Master Navis ability, Soul of the Sword. He calls Yurikon Roach Jr., naturally, if the goddess is Roach Mom. This is Giyu's first time using a real skill, and he warns Yurikon to try his best to dodge. Then he unleashes his one and only sword skill, 1,000,000 strikes. It's a standard swordsman skill, used to hit the enemy over and over, but in Giyu's hands, it causes an explosion so massive it destroys a neighboring planet. As the attack lands, Giyu flashes back to his moments with Love. Meanwhile, Hawkeye starts a live stream, reintroducing himself to the public, and viewers flood in just to mock him. He questions if one player could handle 3 million enemies alone and rants about the game developers. He announces that he's tracking the character-deleting monster and vows to expose the shady devs. And of course, he reminds everyone to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Back in the fight, Giyu compliments Yurikon for dodging his normal attacks, then asks who he really is. That's when Giyu learns from Eurus that Yurikon is the lost head of Eurus, now gone rogue. Eurus warns him, this creature is probably behind the vanishing monsters and even Captain Love's death. Yurikon declares Giyu's end, and Giyu is shaken to hear Love might have had her character wiped. Fueled by fury, Giyu pounds Yurikon's head using Strike Without Killing. This is his revenge. From afar, Hawkeye sees the massive blast and runs toward it, looking like he's about to switch careers to field reporter. Giyu continues hammering Yurikon using that same non-lethal skill. Then, he improvises, Strike Without Killing, 1,000,000 strikes version. Hawkeye finally arrives and is stunned by the scene. The livestream chat explodes when they recognize Giyu as the same guy from Doomsday. Memories of his own disgrace flood back, and Hawkeye prepares to attack, raising his weapon, only to pause as Yurikon's horn breaks. Suddenly, the chat erupts with joy. Their deleted characters are coming back. A series of booms go off, and a system message announces that stolen souls are being returned. Yurikon's stats plummet, dropping his level to 723. Giyu remarks that Roach Jr. is slowing down. Eurus breaks it down. Yurikon's power relied on those stolen stats. At Chrono Life HQ, one of the devs breathes a sigh of relief, realizing the player data was never actually deleted. The CEO turns and scolds him. How can the head of development not know something so basic? The employee corrects the CEO. He's not head of development, but design. Still, in the chaos, it's all the same. Back in the game, Giyu believes that defeating Yurikon will bring Captain Love back. Yurikon charges at him, but Giyu activates his absurdly named skill, 8,000,000 Strike Without Kill inversion. Each hit continues to chip away at Yurikon's stats and level. Hawkeye, now just spectating, watches quietly as the viewers on the feedback forum go wild, loving every second. In the real world, Sarong tunes into Hawkeye's stream and suddenly realizes who Unbees really is. Small world. Yurikon collapses, his level now down to 180. Eurus announces he's finally returned to his original form. Both he and Giyu burst into villain-like laughter. Giyu moves to end it. Just then, stab. Yurikon drives a tentacle into Giyu's chest, absorbing his level and stats. Everyone watching is stunned. Yurikon moans about how delicious Giyu is. Gross. Back at level 999, Yurikon thirsts for more. Shibuya's collapses, weeping in front of Giyu's wooden stick, calling out for his master. A system message pops up. Healing factor activated. Giyu's body begins regenerating. Then, Yurikon's stomach bloats and pulses grotesquely. Like a horror movie scene, a face pushes out from inside, then a full head. Yurikon stares in disbelief. The head turns slowly and smiles creepily at him, babbling baby talk. Yurikon screams, horrified. Viewers react with a mix of laughter, shock, and confusion. The head from his stomach mocks Yurikon, calling him a worm. Eurus approaches and asks if it's really Giyu. The head confirms with a cheerful greeting. Still trying to hold on, Yurikon repeats his usual line about wiping out humanity. But now it's Giyu's turn to mock him. His full body regenerates from within Yurikon, thanks to healing factor. The power dynamic flips. Now Yurikon is the one attached, reduced to a squirming worm-like parasite. In a final twist, Giyu ends up absorbing Yurikon instead. He lets out a burp and earns a new hidden skill, Veracity, which lets him consume his opponent's level and stats. And he was already broken. The goddess of life, aka Roach Mom, watches in disappointment, muttering that it ended too quickly. Giyu calls her out for being a heartless mother. She insists she's not his mom or Yurikon's. She's only 21, same as him. Giyu, stunned she knows his age, asks how. She just smiles and says, secret, as she raises her staff. A crack opens in the air where she points it. A massive monster hand emerges, and she casually steps onto it, waving goodbye and calling Giyu a noob. At Chrono Life HQ, the CEO orders the encounter cut off immediately. He also plans a huge compensation event to calm the players and reminds his team to monitor two characters closely, Yurikon, and now finally revealed, Luna, the goddess of life who keeps trolling Giyu. With that, players everywhere cheer as Giyu appears in Front Village. He's greeted like a hero. Smiling, Giyu powers down his secretly OP act, blending in once more. Hawkeye's live stream hits over 200 viewers, modest by influencer standards, but it's enough to make Giyu's identity known to everyone. Overnight, Hawkeye becomes the most talked about streamer. Total plot twist. Then, out of nowhere, a mom-type NPC shows up and reminds the crowd how Giyu once massacred a bunch of players. Before it turns ugly, Hawkeye jumps in to defend him, greeting Giyu warmly and bringing up their last meeting. He invites Giyu to join his Justice Guild. As others overhear, guild invites start flying in from all directions. Overwhelmed, Giyu bolts. Eurus mocks him, saying he should have dropped the whole secretly OP act ages ago. While running, Giyu slams face first into something massive, a golden statue. Looking up, both he and Eurus are stunned into silence. It's a colossal statue of Giyu, right in the village square. He can't believe it's of him, but Eurus confirms, down to the perfectly sculpted undies. Behind them, a group in capes and undies approaches, the Hallucin Guild. Mr. Wong, the leader, explains they spent everything they had to build that statue. Ever since their last encounter with Giyu, he was so moved he had it commissioned. The whole guild has adopted Giyu's look, undies and all. Giyu asks what happened to their gear, and Mr. Count Wong casually reveals they sold all of it to pay for the 20 billion wound statue, roughly $15.44 million. The crowd that was chasing Giyu earlier catches up again, so he runs for it once more. In the real world, Sarang lies in bed, deep in thought. She reflects on her odd encounters with undies, the disappearing gurus, how he one-shot the bunny bear, how she got her knuckles back from the Hallucin Guild. It all adds up wrong. The memories keep returning, especially from childhood, and she starts to suspect that Undies Giyu has been lying to her all along. Back in Chrono Life, the situation has settled somewhat, though Giyu is still getting stares. Ignoring them, he suddenly remembers what was missing. Then he sees her, Captain Love. He smiles and greets her, saying something always felt off when she wasn't around. Love says nothing at first, but the surrounding players begin whispering about who she might really be. Giyu hands her back the scarf she left behind and still plays dumb, acting like the same weak guy. That makes her snap. She accuses him of lying and asks why he kept hiding the truth. Giyu keeps up the act, saying he'd never lie. Big mistake. Furious, Love asks if he's the one who just moved in next door. Giyu scratches his head, confused, until it hits him. He flashes back to meeting his new neighbor and stares at Love in shock. She confirms it. She's Sarang Han. Right after, Sarang's manager scolds her for revealing her real identity in the game. Now she's trending, the media is blowing up, and fans are swarming. The worst part? Her avatar looks exactly like her real-life self, but Sarang brushes it off. She never wanted to pretend to be someone she's not. She's done hiding. Her whole innocent idol image was just something her manager forced on her. Gaming was real to her, and she never wanted to lie to anyone about that. Sarang storms into her room and slams the door shut. Inside, she logs into Chrono Life, emotions boiling over. Flashback. 5-year-old Sarang sings for a crowd of children. That's where her musical journey began. Gifted with a voice that stunned everyone, she was hailed as a prodigy with angelic talent. On the surface, she should have been happy, but behind the praise were her parents, the ones meant to protect her, who instead used her for their own gain. They pushed her relentlessly, exploiting her at every turn. Sarang learned to smile and pretend everything was fine, until she cracked. The pressure finally broke her during a live broadcast. That collapse left a deep, haunting scar she never forgot. Back in the present, Sarang clutches the scarf Gu had once wrapped around her. Then Gu shows up, relieved to find her. He admits he panicked when she ran from him before. Still clueless, Gu asks Eurus what's going on. Eurus sighs, telling him Captain Love is furious, not just at the lies, because he hid who he really was. Eurus notes, with some exasperation, that his master knows nothing about women. Gu, desperate for help, asks what to do. Eurus says simply, apologize. So Gu does. He tells Captain Love he's sorry for lying, and that he wanted to be honest but never found the right time. Love, still trembling with emotion, replies that sorry means nothing anymore. It's a small word for a big wound. Suddenly, screech, a griffin swoops down and snatches Captain Love. A long-haired man riding it says knocking her out wasn't part of the plan. Eurus is stunned to recognize him. Gu, full of rage, ignores Eurus' warnings and attacks with swing-up. The man, Habake, counters with a skill. 8 mirrors. 5th mirror, mirror of reflection. Gu's own powerful strike is reflected back, causing massive destruction and severing his left arm. Thanks to healing factor, it regrows almost instantly. Yuri scolds Gu for not listening. Habaki introduces himself. He and Eurus are of the same kind. Gu, unimpressed, quips, "You mean weak loser kind?" At that, Habaki's hexagonal instrument cracks, a rare feat. He smirks, saying only one other person had ever damaged it. Then he adds that Gu, being human, has no right to possess a fragment of God. Meanwhile, in the hidden tower of the West Forest, Love regains consciousness and demands answers. Habaki tells her to stay calm. Someone wants to meet her. Then, to her shock, she sees people who look exactly like her parents. Another flashback unfolds. After her public breakdown, Sarang quit the music world, but her parents didn't accept that. They became violent, blaming her for lost opportunities and pushing her back into the spotlight under the pretense of love. Even after her fame faded, they wouldn't let go. And when the money stopped, they sold her. Sarang escaped and went straight to the police. Her parents were legally barred from contacting her. She was finally free, physically, but inside she remained shattered. The trauma left deep scars and shaped her disgust for lies and deception. What happened to Sarang turned her into a shut-in. With nowhere else to turn, she escaped into online gaming. Spending countless hours alone in a dark room destroyed her eyesight, and to this day, she gets anxious without her glasses. It took her a long time to even begin re-entering the real world. Back in Chrono Life, things take a darker turn. Lug, Sarang's in-game persona, starts trembling as she comes face-to-face with her parents. She reminds them they have restraining orders. Her father casually points out that this is just a game, and when they saw she was playing Chrono Life, they came looking. With Habaki's help, they found her. Habaki steps aside, giving them space to talk. Her parents try to ease into conversation, saying the world was cruel to tear them apart, but Lug snaps, demanding to know what they really want. Her mother finally apologizes, saying they've wanted to for a long time. She admits they were too harsh and asks for forgiveness, saying she hopes they can be a family again. Outside the hidden tower, Habaki gets uneasy as Ju finds them. With irritation written all over his face, Ju announces he's ready for round 2. Habaki snaps his fingers, and his griffin takes flight, but then splits into 2. Ju squints, rubs his eyes, and suddenly there are even more. He mutters that this looks like Control-C, Control-V nonsense, or a Naruto trick. Habaki uses 4th mirror, Mirror of Clones. The griffins swarm Ju, who cuts them all down in one clean swing. But then, they respawn. Eurus explains that Habaki has 8 different mirrors, each with a unique effect. The mirror of reflection from before deflects all physical and magical damage. Ju, upon hearing this, grumbles that the setup is way too OP and unbalanced, which is ironic, coming from him. Eurus adds that Habaki was never meant to be fair. He's not a player, but a boss monster with specific mechanics needed to beat him. Ju scoffs and starts asking who came up with such a ridiculous concept. Doesn't finish because a griffin stabs him in the back. The rest pounce and begin tearing into him. Enraged, Ju unleashes a million strikes. Habaki shrugs it off, saying Ju can keep killing them, but more will just keep appearing. Annoyed beyond reason, Ju snarls that he's going to destroy the mirror itself. Habaki flinches. Ju unleashes a barrage of million strikes again and again, until finally, the mirror begins to crack. Shocked, Habake watches as Ju points his wooden stick at him. Ju calls him out, mocking both him and Eurus for being weak. Habaki forces a smile, admitting it's not that he's weak. Ju's just absurdly strong. Still irritated, Ju tells him to wipe that creepy grin off because it reminds him of a roach. Then Ju asks the big questions. Why did Habaki kidnap Captain Love? And what are the fragments of God? Habake hesitates, scratching his face, weighing whether to answer. But instead, he decides to use the fourth mirror one last time. Ju braces for another beast, but what appears shocks him completely. It's another him, an exact copy, Ju number 2. Ju number 2 immediately strikes with swing up, catching Ju number 1 off guard. Too stunned to react, Ju number 1 takes the full brunt of his own power. His HP hits 0. Game over. As Ju falls, Habaki watches in awe, muttering that he really should have just cloned Ju from the beginning instead of wasting time with griffins. Yep, a bit slow there. Habaki shows up, and Eurus immediately confronts him, asking what his true objective is. Habaki, instead of answering, compliments Eurus on how cute he looks in his current form. Annoyed, Eurus demands he stay on topic and questions if Habaki is acting on orders from someone. Habaki ignores the question again, asking if he can poke Eurus' cheeks. Suddenly, a noise from the ground catches their attention. A fleshy mass begins to squirm and grow. Habaki asks what it is, while Eurus just watches, thinking that Ju is once again using his grotesque healing ability like he's starring in a horror game. The lump continues to swell and eventually shapes into a human form. A hand reaches out to Habake, and a face appears on the palm, greeting him. Horrified, Habake screams and bolts. The whole thing feels like a scene straight out of a Junji Ito story. Ju is back, although not fully regenerated yet. He turns at a sound and sees Ju number 2. He immediately calls the clone fake, but Eurus says Ju number 1 looks more fake with how messed up his body is. Ju number 2 attacks with a downward swing. Just before impact, Ju number 1 finishes regenerating and counters with an upward strike, causing a massive explosion as the two attacks collide. Both Gyus launch themselves at each other, wooden sticks clashing with explosive force. They activate their million strike skills at the same time, creating a whirlwind of light and detonations. The barrage ends with both of them dying from the overwhelming assault. Habaki is thrilled, expecting both Gyus to finally be done for, but Eurus disagrees. As the smoke clears, two blobs of flesh writhe on the ground. Their healing factor activates again, double the nightmare. Habake asks if both of them are technically okay, and if the grotesque regeneration process is really necessary. The two finish healing and jump back into the fight. It's a seemingly endless cycle. Deciding it's going to drag on, Eurus refocuses on Habaki and asks why he really came, and why he kidnapped Captain Love. Habaki dodges the question again, telling Eurus he should be more aware of those around him. Everyone knows Eurus is the strongest monster in Chrono Life, so why is he serving a mere human? Eurus flips the question, asking if Habaki really doesn't see what's happening right now. The message clicks for Habaki. Why wouldn't anyone want to serve someone like that? Trying to de-escalate, Habaki says it's all a misunderstanding and insists he doesn't care about Ju. His only interest is the fragment of God. Eurus asks if he means Captain Love. Habake laughs it off. The real holder of the fragment is Sarangan. It's the Knuckles. Meanwhile, inside the hidden tower, Sarang's mother begs for forgiveness. She glances at Sarang's hands and then grabs her wrist, revealing her grotesque face and demanding to know where the Knuckles of Silence are. Back outside, Eurus learns the wildly valuable Knuckles of Silence owned by Captain Love is actually the fragment of God. Habaki says its price tag is meaningless. What matters is its power. Chrono Life items come in various tiers: normal, rare, unique, mythical, and maybe even some ascended ones that Habake hasn't seen yet. Eurus recalls the ascended items he saw back in Chapter 11, one of the perks of being Gyu's servant. Meanwhile, Habake continues his explanation, saying mythical items are amazing until you compare them to ascended ones, especially when gods are involved. Nearby, Luna, the goddess of life, casually watches everything unfold near the hidden tower while munching on a sandwich. She comments on how terrible Habaki is at keeping secrets and asks her companion for agreement. Her companion turns out to be none other than God, the same blonde guy Gyu met back in Chapter 4 after blowing up the planet. God shrugs and says it's fine, then casually mentions that Luna is collecting fragments of God herself. Luna sighs, realizing he knew all along. God adds that she must have been stressed when Uriken absorbed a fragment. But that means the fragment's current status is, well, to be revealed later. The plot keeps twisting. Back in the fight, Jew number 1 takes a hit from Jew number 2. Habake explains to Yuras that even though the two have the same stats and skills, they're fundamentally different. One's human, the other's an AI. Players can tire and slip up, but an AI runs at full power without fatigue. Realizing the implications, Yuras flies straight to Jew. Jew is down on one knee, blood pouring from his chest. Yuras checks if he's okay. Gyu's wound heals quickly, and he grins like a maniac, thrilled by the fight. Yuras and Habake stare at him, clearly disturbed. Gyu's enjoying this way too much. He says his past fights were dull since enemies usually drop after one hit. Now, though, he wants to keep his clone alive and keep fighting. Yuras is baffled and points out that Jew is in real danger. Jew brushes it off. He's got not one, but 2 ways to take down the copy. That stuns everyone. Yuras, Habake, and even Luna. Only God stays calm, still chewing his sandwich. The 2 Jews keep battling, each blow causing massive shockwaves, literally blasting into space. Habake, curious, asks what Jew's 2 methods are. Luna suspects he's bluffing. Habake's no ordinary monster, after all. He's ridiculously overpowered, and no solo player can take him down easily. Then Jew reveals the first method, destroying the entire planet, something he's done before. That line makes both Luna and God visibly tense. Jew says doing so would end the game and reset things, letting Captain Love respawn in the village while the clone vanishes. But that feels played out, so he's going with the second method instead. Luna and God seem slightly relieved. In the real world, however, CEO Diokbe Choi nervously bites his nails, whispering, "Not the second method," over and over. Whatever that method is, it's bound to be worse, something only Jew would think of. Meanwhile, in the hidden tower, Sarang's mother finally reveals her true face as she asks about the Knuckles of Silence. She insists she won't be angry and explains how Habake offered a massive reward if they could bring the item to him. She pleads with Sarang to hand it over. It's not even money they want. Desperate and a little unhinged, she claims she deserves it after giving birth to Sarang, despite Sarang beating her up earlier. Sarang responds that she doesn't know where her weapons are. They just vanished. Sarang's father lets out a disapproving grunt and accuses her of hiding the weapons. Sarang insists she has no idea where they are, but he hits her. He curses and verbally assaults her, echoing the exact words her mother used earlier, demanding that she give them their money. He keeps slapping her, over and over. It's clear, they're absolute garbage. Meanwhile, outside the hidden tower, Jew number 1 and Jew number 2 are still locked in combat. A purple glow radiates from the magic crest on the ground. Jew number 1 activates his skill, Veracity, and a gray tentacle slithers out of his mouth. Nasty. It pierces Jew number 2 in the neck and begins draining him. Habake mutters that, of course, the clone can do it too. Sure enough, Jew number 2 jabs his tentacle into Jew 1's chest and starts sucking him dry. The two keep draining each other in a grotesque loop. Habake explains that the clone is a perfect copy, capable of mirroring everything Jew does. As long as it's charged up, it can keep going. With that tactic going nowhere, Jew switches to plan B. Habake eyes him, and suddenly Jew stabs Habake straight in the chest with his tentacle. This, he declares, is his second method, target the source. Habake realizes too late that this was Jew's real plan all along. As Jew absorbs him, Jew number 2 vanishes, having lost his power source. Jew gives Habake a sarcastic farewell, clearly pleased. But Habake isn't done. Even while mostly drained, he grits his teeth and slices through Jew's tentacle with one of his mirrors. Surviving the attack, Habake concedes that he'll have to get serious now. He finally admits defeat and gives up trying to claim the fragment of God. God, surprised, asks Luna if Habake even knew the fragment had already been absorbed by Uriken. Luna laughs. She never told him. She loves to stir the pot. Habake retreats, floating away, and Jew retracts his tentacle, mocking him for trying to leave like he hadn't just been beaten. Habake admits the loss and tosses Jew a mirror. It doesn't have a listed number, but it still holds one of the 8 mirror powers. Yuras is stunned. Habake is actually giving Jew a mirror willingly. Habake calls it a consolation prize. Not official loot, but valuable enough that Jew might let him go. Of course, Jew says he'd probably get better drops if he just finished Habake off. Typical. Habake calls him truly evil, then clarifies the mirror only works while he's alive, so Jew should really keep him around. With that, Habake vanishes, and this might just be the exact outcome the CEO didn't want. A system pop-up congratulates Ju for acquiring Habake's mirror, but Ju shrugs it off. Habake was never the objective. What he wants is Captain Love. Back in the hidden tower, Sarang is still getting beaten by her father, who's hurling curses at her. The abuse takes her back to memories of her childhood, filled with the same violence. Her parents, getting nowhere by force, decide to just steal from her directly. They argue that in the game world, a restraining order means nothing, and now they can be together forever. Horrifying. Crying, Sarang silently begs for someone, anyone, to save her. And then Ju shows up, casually picking his nose. He says the obvious. She could just log out. Simple solution, but maybe not enough to clear the nightmare of that room. Sarang's parents scold Ju for interfering, asking who he is. But Sarang realizes it's Undai's. Her father suddenly recognizes Ju as well, but Ju responds by smacking him on the head with his wooden stick using a non-lethal skill. Ju says he's always polite to elders, except for rotten ones like them. A well-deserved moment. The father insists they're Sarang's real parents, which only angers Ju more. He fires back, questioning what kind of parents beat their child and demand money from her. The mother yells again that they really are Sarang's parents, but Ju cuts her off, asking why they're dragging real-world baggage into a game. That completely ruins the whole point of playing. She tries to argue, but Gyu turns to Captain Love and asks why she's just taking all of this abuse when she's clearly stronger than them here. This jolts Sarang. She tries to explain. They are her parents, after all. Gyu, still digging dirt out of his nose, scolds her for mixing real-life issues into the game. He understands what her family is like, but he reminds her, games aren't meant for more pain. They're supposed to be an escape. Then he asks the hard question, will she keep running away in both worlds? Captain Love snaps back, saying Ju has no idea what she's been through. At that moment, her mother slaps her again, insisting her own suffering trumps Sarang's. Enough already. Ju snickers off to the side, saying the woman can't read the room and just sealed her fate. With Captain Love's high-strength stat, even one punch would be brutal. And she finally lets it out, raising her fist and delivering a powerful blow to the woman who called herself her mother. Every ounce of pain and trauma explodes in that punch, sending the woman flying. At last, peace for our girl. The next day in the real world, Sarang appears in an interview, smiling as she shares how much she enjoys Chrono Life. She says hitting monsters is a great way to relieve stress. The interviewer remarks he's never seen this side of her before, and Sarang says maybe her in-game self is actually her true self. Her smile is so bright it makes hearts flutter, mine included. She also shares something she's learned. If you're looking for real-life meaning inside a game, maybe you're missing the point of playing altogether. Yeah, she definitely got that from Undyne. After the in-game confrontation, she's recovered a lot. She's more confident now, and no longer hides behind her glasses. Her interview wins her a wave of new fans, including Ju. Sarang now plays more often, leveling up her game life. Ju logs in and is immediately greeted by Captain Love's furious expression. She beats him up for lying and being late. Ju says he watched her live interview, but Love says it was pre-recorded and keeps whacking him. After the punishment, she tells Undyne she'll forgive him, just this once. In return, she wants him to boost her. She admits she's still a newbie and flashes him a smile that would melt glaciers. With Gyu being a pro, she says his help would mean a lot. Okay, that last scene? Absolute heart-skipping moment. Meanwhile, the top 5 Alliance Guild, also known as the World Alliance Guild, continues to dominate as the most powerful guild in Chrono Life. Among the 5 top guilds in the Alliance, each has its own distinct strength that sets it apart. One guild in particular stands out, not just for its power, but for the sheer number of members it has. This is the Righteous Bandits Guild, composed entirely of thief-class players, known as the strongest of the 5. Their edge lies in superior intelligence gathering, but overnight, their reputation crumbles. At the peak of a mountain, Hong, the Righteous Bandits leader, surveys the fallen bodies of his comrades below. Without hesitation, he leaps from the summit. As he sprints downhill, a rough-looking figure appears beside him. Hong quickly strikes with a backstep slash, slicing the thug cleanly in two. The attacker vanishes, commenting that Hong is better than the rest. But something feels off. Before Hong can make sense of it, he's stabbed from behind by the same thug, who somehow survived. The man grins and says he can't be beaten. When Hong demands to know who he is and why he did it, the man simply says, "For fun," and dons a replica of Hong's mask, before finishing him off. A new villain is born. Elsewhere in a forest, a carriage drawn by a feline creature nears Rock Mountain Dungeon. The driver announces their approach. Inside the carriage, a level 999 player named Jiu gnaws on meat caveman style, while level 24 Love clutches a map. This quirky transport is called the kitty carriage, a ride service in Chrono Life. It's powered by devil cats, tamed beasts originally used by a tamer-class player who made a fortune from the idea. Naturally, cat lovers adore it. The dungeon ahead is a massive, towering stone over a kilometer high, filled with level 30 monsters that appear in droves, perfect grinding spot for newbies. Jiyu and Love are here, so she can level up. Jiyu finds it a bit of a hassle and considers dragging her to the Eurus map to power level her instead. He then notices her empty hands and recalls something. Digging into his inventory, he pulls out the knuckles of the Ascended and hands them to her. Turns out he noticed they were missing when he returned her scarf earlier, and since he had a spare, he figured she should have them. Love, surprised and touched, starts crying. It's the first gift she's ever received. When Jiyu asks what about her fans, she says he shouldn't compare himself to them. She clutches the knuckles tightly and thanks him, promising to cherish them. She then asks for his actual character name, admitting she forgot it when she started calling him Undies. Just as Jiyu begins to answer, the kitty carriage comes to a screeching halt. Of course, another delay in learning his name. The sudden stop throws them off balance, landing Love awkwardly on top of Jiyu, her hand accidentally landing somewhere personal. Sparks might be flying. The carriage had halted because a hooded, masked figure suddenly appeared in their path. A man resembling Hong, the leader of the Righteous Bandits Guild, shows up asking for their help. While riding in a carriage, the masked man recounts being attacked by a mysterious player whose level and class were hidden. The only thing he managed to find out was the guy's name, and that he wasn't an ordinary user. Apparently, the attacker had cloning abilities and even copied the masked man's traditional Ha-Ho mask right in front of him. His name? Buttman. Yeah, the masked man is clearly regretting not giving that a second thought. Love's never heard of him, but Eurus starts imagining what a Buttman might look like. Jiyu, while picking at his and Undies' nose, gross, bluntly asks who this guy even is. Love explains to Undies who the masked guy is, and Eurus stares at his clueless master. Love's in disbelief. How does Jiyu not know who Hong is? Even kids know. Eurus reminds Jiyu that Hong was among the 3 million people he wiped out. Jiyu awkwardly tries to brush it off, claiming it has nothing to do with him. Then, Hong removes the mask and reveals she's actually a beautiful woman. This instantly flips Jiyu's attitude. Now he's all in, eager to help and calling it his personal hobby to assist damsels in distress. Love watches in disbelief. Hong thanks him and says the situation does in fact involve him. Meanwhile, over at Chrono Life HQ, a server support team is heading home. The manager, Sungwon, insists on staying to do the overtime himself. One employee, Kenshin, jokes that it's because he and his wife haven't made up yet. Bold move, teasing the boss like that. After everyone leaves, Sungwon's cheerful face drops. Alone, he starts mocking his team, calling them lazy and incompetent. He then pulls out his VR headset, mocking them all the while, and logs into the game, declaring it's time to make money. The system identifies him as an admin and welcomes him by his in-game name, Buttman. Fitting name for someone with such a trashy attitude. He hovers in midair and summons his weapon, the +99 Blade of Enforcement, a unique weapon once used by the legendary Battle King, only one of its kind. It's a devastatingly powerful blade, but even that doesn't hold a candle to Jiyu's stick. As an admin, Buttman's stats are maxed out. At master level, players can obtain Ascended tier weapons, the pinnacle of gear. Though rumors abound, no one had confirmed their existence. That is, until now. Turns out, Love received the knuckles of the Ascended from Undies. They're insanely valuable, something you could literally propose with. Love nervously asks if they're really Ascended weapons, and Jiyu casually confirms, telling her not to worry since he's got plenty more. Still stunned, Love equips the weapon, which binds to her forever. The system announces her as the new owner, but just as quickly, the flashy knuckles lose their shine. They've been sealed. Since she hasn't reached Ascended status herself, she can't access their full power yet. Most of the Ascended weapon's power is sealed, and Love can only unlock more of its strength as she levels up. Frustrated, she complains that Ascended weapons are useless at low levels. As she grumbles that she would have been better off with a unique rank weapon, she lightly taps the rock she's sitting on, causing a massive crash that startles her. Jiyu nearly chokes on his meat. Love stares at her weapon, amazed that even in its sealed state, it could cause such destruction. Eurus, chewing on his own meat, comments that the explosion was pretty weak. He thinks Ascended weapons are overhyped. Jiggy agrees, still stuck in his awkward pose. It's tough living up to the expectations of overpowered characters. Eurus then asks his master what he plans to do about Hong's request. Ju flops down and says he might as well help since it involves him. Hong had explained earlier that although Buttman claimed to be doing things just for fun, the truth was all about money. His real goal is to copy rare items and sell them for real-world profit. She brings up how Joan mass item sales from Eurus's lair dropped their market value. While Ju's actions were legal, Buttman's are not. He's abusing admin privileges. Ju is clueless about the economy, but Hong clarifies that this scheme affects him too. If nothing is done, the game and Ju's income could collapse. Ju suggests reporting Buttman, but Hong already tried that and got nothing but automated responses. She says Ju's the only one who can stop him, referencing Ju's brutal reputation from the World Guild Alliance massacre. Basically, Hong wants Ju to find and eliminate Buttman before he destroys the game. Ju grumbles that it's a pain, but he has to do it to protect his cash flow. Since he can't track Buttman in-game, he decides to threaten the real-world CEO. In real life, Ju calls CEO Deokbae Choi, demanding he meet him at the soup shop, or else Ju will crash the servers again. When Choi tries to ask what's going on, Ju just hangs up. Classic Ju. Choi tries to call back, but Ju ignores him, laughing and shutting off his phone. Furious, the CEO hurls his phone across the room. Ju imagines ordering an extra-large soup and making the CEO foot the bill. On his way out, he runs into Sarang, who insists on coming with him. She tells him to call for her in the real world too, which makes Ju blush. Too bad Eurus isn't around to witness this moment. At the cozy grandma-style soup shop, CEO Choi storms in, yelling at Ju for hanging up. He spots Ju and Sarang at a table and immediately starts lecturing Ju like Homer Simpson would Bart. Then he notices Sarang and asks if she's Ju's girlfriend. Sarang blushes and asks if that's how it looks, but Ju instantly shuts it down, explaining she's a famous idol and jokes like that might get him beat up by her fans. As Choi keeps scolding Ju, Sarang slams her fist on the table, smiling with a sharp edge. Ju quickly agrees with whatever she wants, while CEO Choi watches her with growing curiosity. Ju and Sarang fill CEO Choi in on Buttman and his item copying ability. Choi starts explaining that Chrono Life's tech is rock solid, making it possible to trade items for real money securely. But Ju pushes back. Copies of items have already been sold in real life. Choi remains doubtful, suggesting Hong might have misunderstood, since the odds of such a breach are nearly zero. Apparently, he's already forgotten how Ju's wooden stick got upgraded out of nowhere. Ju insists it could be a bug and suggests a wager. Sarang jumps in, asking if the attack could have been launched from the inside. That gets Choi thinking, though he still denies it's possible. According to him, employees have admin accounts, but none of them have the power to copy items. With that, the boss sets down his spoon, says goodbye, and sticks Ju with the bill, jokingly telling them to enjoy their date. Sarang is all smiles at the remark, while Ju just thinks the old man's trying to kill him. Nice try. Chrono Life's president doesn't pick up tabs. Outside, CEO Choi lights a smoke and makes a call, ordering one of his men to find 5 people who know how to keep secrets. Even Sovi is starting to feel like something's off. Back in the game, Undies and Love are outside the Rock Mountain dungeon, frustrated after getting nowhere with Choi. Undies curses out Buttman, while Love tries to piece things together. She wonders what Buttman's real goal is. If it's money, why target the Righteous Bandits Guild? With the ability to clone any item, why go after the one group that knows the most about Chrono Life? Undies stares at her like he just had a breakthrough, then admits he has no idea. Useless. Love is fed up and says she shouldn't have expected much from someone like him. Ju chimes in, admitting he's not exactly the brains of the group, his 5 AP and INT stats proving the point. Then, boom, a massive explosion erupts nearby. Love notes it's just as intense as Undies' attack explosions, prompting Ju to sprint toward the source. In the thick smoke, a man collapses, blood trailing from his mouth and left arm. It's Habaki. Standing over him is none other than Buttman. Buttman mocks him, calling him weak for a unique boss. Habaki questions why a game mediator is acting so recklessly, warning him of the consequences. But Buttman just grabs him by the throat, telling him that NPCs shouldn't talk back. As a unique boss, Habaki can't retaliate, and Buttman threatens to delete him. He demands to know where Habaki's master is, but when Habaki refuses, Buttman prepares to strike him down. Just before the fatal blow, someone intervenes, Luna, the goddess of life. Buttman smirks, saying it saves him the trouble of hunting her down. He tells her to sit tight, promising she'll be next after Habaki. Luna, unimpressed, throws insults his way, which only angers him more. She makes it clear she finds him revolting. Buttman tosses Habaki aside and approaches Luna, saying if she won't talk, he'll just torture her. As he closes in, Luna recalls the last time she was threatened by Giyu. Luna tells Buttman she's faced similar threats before, but nothing as vile as this. Before Buttman can respond, a massive monster's foot stomps him flat, summoned through a portal Luna controls. Blood spatters across her face as she coldly remarks how repulsive he is compared to her past experiences. Then, casually, she says she really likes undies and turns to leave. As she walks away, she hears Buttman speak and flinches. He mocks her for being arrogant just because she commands the monster. Luna sighs and promises she'll finish the job this time. The monster looms over Buttman as Luna declares that someone like him doesn't belong in this world. Buttman tells her to shut up as the scenery around them shifts. The environment morphs into the GM zone, a special area only game masters can access. It's meant for administrative work like testing, but clearly being abused now. Buttman smirks and taunts Luna, saying it's all just a game and she should stop taking it so seriously. Meanwhile, Undies and Love are racing toward the explosion. Geo is convinced it's related to Buttman and suspects an inside job. He recalls seeing CEO Choi looking anxious during their earlier conversation. Geo's finally starting to read the room. Growth. He points out that if Buttman uses a special admin account, wiping out the Righteous Bandits Guild in one strike wouldn't be hard. Love is impressed by his deduction, but tells him to move faster. With only 14 agility on her end, and Geo stuck at 5, they're definitely not built for speed. When they arrive, they find remnants of the GM zone, but have no idea what it is. They spot Habaka slumped nearby, who tells them Buttman created the space and teleported out. Habake greets Geo with a weary look. Geo notices Habaki's missing arm and asks what happened, while Love quietly remembers how this guy once kidnapped her. Habaki explains that Buttman did this to him and also dragged Luna into the GM zone. That clinches it. This was clearly an inside job. Geo then asks who Luna is. Habaki is surprised. He thought Geo knew her since Luna always talked about him. According to her, Geo's madly in love with her. That sets Love off. Habaki describes Luna, long, straight black hair. With that, Geo realizes she's the one who constantly calls him a noob. So we're not the only ones who can't keep track of all the names. Love mocks Undi's taste in women, and Geo gets defensive, saying Luna's spreading lies. She even insulted his parents. No way he'd fall for her. He goes on about how little he cares. Meanwhile, Love is blushing, quietly saying Undies can like whoever he wants. Eurus looks on, clearly loving this budding romance. Total OTP. Suddenly, Habaki coughs up blood, and Geo asks if he's okay. Habaki admits he's struggling and could use some healing, but instead, Undies and Love share a devilish grin, plotting to let Habaki die so they can split the loot. Truly a match made in RPG heaven. Habaki warns Geo that one of his mirrors is still in Geo's possession. If Habaki dies, it goes with him. Realizing this, Geo gently pats Habaki and agrees to heal him. Hop grumbles that Geo's still just a selfish jerk. Love asks how Geo plans to heal Habaki since she didn't bring any HP potions. Geo tells her not to worry. With a flash, he activates his Master Novice attribute and switches to the soul of the cleric. Confidently, he casts Heal, and Habaki regains a whopping +1 HP per use. Habaki glares at him, unimpressed, and asks if he's seriously using Heal because the recovery is barely doing anything. Geo scratches his head, realizing he probably should have invested in his intelligence stat. Brah, you suck as a cleric, Habaki says, and honestly, he's not wrong. Jokes aside, Geo asks what Habaki plans to do about his missing arm. While players can usually regenerate limbs by logging in and out, Habake points out that this only works for normal users. As a monster, he has to respawn to recover. Geo offers to put him out of his misery painlessly, but Habake quickly stops him. He's a unique boss, and if he dies, he's gone for good. Geo frowns, wondering what kind of boss monster doesn't respawn. If anything, that just makes the game trash. Turns out, only a few bosses in the entire game are labeled unique, and killing them doesn't impact the overall gameplay. For example, Eurus is one, explaining why he begged for his life back in Chapter 2. Then, Habake drops another name, Luna. That surprises Geo, who flashes back to their first chaotic meeting. Meanwhile, in the GM zone, Buttman is relentlessly attacking Luna, trying to kill her, but no matter what he throws at her, she remains unscathed. Luna tells him plainly, a human can't kill a goddess. They both say the line at the same time, and Buttman laughs, calling her dramatic and mocking her dialogue. As a veteran Chrono Life employee, Buttman claims he knows her trick. She might have fooled Geo into thinking she's invincible, but her real skill is the creation of life. Every time she dies, she just recreates herself. Yep, it's a straight-up cheat code. Buttman charges and slaughters Luna, but she immediately respawns using her ability. He marvels at how broken her skill is and explains how it got the most opposition during the planning stages. He adds that she even used this same ability on Yurikin. As he keeps yapping, Luna slashes him in half, clearly tired of his mouth. She reminds him that he'll never be able to kill her. But instead of being angry, Buttman is thrilled. This is the first time she's attacked him directly. That's when things shift. Luna's winged staff changes into a heart-shaped version, catching her off guard. Buttman appears again, completely unharmed. He reveals the real reason he brought her to this specific zone. Within the GM zone, Luna is cut off from using her resurrection skill. She reverts to her pink-haired human form, vulnerable and without her overpowered ability. Meanwhile, in the real world, Buttman, now off-duty, is enjoying drinks with another guy wearing sunglasses. The man asks about the project's progress. Buttman, or someone, tells him that Habaki refused to talk and Luna was dealt with, but admits he couldn't finish her off. That worries the sunglasses guy. Buttman reassures him there are still other ways to reach Habaki's master, one of the key boss monsters tied to Chrono Life's main storyline. Habaki serves the powerful merchant known as Riot of Sloth. Someone explains that Chrono Life is centered around total freedom. Even boss monsters can switch roles and become merchants. Shades comments that Sloth is similar to Veracity, tied to Yurikin. Once again, someone patiently reminds them these characters are based on the 7 deadly sins. In Chrono Life, we have Yuris representing pride, Verikin as veracity, Riot as sloth, and Luna as lust. Though they're boss monsters, that doesn't necessarily mean they're NPCs. Shades wonders aloud if they were once players who got promoted. Another person remarks that Chrono Life's flexibility is beyond Shades' understanding. Boss monsters can be merchants, and players can become boss monsters. It's the kind of game the real world needs. In-game, GU presses Habaki to confirm whether Roach is a user or NPC. Habaki says he's not sure, but maybe Buttman, the admin, knows. GU takes that as more motivation to go after Buttman. Love still can't grasp why Buttman wants to meet the Great Merchant Riot if he just wants to make money. He could sell things at the auction easily, and his attack on the Righteous Bandits Guild doesn't add up. Habaki says he has a theory. Just as he begins talking about fragments of God or mythical artifacts, Hong suddenly appears. Since her gender reveal, she's looked more feminine. She pulls off her mask and tells everyone to follow. She's found Buttman's hideout. They arrive at a plain wooden cabin. Love doubts it's the right place. It looks too boring. But Hong uses her appraisal skill to confirm it's owned by Buttman. She says they can't see what's inside, and before she finishes speaking, GU smashes through the wall, startling her. Everyone storms in and finds the cabin full of treasure and gear. Love wonders if it's all fake, but Hong says every piece is real and mythical, probably worth about 5 billion won. Some items even came from their own guild, proving Buttman's real target was mythical loot. If Buttman had done what GU did, but on a bigger scale, he'd get busted by the game admins immediately. Hong predicts Buttman will be locked up soon. She explains there's a buyer in Chrono Life who always wants mythical items. GU connects the dots and asks if it's Habaki's master, the Great Merchant Riot. Habaki confirms that's also what he suspected. Hong adds that Buttman's dealings wouldn't show up in the public market, so the head office wouldn't notice. The only way to catch him is to take a screenshot and report it. She thanks everyone while unmasking, wrapping up the investigation. GU, meanwhile, is digging in his nose, making a gross face and saying it's not over until he decides. Reporting him isn't enough. He wants to personally punish Buttman. Later, in a village street, GU confronts an angry Buttman while wearing Hong's mask. Love walks beside him, carrying a huge bag, staring at Buttman in disbelief. She didn't think Undi's plan to draw out Buttman would actually work. Even right in the middle of the village, Buttman laughs at GU's ridiculous costume. GU casually says he borrowed it from Hong. From the rooftops, Hong, unmasked, and her guild members are watching everything unfold. Like Love, she hadn't expected Undi's setup to work either. Yes, she called him Undi's. Flashback to earlier. GU told the group to grab everything from Buttman's hideout and even asked Hong for her mask, which earned him a jealous kick from Love. When Buttman returned to his cabin, he found the wall smashed and the place completely looted. In its place, a letter from Undi's. The message was clear. If Buttman wanted his gear back, he'd have to meet them in the village square. So now, with no other option, Buttman shows up. He draws his +99 Blade of Enforcement, but Undi's warns him not to take a step closer. He then tells Captain Love to take something out, and she does. The mythical rank Dagger of the Fire Dragon. Undi's threatens to sell it to an NPC if Buttman doesn't back off. That's just savage. Buttman freaks out, shouting that the dagger's worth 200 million won, roughly $150,000, and selling it to an NPC would only get him 300 gold. Sweating bullets, Buttman demands to know what Undies wants. Ji-yu grins, licks the dagger, and says all he wants is to screw Buttman over. The taunting drives Buttman up the wall. He snaps and vanishes, teleporting behind Ji-yu with a GM zone warp. A blinding flash follows. Love yells out, realizing both Ji-yu and Buttman have disappeared. Inside the GM zone, the two are locked in combat. Buttman curses and taunts Ji-yu, swearing to tear him apart. A heavy hit shatters Hong's mask on Ji-yu's face. Ji-yu scolds him for swearing at another user. Buttman rants about how users like Ji-yu live in fantasy and refuse to deal with the real world. The fighting doesn't slow down as they argue. Ji-yu sarcastically asks what crawled up Buttman's spine, calls it a midlife crisis. Buttman, furious, attacks harder. As they brawl, Buttman starts going off about how players like Ji-yu always blame guys like him, even though he worked hard behind the scenes. Then he starts a flashback. 7 years ago, when he was just an idealistic developer at Chrono Life's headquarters. But Ji-yu doesn't let it slide. He cuts him off mid-speech and smacks him in the face with a wooden stick. He tells him flat out, "No redemption arc for you. No one's got time for your sob story." A loud crash rocks the GM zone, but Buttman survives thanks to his healing factor skill. Ji-yu is shocked and gets hit again. Only then does he realize, of course Buttman's an admin. That's how he's pulling all these tricks. Buttman then activates one of his secret abilities, Soul of the Giant. As his strength explodes with flashing lights, he absorbs the giant's power, letting out a primal scream. Ji-yu makes a snarky remark about how cool the skill looks, unlike Healing Factor, which he says just looks gross and creepy. Buttman carries the presence of a character straight out of a Morum-style epic. With the Soul of the Giant active, his damage and reach skyrocket by 1000%, basically unstoppable. One swing of his sword sets off a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Ji-yu's healing factor kicks in, restoring his body. He sarcastically praises Buttman's power, saying he wants that kind of ability too. True to his greedy nature, Ji-yu's remark makes Buttman pause just long enough for him to strike with a tentacle and activate Veracity, planning to drain Buttman's stats and snatch his skill. But Buttman counters with his hidden agility skill, Speed of Light, teleporting instantly anywhere in his sight and launching rapid attacks. Ji-yu groans, realizing it's that kind of skill. Buttman mocks him, bragging that raw stats rule the game, and his are all maxed at 99,999, totally busted. He goes on to ridicule Ji-yu's lackluster control, calling him a lucky nobody with a strong item. Ji-yu, pissed off, fires back that Buttman's the last person who should talk, being a cheater with admin privileges. Buttman just laughs and tells him to become an admin too if he's that bitter. That's the last straw. Ji-yu headbutts him in the face. Buttman's stunned. With Ji-yu's low agility, he didn't expect such speed. Ji-yu is lying on the ground from the impact, but still manages to mock Buttman, calling it superior control. Even while getting beat down, he keeps his sass. Buttman, annoyed, zips in again using Speed of Light, saying no matter what Ji-yu pulls, he won't match his speed. Standing up, Ji-yu says he didn't use a skill, just took advantage of the system. He lifts his wooden stick and spins. Buttman's confused. Then Ji-yu disables recoil adjustment and strikes. The blast is huge. He dashes in and smacks Buttman right in the face with his stick, landing a clean hit. Ji-yu proudly calls it a genius move. Yeah, he earned that flex, and asks Buttman how it feels to be hit by an attack strong enough to crush a planet. Buttman just laughs it off, saying cheap tricks won't fix Ji-yu's clumsy control. Ji-yu agrees he can't match Speed of Light, but he's done playing. He lifts his right hand, now glowing with purple energy, and tells Buttman goodbye. Cliffhanger. Back in the front village, Love lounges on a bench with a sack of mythical items beside her. She's wondering what Ji-yu's plan for Buttman is. Hong stands nearby, wearing a spare mask. She says she doesn't know the details and assumed he'd have told his girlfriend. The word makes Love blush. He didn't, actually. All he said was that he planned to provoke Buttman into dragging him to the GM zone. Hong's curious why he delayed the showdown for an entire day. She figures this must be part of how Ji-yu plans to take Buttman down. Cut back to the GM zone. Ji-yu's hand glows purple, pulsing until it explodes into a burst of violet light. Buttman eyes him warily, uncertain if Ji-yu actually has something capable of beating him. Ji-yu activates summoning, just a basic skill for summoners. Buttman bursts out laughing. It's the most vanilla move in the book. He even admits Ji-yu had him worried for a second, then goes full lecture mode, saying without high charisma and intelligence, the most Ji-yu can summon is a disposable mob. But then a shadowy figure begins to form. Buttman keeps laughing until the shape becomes clear. A familiar man with a scar and a lit cigarette steps out. Buttman's face drops. The summoning completes. President Dok Choi appears. Ji-yu mocks him, thrilled by the reaction, proud that dragging Chrono Life's big boss into the game worked out. Flashback to the night before. Shades Guy asks manager someone, aka Buttman, to hang out longer, but he brushes him off, focused on calculations. They part ways. Later, while walking with a girl, Shades Guy is cornered in an alley by men in suits, along with CEO Choi. Shades Guy gets beaten until he spills everything about Buttman's cash grab plan and escape. Choi orders his men to bury the snitch, then approaches Ji-yu, who is keeping watch nearby. In his head, Ji-yu wonders if these guys are literal mafia. Choi playfully warns him to stay cautious. Then, Choi confirms Buttman's getting fired and sued. Ji-yu asks if the CEO's free the next evening. He's got a scheme to settle the score. Back to the present. Buttman is frozen, horrified. He tries to call for a system override, but he's locked out mid-battle. Desperate, he shuts down the GM zone. Ji-yu, panicked, calls out to the CEO that Buttman's running. Choi simply opens up the boss zone, now bathed in green instead of the GM zone's red. No escape this time. Buttman grips his sword and charges Choi. His blade connects. Nothing happens. Choi is unfazed, the literal god of Chrono Life. With slow intensity, Choi removes his sunglasses and tells Buttman he's not even on a mutt's level. His status window opens, infinite stats and level, the true boss. Choi winds up a punch and announces someone's getting fired. Buttman can only grit his teeth and shut his eyes as his boss smashes his face in, completely shattering his healing factor. One punch. Done. Ji-yu, off to the side, trembles at the raw power. This guy is no joke, and that marks the end of the Buttman disaster. Every mythical item was returned to its rightful owner. Nope, Ji-yu didn't steal a single one. That same day, Buttman got fired for real, plus a solid beatdown from the CEO. Of course, he tried to sue for assault, only to end up digging his own grave. Buttman tries to hit back by filing a countersuit, hoping to annoy CEO Choi, but the company's legal team simply slaps him with more charges, true or not. In the end, he's forced to pay damages and gets completely blacklisted from the gaming world as the story spreads. Things settle down, and Ji-yu finally logs out of Chrono Life. One thing still nags him, though. He never found out if Roach was a user or just an NPC. He's still thinking about that when he walks into his place, only to find a woman with long, straight black hair lounging on his couch. Huh? Ji-yu's jaw drops. She casually greets him, calling him a noob. It's Luna. Somehow, she's in his house. They sit and eat instant noodles together, while Ji-yu, completely thrown off, decides to roll with it. At least now he knows, Luna's definitely not an NPC. She catches him staring. Ji-yu starts blushing like a total fool. She teases him, asking if he thinks she's pretty. He snaps back with a loud no, tells her to shut up, and keeps eating. Still flustered, he starts remembering all her past insults and reminds himself not to fall for her soft side. He demands to know how she got into his house and how she even knows the passcode. Luna stretches and tells him to ask whatever he wants. She's ready to answer everything. First, Ji-yu asks about her real hair color. Was it light pink or black? Luna says black and compliments him for remembering little things. Ji-yu doesn't recall at all, but lets it slide. Then she flips the question, asking if he prefers her pink hair. Ji-yu brushes it off and moves on. He wants to know if she was a unique boss, and if her character was deleted after Buttman killed her. Luna explains that she did die, but since she was in a human state during the fight, her character wasn't erased. Apparently, attacking an admin in a GM zone strips you of divine status, and it actually saved her from deletion. Ji-yu says that's a huge shame. He then asks if she plans to keep hunting players to hit the 1,000 kill mark and reach the Goddess of Life class. Luna tells him that killing 1,000 users is only part of it, and the other conditions are even tougher. She adds that she can freely switch between human and goddess forms. Ji-yu appreciates the explanation, but presses her again on the real question. Who is she? Showing up in game is one thing, but being in his actual home crosses the line. He says he's ready to call the cops. Luna, unbothered, says people are getting in her way in the game, then suddenly asks him to be her man. He practically blue screens at the question. You shouldn't have insulted his parents. Now he's completely stunned. Before he can react, the doorbell rings. Luna wonders who'd visit this late. Ji-yu thinks it's a blessing, perfect timing. Outside, Sarong is at the door, calling for Undyne and asking him to open up so they can talk. Ji-yu stares at Luna, unsure what to do. Dude, don't open the door. You're about to trigger a cat fight. But it's too late. Sarong enters the house and immediately comments on how neat the place is. After a bit of small talk, Ji-yu finally asks Sarong why she dropped by so late. She wants to know what time he's logging in, and he tells her probably after breakfast. He's got nothing planned for the weekend. Sarang says she has no gigs and asks if he can help her grind. So basically, she's setting up a date while another girl's hiding in the apartment, clutching her ramen. Major NTR energy. As their chat wraps up, Sarang hands Jiyu her number and tells him to call her, then throws in a threat not to ignore her messages. Jiyu's just left blinking, trying to figure out what's even going on. Outside, Sarang blushes, proud that she finally got Undyne's number. Our sweet Captain Sarang. Back inside, Jiyu's mentally exhausted from everything happening at once. Luna finally asks why he told her to hide. Jiyu, clearly fed up, tells her to leave, but Luna, totally unbothered, jokes that she's staying the night. Then she shifts back to serious mode, asking for his answer to her earlier proposal. Jiyu snaps, saying she still hasn't told him who she really is. Luna just laughs, saying she wants to keep the mystery alive. Eventually, she clears up her wording. She didn't mean be my man literally. What she wants is for Jiyu to join her party. Meanwhile, back in Chrono Life, Habaki kneels before his master, the great merchant, Right of Sloth. The merchant asks about Habaki's missing arm. Habaki admits it's his own failure. Without a word, the great merchant raises a hand and restores Habaki's arm with a flash, no gross side effects. Habaki glances at it and says he's earned another scar. The merchant asks, who did it? Was it that same warrior? But Habaki explains that Undyne actually saved him and insists that if his master meets him, he'll definitely approve. In fact, Habaki says Undyne is a perfect fit to become one of the 7 deadly sins, more firepower than even a Meliodas type. Elsewhere, Paradise Silver Beach is a farming hotspot for level 30 users just past the noob stage. It's crawling with slimes that melt anything they touch. But there's a catch, a massive level 85 field boss, the Kraken. This giant octopus has armor like a tank and can maneuver across both land and sea with its tentacles. Right then, Undyne whacks the Kraken in the face with a strike skill, leaving it at just 1 HP. He calls in Kath and Love. Love jumps in and nails the Kraken's eye with Fallen Dragon's strike, landing the killing blow. At this point, they're both totally busted. Jiyu asks if she gained any XP, but Love says nope. Eurus explains it's because of the level gap. Boosted low-level users won't get any experience. Jiyu then asks if Love's always had such a strong skill, and she credits the weapon he gave her. Jiyu starts to realize Love could grind without him now. Love thinks about it and casually says she'd rather just get boosted. It's easier. Plus, she wouldn't be hanging out with Undyne if she didn't need him. Cue emotional damage. Jiyu still doesn't get it. Slow as ever. Overhead, Luna watches from the sky. She's still bitter about last night. Jiyu told her he wouldn't join her because he doesn't want to get betrayed again. He also said he's in Captain Love's party and that joining Luna would probably earn him a real-world beating from Sarang. Fair. Luna stares at them a while longer, seething with jealousy and wanting to ruin their moment, but then turns away, deciding to let them go. She claims that Undyne will end up killing Love and becoming Luna's partner, all to bring Chrono Life to an end. Eurus, clearly frustrated, insists that boosting won't help and that no matter what map they try, it's useless. Jiyu turns to Eurus and asks what they should do instead. Meanwhile, Love notices Undyne talking to himself and asks what's going on. Jiyu, teasingly poking Eurus's cheeks, asks if Love seriously can't see the silly dragon. She looks around, confused, and only now decides to ask Jiyu about it. Eurus reminds him that only his master can see him, but if Jiyu shares some of his magic power, Eurus can appear in the real world. Jiyu says he barely has any magic, but Eurus insists it's enough. Jiyu gives in, wondering why they didn't just do this earlier. With a burst of purple light, Eurus's soul becomes visible. A giant beam of condensed energy brings him into reality. When Eurus appears in front of Love for the first time, her heart races and she gets a nosebleed from the sheer cuteness. She immediately begs Undyne to let her pet him. Eurus, taking on the appearance of his original form, dramatically questions how a human dares to touch him, asking if she's not afraid of death. Undyne shrugs and tells Love she can pet him all she wants. It doesn't bother Eurus. Love hugs him and rubs her face on him affectionately. Honestly, I want to do the same. Just then, Habaki arrives with his Griffon, saying he's in trouble and came looking for them. Jiyu asks how he even found them, and Habaki explains it's thanks to one of his mirror skills, the 7th mirror, the mirror of detection, which lets him locate anyone he's met before. Useful gear, but Habaki warns there's no time to chat. He's coming. Jiyu interrupts, stunned that Habaki got his arm back, asking if he just stitched it together. Habaki admits his master reattached it. Jiyu congratulates him, but Habaki tries to refocus on the incoming threat. Suddenly, the ground trembles. Habaki solemnly states he is here, his eternal master and the throne's ruler. Riot of Sloth. The mighty merchant arrives with a legion of angelic warriors. Ji-yu had always imagined Sloth would appear in human form, and is surprised by his massive size, though he doubts he's actually that big. Habaki, riding his griffin, greets his master and apologizes for not informing Ji-yu earlier. The great merchant dismisses it and says he'll speak to Ji-yu himself. Habaki nervously agrees. The throne slams to the ground with force, and from within, a voice calls out to Ji-yu, saying he's heard a lot about him through Habaki. As the dust settles, Ji-yu lays eyes on the riot of Sloth. Cliffhanger, of course. Elsewhere, the goddess of life approaches a throne where a skeleton sits, the remains of Yufa, once the mightiest warrior of his era, dead for centuries. Luna mocks the cliché of the legendary warrior trope. A strange sound comes from the corpse, and the crest on its forehead glows. Unfazed, Luna raises her staff, curses whoever wrote the game's story, and declares this is what makes Chrono Life so great. With a burst of light and a wire, she charges forward. Back to the main story. Riot, the leader of the most powerful angelic army, is famously known as the Great Merchant. He lounges on a massive throne made entirely of gold, his extravagant look enhanced by his tiny, half-naked cherub-like form. His striking appearance leaves Ji-yu and Love stunned, mouths agape. While cradled in Love's arms, Yura seriously notes how intense Riot's presence is. Riot glides toward Ji-yu, introduces himself, and asks if he's the warrior Habaki keeps mentioning. Ji-yu awkwardly confirms, mentally comparing the experience to being menaced by a very cute elementary schooler. Riot sighs, mocks Ji-yu, then abruptly kicks him in the face, twice. Habaki tries to intervene, reminding Riot that Ji-yu is supposed to help them. Riot dismisses him coldly, scolding Habaki for believing monsters can form real bonds with humans. As Ji-yu gets up, he agrees with Riot's sentiment. Users and monsters can't truly be friends, then challenges Riot to a fight in retaliation. Riot corrects him, saying Ji-yu already made the first move when he killed Eurus of Pride. Their battle continues while they talk, both managing to fight and argue at the same time. Riot hurls a boulder, which Ji-yu knocks aside while asking for clarification. Riot explains Eurus was Chrono Life's top monster, and his death threw everything into chaos. That's when the Iroken of Veracity came into the picture. Lo tries to calm Riot down, but he shuts her up with a glare that knocks her to the ground, trembling. Riot looks between her and Love, still ranting. Eurus's death, he says, triggered the rise of the Iroken, and now everything's spiraling, but all of it will be erased by Chrono Life's greatest human, Yufa, who is about to return. At that very moment, Luna stands beside Yufa's corpse. The crest on his skull glows, spreading through his eyes and body. Smiling, Luna remarks that it's not yet time for him to awaken, but still grants him her power. As her magic flows into the body, it regains form, flesh, armor, everything. Yufa rises, and naturally, it's Luna's fault he's waking up. Meanwhile, back at Paradise Silver Beach, Ji-yu questions who Yufa is and why he should even care. If Yufa's just another warrior, he figures he'd be fighting alongside humans anyway. Riot sighs at Ji-yu's ignorance and explains that Yufa won't be reborn as a human. He'll return as one of the 7 deadly sins, bent on destroying the humans who betrayed him. Elsewhere, a massive magical symbol lights up the earth. The ground splits as a skeletal hand claws upward. With a piercing cry, Yufa hauls himself out, surrounded by a sea of the undead. Luna, speaking to no one, recalls how Yufa, once humanity's greatest champion, believed in people more than anyone, until the end, when he despised them more than anyone. She calls it a childish tale, complete with skeleton dragons and undead armies. And just like that, the first brave warrior has returned, as Yufa of Rage. Krona had once been a peaceful land until demons invaded and threw the world into chaos. During that dark time, a hero and his companions brought hope. That hero was Yufa. Riot seriously recounts the past while Ju stares at him blankly, constantly interrupting with skip dialogue. When Riot questions him, Ju admits to skipping all the game's story scenes. Same here, honestly. The gist is that a once heroic warrior turned evil and has been brought back. Ju brushes it off, saying he didn't endure all those hits just to sit through dull dialogue. He brags about landing a single blow that made Eurus flee, claiming real warriors shouldn't act scared. Riot calls him a fool again, warning Ju about the chaos one human can cause. He declares that Yufa will soon raid humanity. As Riot turns to leave, Ju tries to provoke him into continuing the fight. Riot shrugs him off, saying Ju's just wasting his time. Only Yufa is worth his attention. He doubts Ju could even take on the first warrior. Feels like we'll get a flashback showing Riot's history with Yufa soon. Ju lifts his weapon, saying he's not letting Riot go that easily after getting kicked. Suddenly, Hibak grabs his arm from behind, trying to calm him down. Ju tells him to let go, but Hibak clings on and reminds him he's fully healed now. He changes the subject, mentioning the items he sold. That gets Ju's attention. Hibak reveals that the winner of the 15 billion gold prize, worth $11 million in items, is his master. Ju calls Riot Daddy in disbelief. Elsewhere, Yufa, Luna, and a squad of skeletons stand before a giant skeletal dragon. Luna tells Yufa the game's story is a complete mess and shares her powers with him so he doesn't run out of energy. He thanks her, promising to repay her later. When she asks where he's going, Yufa simply says she already knows. As the dragon roars and soars into the air, the skeletons scatter. Yufa, looking back, says he's seen enough of this world. It's time to destroy it. Then he vanishes in a flash of teleportation. He's clearly out for revenge. Luna smiles, saying she's done what she was told, but questions if it was the right thing. A voice asks if she regrets it. She replies that taking out Urakan was easy because he wasn't important to the main plot. The voice tells her to forget it and enjoy the chaos. It's the long-haired blonde guy talking. Meanwhile, God watches from space, saying it's time to sit back and let the world be cleansed. Maybe Luna never had a real choice after all. Back at Paradise Silver Beach, Gu gapes at Riot, who confirms he bought something for 15.3 billion gold and flipped it for 37 billion in just a month. Gu is blown away and starts calling him Sir Riot, offering to learn from him if he'll share his merchant secrets. Riot scoffs, calling out Gu's complete lack of pride. Gu doesn't deny it. His greed outweighs everything. Suddenly, the ground quakes. Riot announces the end of the world. In the sky, a skeleton dragon soars overhead. The front village burns, and skeletons attack every human they come across. Countless players fall. The system finally issues the main Chrono Life quest. Stop Yufa, the Warrior of Rage. With no time to check the quest info, players were suddenly ambushed by a swarm of skeletons. Chaos broke out as innocent users were slaughtered. A glowing staff signaled the casting of Flame Hurricane, engulfing the horde in fire. The spell came from Abracadabra, the royal family's strongest mage and head of the Holy Land Guild. Though they reacted in time, they were still unprepared. Neither their levels nor their gear were enough to handle a boss that had appeared years ahead of schedule, and it was all because of the main character. At Warrior Hill, a loud boom echoed as Yufa arrived. He stood before the graves of his fallen friends, remembering each one. Then, in a flash, he lifted his hand and brought them back. The earth trembled as skeletons rose. A mage, cleric, and bard, all level 999. With Yufa, a level 999 warrior, the full warrior party was reborn. They were ready to finish what had been left undone. But now, the main quest's difficulty had jumped to calamity level. Meanwhile, the MC, ever nonchalant, picked his nose and bragged that one swing would be enough to crush the enemy. As the skeleton dragon advanced, Gu considered using another of his continent-destroying moves. Riot warned him, such an attack would also kill other players, and with the Undead Legion, only holy element attacks would work. A planet-shattering blow wouldn't help either. Yufa and his allies would just respawn when the servers came back up. Riot emphasized that Gu couldn't win this war alone, unless he got possessed by Saitama or pulled off another wild stunt. Gu just grinned and said he was up for the challenge. Declaring war, he raised his plus 99 reinforced wooden stick, disabled the recoil, and slammed it down, launching himself into the air with the shockwave. Love wondered where Undies was headed. Hob called him reckless, and Riot, watching Gu vanish into the sky, at least gave him credit for his determination. The front village was in flames. While players lay defeated on the ground, a golden statue of Gu still stood tall. Overhead, the skeleton dragon hovered, and undead soldiers covered the streets. In real life, players were furious, logging out in frustration. Respawning was pointless. They just died again instantly. What was once a safe zone had been invaded yet again. One user said he might just quit the game, but a girl named Hong overheard and said the game was more exciting this way. The guy, flustered, agreed, and awkwardly asked to play together. Hong shot him down on the spot. Then, Chrono Life made a shocking announcement. A developer complained to CEO Deokbae Choi, saying the players couldn't possibly finish the main quest in their current state. They needed to step in. But the CEO, munching on his food, reminded them never to interfere with player experience. The staff pushed back. After all, the announcement had officially declared the beginning of Chrono Life's main quest. The final outcome now hinges on whether the players can beat Yufa. Back in the burning front village, skeletons roam the area, until a loud crash shakes the ground. Gu emerges from the smoke, commenting on his poor landing, but pleased that he ended up in the right place. Surrounded by skeletons, he's instantly attacked. Due to his low agility, he can't dodge, but the hits don't affect him. Annoyed, he swats at them casually. Bored, he pulls up his skill menu even as one skeleton slashes him from behind. He doesn't flinch, and the skeleton gets exhausted from trying. Jiyu scrolls through his skills and stumbles on the hidden ability Veracity. With a wild laugh, he startles the skeletons. He activates the skill and declares it showtime, crazy mode engaged. A tentacle bursts from his mouth and pierces a skeleton, which disintegrates instantly. Jiyu absorbs its levels and stats, thrilled that it was full of calcium. Because he's already at max gain level, he gets double the stats. As his power skyrockets, Jiyu starts muttering to himself. The surrounding skeletons begin to panic, sensing danger. He eyes them hungrily and declares it's feeding time. Driven by instinct, not logic, the skeletons scatter in fear. Jiyu makes a twisted face, the tentacle lashing out and hunting them down one by one. Stab, absorb, vanish, over and over. Roughly 2,000 skeleton warriors, once feared by all, are reduced to dust. With the battlefield cleared, the skeleton dragon, the strongest undead creature, emerges. While it's nowhere near the power of Urus, it now stands as the reigning Dragon King. Not that it matters to Jiyu, who eliminates it just as easily with his stab and absorb combo. With that, his stats finally cap out at 99,999 across the board. Urus is ecstatic, praising Jiyu and declaring him untouchable. Even Buttman can't reach him now. Jiyu scoffs, telling Urus not to lump him in with garbage. He's overpowered now, just like that. Then someone appears behind them. Jiyu, thinking it's another enemy, turns, only to deflate when he sees it's just Roach. No, wait, it's Luna, the goddess of life. She exits goddess mode, returning to her pink-haired character form. Saying she doesn't want anyone watching, she walks over to Jiyu. As he asks what she means, she suddenly kisses him and clings to him. Jiyu is stunned. So is Urus, who glares at them in disbelief. Team love, apparently. Flustered, Jiyu freezes as Luna leans into him, knee between his legs. He's still reeling from the kiss, wishing it had been out of love. When she pulls away, he blushes furiously and hides his lips behind his arm, mumbling that it was his first kiss. Luna's surprised, then smiles. She claims it was an accident, that she slipped. Jiyu calls her out, saying she even grabbed his neck. Luna laughs, teasing him for remembering everything. She also reminds him that with 99,999 agility, dodging her should have been easy. His blush only deepens. Trying to defend himself, he stopped in his tracks when Luna says it was her first kiss too. Jiyu freaks out, asking why she went for that kind of kiss. Luna slowly steps toward him, and Jiyu nervously backs away, still seeking an answer. Luna insists again that the kiss was just a slip, but quickly changes topics by saying she has something for Jiyu. She pulls a golden artifact embedded with jewels from her sleeve, clearly a mythical tier item, though its full details aren't shown. Luna explains that she had to turn off goddess mode to hand it over without being noticed. Jiyu reluctantly accepts the item but can't let the kiss go, asking her again why she did it. Luna sticks to her story. She slipped. Frustrated, Jiyu gets no answers. Luna shifts back to the item, saying it's valuable and will definitely help him. Just then, Love calls out for Undyes, rushing toward him, only to pause when she notices Luna standing beside him. Her instincts kick in. She narrows her eyes at the space between the two. Jiyu apologizes for disappearing, saying he got carried away. Love approaches and pinches his cape, asking who the girl is. Jiyu casually says they've met before. Luna frowns at Love's hand on Jiyu's cape. With a sigh, she reactivates goddess mode. Love is stunned when she realizes who she's looking at, the goddess of life. Things are about to get catty. Luna glares and asks if Love finally remembers her. She curses under her breath. Love recalls her. Luna had died at the hands of Uriken. Ignoring the tension, Luna mocks Jiyu for being a noob and asks if he's planning to fight Yufa. She warns him it won't be easy. Yufa is now level 999 because she shared her energy with him. And right now, Yufa is already deep inside the demon world, standing in the castle of the Demon King. Inside that castle, the warrior party marches forward. A white sword is planted in the center of the room, with a cloaked figure floating nearby. It's Death, the Demon King's right hand. Death greets Yufa, the man who once killed their king. He asks what Yufa seeks. Yufa replies that he's come to reclaim what's his, the blade of the brave warrior, a mythical weapon known to be the strongest in existence. Compared to it, Jiyu's stick is still stuck at ego rank. Death warns that the Demon King's power is sealed within the sword. Yufa doesn't hesitate. He grabs the weapon, and green energy bursts forth as the system announces a quest completion. The sword darkens from white to black. Yufa has ascended into a hidden class, the new Demon King. His stats are multiplied by 10, and he unlocks the skill Demon King's Almighty Power, which grants him dominance over all demons. Wasting no time, Yufa orders Death to summon every demon soldier and destroy the human world. Death eagerly obeys, morphs into a larger form, and climbs to the top of the Demon King's castle. He opens his massive mouth, creating a portal to the human dimension. Back in the human world, Love clutches Jiyu's arm, staring at the sky. Jiyu looks up too. Death's enormous face now hangs in the heavens, spewing demons from the portal. The Chrono Life apocalypse has begun. Riot watches grimly, wondering if this is how deeply Yufa resents humanity. Jiyu, unfazed, uses Swing Up, shaking the battlefield with a massive boom. He celebrates until he sees the demons are still there, completely unharmed. Lumina explains that demon horns contain immense strength and limitless magical energy. With Yufa now crowned as the Demon King, demons have gained immortality, making them nearly unbeatable. Even the truth-based skill, Veracity, no longer affects them. Still unfazed, Jiyu releases a burst of light, activating his Soul of the Cleric ability, a special trait exclusive to Master Novices. He blesses his ridiculously reinforced +99 wooden stick. Turns out he was paying attention to Riot's long-winded speech. With an exaggerated, supposedly macho pose, Jiyu swings the stick in a holy attack, though the result is more repulsive than heroic. Nevertheless, the swing obliterates the demons in one hit. Luna stares in stunned silence and mutters a curse under her breath. Even with their durable bodies, endless magic, and newfound immortality from Yufa, none of it matters to Jiyu. He yawns, claiming he's bored, and demands Yufa show himself. But as the demon's ashes float up, they start to reform, resurrecting the very enemies he just wiped out. Jiyu is baffled. Even his most divine attacks, which somehow look anything but holy, aren't keeping them down. Luna explains the revival continues as long as Yufa has mana. Realizing this is turning into a battle of stamina, Jiyu keeps swinging. Please, spare us the sight. Luna begs him to stop and tells him the smarter move is to go straight for Yufa. Jiyu accuses her of just wanting him to avoid using his skills. Honestly, Team Luna on this one. He asks how to reach the demon world. Captain Love suggests the massive portal above them. Jiyu is interested, until Luna shuts it down, explaining it's a one-way trip to nowhere. She doesn't pass up the opportunity to insult Love, who fires back angrily, saying no one from Chrono Life has ever reached the demon world, so how would she know? Luna smugly responds that being a goddess lets her travel between dimensions. That's a nice perk. Reaching for Jiyu, she tells him to take her hand. She came specifically to bring him to Yufa. Jiyu almost slips and mentions the item she gave him earlier, but Luna's glare shuts him up fast. Realizing this must be important, he takes her hand and agrees to go. Love's jaw drops at Jiyu's choice. He explains he has no other option if he wants to beat Yufa. Meanwhile, Luna's busy staring at their joined hands. She blushes, beams, and asks if they're ready to go. Still reeling, Love tries to join, but Luna blocks her. Smiling sweetly, Luna says there's no more room in the party. She can only take one. Yeah, she's not hiding her possessiveness. To rub it in, she rests her head on Jiyu's shoulder and tells Love they'll catch up after their date. Jiyu blushes like a schoolboy. Luna activates her dimensional shift skill, and the two vanish. Watching them disappear, Love swears vengeance. Luna is officially her rival now. The goddess of life definitely has the edge in this round. Meanwhile, Jiyu and Luna arrive in the demon world. Jiyu surveys the area before his eyes land on the altar. Yufa and his party stand waiting. With a cold glare, Yufa declares that only rage remains within him and begins his speech. Before Yufa can finish his speech, a deafening explosion rips through the demon castle, blowing apart part of the throne room. Jiyu curses, looking frustrated. He'd skipped the cutscene again. Not the first time someone's done that. The destruction reveals a massive wall inside the castle. Jiyu turns to Luna and casually suggests they leave, thinking their task is done. But Luna refuses, teasing that their date has only just begun, leaving Jiyu visibly confused. Yufa praises Jiyu, saying even the last Demon King didn't wield such power. Jiyu is surprised Yufa dodged his attack, especially with his stats maxed out. Raising his sword, Yufa explains that combat isn't just about stats, it's about reading your opponent. He lunges with a crescent slash, landing a hit on Jiyu while continuing to lecture about observation and anticipation. But suddenly, Jiyu appears behind Yufa, thanking him for the advice. Caught off guard, Yufa swings around, only for Jiyu to vanish again. Then, from directly beneath him, Jiyu's head pops up between Yufa's legs with a creepy grin, because of course, Jiyu can't help being gross. Yufa tries to stab him, but Jiyu slips away, moving too fast to land a hit. Like a cockroach with insane agility, Jiyu taunts that messing with opponents is more fun when you're that fast. Yufa silently fumes. Back in Front Village, Love curses Undai for leaving her to deal with the swarm of flying demons. She stumbles and falls just as a demon looms over her. She remembers Undi leaving with the woman she can't stand, Luna, recalling how Luna cozied up to him and made him blush. Fueled by jealousy, Love punches the demon square in the face. Normally, as a level 25, she wouldn't even scratch a level 100 plus demon. But with the knuckles of the Ascended, her power jumps over 100 levels. On top of that, the weapon can shift its elemental affinity to the enemy's weakness. Right now, it's glowing with holy energy. Her punch instantly kills the demon, earning her a big XP boost and jumping her up to level 39. The weapon's overpowered nature is finally kicking in. Still mad, Love calls out to the demons to line up and be her punching bags. There are a lot of demons in Dis, though. She sighs and mutters that Undai's in for it when he gets back. Then, closing her eyes as another demon charges, she braces for the next round. Don't give up yet, Love. Back in the demon world, Yufa again admits Jiyu is stronger. His stats even surpass Yufa's. Jiyu, tired of the back and forth, asks if Yufa can just take the hit and die already to save time. But Yufa likens this fight to all his reckless battles in the past. His undead team appears at his back, and he declares they'll win this one too. Jiyu and Urus stare at them, unimpressed. Jiyu dryly remarks that Yufa only wins because he hides behind his party, making Urus burst into laughter. Jiyu insists that real warriors settle things one-on-one. Urus mocks Yufa's idea of an honorable fight, saying it just means ganging up on someone. Luna warns Jiyu that the warrior party has never lost a raid, boasting a perfect win rate. She offers to team up, but Jiyu stays suspicious. After all, he was the one who revived Yufa. Maybe his plan all along was to revive the enemy just to get a shot at partying with Undies? Kinda sketchy. Love braces herself for a fatal hit, eyes shut, but when nothing happens, she peeks, only to see the demon's leg sliced off. Halm shows up, triggering her Moonlight Assault skill and finishing the demon off. She takes off her mask and checks if Love is okay. Love is happy to see her, but there's no time to catch up. A swarm of demons is closing in fast. Like something straight out of a typical human versus demon showdown, Halm recalls talking to a real-life player who once wanted to quit. Smiling, she says Chrono Life is surprisingly fun. She then calls for all Righteous Bandits Guild members to drop stealth mode and switch to combat mode to defend the front village. Since the enemy demons are protected by immortality, she orders everyone to coat their weapons in holy water. Halm officially declares war, and her guild follows without hesitation. Honestly, it's a tearjerker moment. Their coordination impresses Love. Halm says it's only the second time she's used this full-force strategy since becoming guild leader. The first was when they fought alongside Love's boyfriend. Love blushes when Halm calls Undai her boyfriend. She's way too easy to fluster. Halm says they're not alone, and just then, a barrage of arrows hits several demons at once. Hawkeye, leader of the Justice Guild, arrives with his crew. Hong remarks that this battle needs every guild available. Love notices all 5 top guilds have joined forces. It's all-out war in Chrono. Like an Avengers Assemble moment, a massive explosion erupts from the demon castle. The undead bard starts playing the Song of the Seraphim, boosting the warrior party's speed. If he plays the second verse, a hidden effect will trigger too. Jiyu is impressed, and Luna explains it's one of the bard's ultimate moves. It can manipulate time. She urges Jiyu to join her party again, but he just gives her a sharp look, flips her off, and says there's probably a trick behind her offer. He insists he doesn't need help and can handle everything solo. With 99,999 agility, Jiyu dashes at the warrior party, aiming straight for the bard, believing supports should be eliminated first. But before he can land a blow, Yufa intercepts. They clash weapons, and Jiyu's strike is deflected, throwing him off balance. Urus praises Yufa's smart move, while Luna calls it perfect parrying. Somehow, Luna can see and talk to Urus, now in physical form, without reacting like it's weird. Luna explains that this is Yufa's top-tier skill. Urus screams that Yufa is just way too overpowered. Luna points out that Jiyu can only break the parry by striking even faster, non-stop. Meanwhile, the Psalm of the Seraphim continues to boost the warrior party's speed by bending the timeline. As long as they don't reverse time, it'll be fine. Jiyu just figured Yufa was a bit quicker than expected, thanks to a buff. But then Yufa triggered his secret move, Glory of the Brave Warrior, sacrificing a chunk of his HP to double his stats. He dashed in and landed multiple hits on Jiyu with his sword. Jiyu might have looked concerned, but he was clearly having fun, likening Yufa to a cat chasing a toy he was holding. Then Jiyu noticed the warrior party's mage prepping a spell. The sky began to swirl and rumble as a meteor formed. Jiu admired the high-level fire spell, saying he could dodge it blindfolded with his agility, though it'd be annoying. Instead, he lifted his wooden stick and swung upward, shattering the meteor into falling debris. Looking back at the party, Jiu asked if they had any other flashy tricks to show off, saying this wasn't his performance. Yuffa, panting, replied that they were just getting started. Suddenly, the entire party lit up, and the second verse of the Seraphim song began, triggering a hidden effect that halved the enemy's stats. Jiu and Eurus were both stunned. Jiu's stats plummeted to 49,999 across the board. Yuffa revealed that becoming a Demon King granted him a 10-fold stat boost, so with the Bard's support, he and Jiu were now evenly matched. Yuffa even taunted that Jiu's creepy tentacles wouldn't even get close. He threw Jiu's question back at him. Did he have anything left to show? Jiu just stared, scratching his cheek, then gave a sly smile. He said it was time to use that. Yuffa was puzzled. Eurus realized what was coming, the hidden skill of Buttman. Luna frowned, saying Jiu hadn't met the third condition yet to unlock it. But Jiu pulled out Habaki's mirror from under his cape and activated it. A bright light flashed. He'd unlocked Mirror of Expansion, which enlarges the target based on their max mana. Jiu used it on himself and became so massive that the only thing visible in the demon realm was his giant white cotton underwear. Only Love and Luna were truly impressed by the sight. Meanwhile, Love kicked a demon to death and leveled up. She commented that the number of demons was rising. Hong explained they kept respawning under the Demon King's protection and that the open portal only made it worse. Love yelled that it was totally unbalanced as another demon lunged at her. Abra stepped in and vaporized it with a single skill. She said the only way to complete the quest was to defeat Yuffa of Rage. Love joked they should all just log out, but Abra warned that doing so would destroy the world, burning the human realm and replacing it with a demon world. Love protested that the devs could just hit reset, but Hong shook her head. She reminded Love about the earlier announcement. Everything in the game now depended on player choices, and if the world ended, there would be no rollback. Chrono Life would shut down permanently. Love freaked out at that, but Hong only smiled, saying that's exactly what made the game exciting for her. She enjoys the thrills it gives. Love worries that not everyone knows how serious the situation is, but Abra reassures her, most players are already aware. Plenty are battling demons, even those outside the top 5 guilds. Some fight to protect the world, others are just in it for the loot and EXP. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Yuffa stares at Gyu's giant undies. He must be over 10,000 meters tall. The bard keeps strumming and triggers the highlight effect of the Song of the Seraphim, dropping Gyu's stats to just 1/5 of their max. Eurus complains that Gyu's healing ability should make him immune, but Luna clarifies the skill doesn't inflict a debuff. It warps time around the target. It might be OP, but it's useless now since Gyu's out of range. Luna, however, is clearly enjoying the view. Gyu's enormous face looms in the sky as he calls out to Yuffa, asking if he can still block his attacks. He mocks Yuffa while towering over the demon world. He's beyond Titan-sized. Yuffa clenches his sword, staring up in silence. Gyu raises his wooden stick, contemplating where to strike, then slams it down toward the warrior party in the demon castle. Yuffa closes his eyes, bracing for the impact. The swing lands with a blinding flash, shattering the demon world into fragments, a literal planet-splitting blow. As the world vanishes, a system message pops up. The effects of Mirror of Expansion have been cancelled due to overuse. Gyu shrinks back to normal and apologizes for breaking Habaki's second mirror. It'll need time to recharge. He hopes it's ready next time Love's around. He'd love to see her reaction to his Titan form. Looking around, Gyu realizes he's blown up another planet. Thankfully, the servers are still up since it was only the demon world. Eurus shows up, relieved Gyu's back to normal size. Gyu points out that Eurus survived, and Eurus explains it's because he's a spirit. He only disappears if the servers crash. Then the goddess of life appears, scolding Gyu for his recklessness and asking how he plans to fix the mess. Gyu notes that Luna's alive too, and she casually says, of course she is, though Gyu probably wishes otherwise. He and Eurus begin scanning the area, suspecting Yuffa might have survived. Eurus jokes he's probably dead, but Gyu says talk like that usually means the guy's still alive. Sure enough, they hear a weak cough. Sitting on a rock, beaten and burned, is Yuffa. Gyu and Eurus burst out laughing. Yuffa's alive after all. Gyu compares him to a cockroach that somehow survived a blast and ended up floating in space. Space Roach. Luna glances at Yuffa and says he doesn't have long. His life force is fading. With the quest nearly done, Gyu walks over. Yuffa admits he's on the verge of death. Giyu starts mocking him again, which annoys Yufa, who complains that today's warriors have no manners. Giyu disagrees. He's got manners. Undai's the real outlier. Finally, Yufa sighs and admits something. Giyu is still the strongest man he's ever known. Yufa finally admits defeat. Over in Front Village, the battle rages on, and everyone's running on fumes. Hawkeye urges his team to hang in there, not to win, but to buy undies the time he needs to finish off Yufa. The demons are still attacking, probably because Yufa hasn't fully died yet. Lug is already badly wounded and clearly exhausted, which worries Hong. She realizes the entire team is at their limit. As panic sets in, a demon grabs her. She thinks this might be the end, but then the hand holding her crumbles into ash. All around, demons scream as they disintegrate into dust. Lug, still barely standing, gives Undai's credit for finishing the fight. Back in space, Yufa glows softly, saying his time is almost up. Chibi, watching him fade, suddenly asks, why did Yufa start hating humans after defeating the Demon King? It's a fair question. Yufa replies that it's not a grand tale. Being extraordinary made people both admire and resent him. Tears fall as he confesses that, more than anyone, he truly loved humans. But it was those very humans who betrayed him. That's why he felt no guilt turning his old comrades into undead like himself. Lug, watching Yufa vanish, thinks about how deeply Yufa truly cared. Then, Yufa fades completely, and the system announces the main quest is complete. Jiya receives the quest rewards, and since he soloed Yufa, he earns bonus prizes. Suddenly, a shining figure approaches. A man with flowing golden hair and slippers greets Jiyu. It's God, the so-called supreme being, still present even if the servers go down. He praises Jiyu for defeating Yufa and offers him two choices via a system prompt: ascend as one of the 7 sins, or remain human. God reveals Yufa faced the same decision after slaying the Demon King. Yufa chose to become one of the sins, driven by his growing hatred for humans, even though his final words showed he still loved them deep down. Jiyu narrows his eyes at God, recalling Yufa's final moment, then suddenly grins and says there's no need to think it over. He selects an option. The system confirms his choice. Behind him, Yura squeezes next to Luna to peek at the screen. Luna looks stunned and speechless. God asks why Jiyu made that choice. Jiyu just smiles and says, obviously because, boom, cliffhanger. Cut to the next day. Real-world Jiyu lies in bed, drooling and staring blankly at the ceiling. His phone buzzes. It's a message from Captain Love. They exchange a quick, sarcastic back and forth, with Jiyu complaining that as the MVP, he's earned his rest. Then Sarong messages, asking him out to dinner. Jiyu is confused. Suddenly, Luna is beside him in bed, casually saying Sarong's probably flirting. She rants about how students should be studying instead. Jiyu freaks out, falling off the bed. How is Luna in his house again? He yells at her to stop changing the subject. Luna just shrugs it off, claiming she's only there to return a shirt she borrowed. Yeah, right? Jiyu found himself wondering if he'd lent his shirt to Luna, then blushed as he remembered how she had looked back at him that day. Embarrassed, he asked her if the shirt she wore was his, though he wasn't even sure anymore. Luna shifted the topic, asking if he was heading out to eat, because if he was, she was coming too. Jiyu could only offer a blank, uneasy expression, realizing this could go very wrong. At their usual restaurant, Sarong fumed while Luna happily ate. Jiyu sat with them, nervously sweating. Sarong, clearly pissed, asked him why Luna was there when it was supposed to be just the two of them. In panic mode, Jiyu clumsily explained that since they all knew each other in-game, he figured dinner together made sense. He was just throwing excuses around, even mentioning he ran into the roach lady, as if that would ease the tension. He looked like a boyfriend trying to calm his jealous girlfriend. Then Luna dropped a bomb. She casually mentioned that they had just been lying in bed together. Jiyu stared at her, stunned. Sarong's rage flared again, grilling Jiyu with questions. All he could think was how badly things were spiraling. Luna sighed, questioning why Sarong acted like his girlfriend when they weren't even a couple. Sarong hesitated, saying it was because they were in a party and she was the captain. Then Sarong turned the question on Luna, asking what she was to Jiyu. Luna called herself his stalker, smiling as she added that they shared something special, both online and in real life. Jiyu thought back to their in-game kiss and turned away, insisting that what happened in Chrono Life didn't count in reality. But Luna teased him, saying feelings in-game are real too. She touched her lips and asked if she should recreate the kiss in real life for comparison. Jiyu blushed. Sarong, now shouting, complained that she was being excluded and that Luna was blurring the lines between game and reality. But then she froze, suddenly realizing what Luna had been implying all along. The realization hit her hard, leaving her shaken. Luna smirked at Sarang, who stood up and stormed out, hurt and furious. My OTP is doomed, she must have thought. Luna was visibly pleased, while GU just told her to finish her food so they could leave. After their meal, they chatted outside. Luna brought up the past and asked GU why he had made that decision. Was this finally the moment we'd find out? GU asked if she hadn't overheard his conversation with God. She had, but pressed again, was the choice because of Sarang? GU, dodging the question, scratched his cheek and brushed her off before walking away. So what did he choose? Back in the game, GU logged in and was greeted by Eurus. They were in an alley in Front Village. GU felt at ease again in the digital world, which made Eurus wonder why he couldn't relax like this in real life. GU explained with a pained look that real life was chaos, thanks to Luna and Sarang. Just then, a wooden stick landed next to him. He looked up to see the bald kid who had once given him his weapon. GU was stunned. It was really him, a divine appearance almost. The scene cut to Chrono Life HQ, where CEO Choi was watching this reunion unfold. A staff member asked the CEO what to do, but he simply said to keep watching. As he observed the reunion, he wondered why, of all moments, the two would meet now. Was this some kind of divine joke? GU was overjoyed to see the bald kid again and asked how he'd been, but the kid stared blankly, not recognizing him at first. GU began recounting how all his equipment had been destroyed and how the kid had given him the wooden stick he still carried. Slowly, the memory returned to the kid, and they began chatting about GU's golden statue. Then Eurus showed up, startling the kid. GU introduced him, while Eurus complained about not being respected, only to be suddenly embraced by the kid. Strangely, the kid still hadn't said a word. Holding his wooden stick tightly, GU expressed his heartfelt thanks. Something about the kid made it easy for him to open up. He started talking about everything that had happened since receiving the stick, including the choice he had to make between becoming one of the 7 sins or staying human. The kid's eyes lit up with curiosity as GU revealed he chose to remain human. Would have made a great greed, though, unless someone already took that slot. The kid still wanted to know why. GU said they'd talk more next time and that he had something for the kid. Meanwhile, Eurus had grown so cozy in the kid's hug that he was casually munching on meat. GU then summoned all his ascended weapons with a flash. The kid's eyes went wide, staring at the array scattered on the ground. GU said they were all for him. He didn't need them anymore, since he had the wooden stick. But the kid waved off the offer. GU asked why, since they were insanely valuable. The kid paused, then scribbled something on paper and handed it over. Later, in the real world, GU arrived at the address written on that note. What he found was totally unexpected. There, sitting in a hospital bed hooked up to life support, was the person he had poured his heart out to, a young girl with an incurable illness and just 2 weeks left to live. Total Yuki from SAO Energy. As GU entered, the girl patted the spot beside her. He sat down without a word. She wrote on a sketchpad, apologizing for only giving him an address. She just really wanted to meet him. She also apologized for not being able to speak due to her illness. GU told her it was okay. She wrote that listening to his story brought her so much joy, and it made her want to share her own. It might not be as grand or exciting, but she wanted someone to remember her. She worried it might seem selfish, but GU assured her it wasn't. He had the time, and he loved hearing other people's stories. Telling your story isn't selfish. The girl smiled and playfully accused him of lying. After all, she knew he always skipped the dialogue in games. Caught off guard, GU blushed and stammered that it was different. It was just a game. She saw right through him. Then she began telling her own story, starting with the class she chose in Chrono Life. She'd picked the merchant class, enjoying the experience of meeting people through buying and selling. The girl confessed that in real life, she was shy and withdrawn, completely different from how she acted in the game. In the real world, CEO Choi spoke fondly of the sweet merchant who gave potions to beginners for free and sold items at absurdly low prices. She wasn't a great merchant in the traditional sense, since profit didn't matter to her, but everyone adored her, both players and NPCs alike. She wasn't flashy, but she had a presence that could brighten any space, like a star against the night sky. Then the mood shifted. Choi explained how she abruptly stopped logging in. Everyone noticed her absence and wondered where she went. Time passed. Her old companions leveled up and moved on to new zones. Only GU still lingered in the Front Village, long after everyone else had gone. The CEO continued. One day, she returned. Gone were her elegant pigtails and stylish clothes. Now she wore the game's cheapest gear. Yet, she still looked more put together than GU ever did. She didn't speak anymore, only used emoticons, and continued giving away all her items. Eventually, she was left with nothing but a wooden stick. That wooden stick. She handed it to a player, who immediately tossed it aside with a complaint and walked away. She felt sorry that all she had to offer was that stick. But then, she heard the sound of someone sobbing and the metallic clatter of shattered gear. Peeking into an alley, she saw a man sitting in his underwear, surrounded by broken equipment. Tears rolled down his face. Looking at the stick in her hand, she made a decision. That's how Ji-yu received the wooden stick, from someone who gave it with a pure heart. As she wrapped up her story, the girl pointed out that the rest of it belonged to Ji-yu, the tale of its 99 reinforced wooden stick. She even said the title. She admitted she tried to act strong after learning she was terminally ill, but cried so much anyway. She wondered if any of her old friends still remembered her, or if they had all moved on. She didn't wish for a miracle. She just wanted to be remembered. Ji-yu, overwhelmed, ran home and jumped straight into Chrono Life. He charged into the Eurus Legion's area and started mowing down every monster in sight. Eurus, watching him go berserk, asked if he was okay. He had never seen Ji-yu like this before. It was more than just grinding. It was a storm of emotion. While slaying monsters, Ji-yu thought about the girl, her condition, and the massive cost of the surgery. He made a decision. No matter the price, even if it cost millions, he would pay for it. He begged her to undergo the surgery. He remembered how she was hesitant at first, thinking she was just being given false hope. The surgery only offered a 30% chance to survive. She cried, scared that if she took the surgery and it failed, she wouldn't even have her 2 weeks left. Ji-yu told her she would live and that she would never be forgotten. But instead of calming her, it made her break down even more. She told him he didn't understand. It wasn't that simple. Being sick like that changes everything. It doesn't just destroy your body, it wrecks your whole life, your family, your relationships, everything. Back in Chrono Life, the goddess of life made yet another appearance. Yura, slightly annoyed, pointed out how often she's been showing up lately, definitely putting a dent in her OTP. Even Luna commented that frequent appearances weren't like her, as it chipped away at her mystique. But the goddess insisted she was only here to help, though no one was entirely convinced. Luna then stood by Ji-yu and quietly told him that everything had been prepared. Meanwhile, in the real world, the girl sat curled up on her hospital bed, her face buried in her arms. She replayed her conversation with Ji-yu in her mind, trembling and crying. She admitted she was terrified. She didn't want to die, and more than anything, she didn't want to be forgotten. Just then, a hand gently touched her shoulder. She looked up and was stunned. Ji-yu sat beside her, smiling. Her eyes grew wide as she noticed her hospital room was now filled with people. Ji-yu explained that all of them were friends she had made in Chrono Life. These were the users she'd helped with her potions, cheap items, and kind heart. Likely Roach Lady had a hand in gathering them. Everyone shared stories about how her generosity helped them and how none of them had ever forgotten her. Their words overwhelmed her, and she cried again, this time from joy. They told her they still loved her. A few days later, with a promise to come back happier, the girl chose to undergo the surgery. Luna had been the one who tracked down every player who knew her. Their presence gave the girl the strength to take that leap. She risked everything, and in doing so, proved to be more courageous than anyone. Despite everything life threw at her, she vowed to return to the game with that same bright smile, the one that warmed hearts and lit up rooms. A kind, selfless little merchant who never cared about profit but gave everything to others. The world needs more souls like hers. Back in Chrono Life, Ji-yu stood alone beside her old merchant's stall, looking lost. Then someone approached. He turned and froze. It was her. The girl, now with long hair and familiar pigtails. His mouth dropped open in disbelief, and then his eyes welled with tears. He smiled, seeing the one person he had ever truly confided in. She was the Starlight Flower. This chapter tore at the heartstrings. The girl lived, in this story at least. May the real-life soul she was inspired by rest in peace, forever cherished by those who knew her. Elsewhere, in the demon realm, Dana had been fully restored after its destruction. But the demons within turned on one another, driven by bitterness from gaining and losing their king in one breath. Their hatred, their inability to conquer the human world, it all turned inward. Death, the Demon King's right hand, watched it all unfold. His face was unreadable, but concern weighed heavily behind his quiet demeanor. To restore order, he retrieved a hidden treasure, the essence of the Demon King, a gem capable of granting the hidden class of Demon King. He'd picked it up near the Demon King's castle, relieved it hadn't been sealed inside the hero's sword like before. With this gem, someone could rise again, but who? He couldn't entrust it to just anyone. The question lingered in his mind. Was there anyone worthy of becoming the next Demon King? Death briefly considered using the Demon King essence on himself, but then a thought struck him. Giyu. He pictured Giyu's grotesque face with that wriggling tentacle from his mouth, his monstrous, unholy abilities, and the terrifying aura he carried as he loomed over the demon world. He remembered the moment Giyu stuck his horrid face between Yufa's legs. A smirk crept across Death's face. He had found the ideal candidate, undeniably perfect. Meanwhile, in the human realm of Chrono Life, Giyu was casually wiping out bunny bears, barely using a sliver of his power. He was collecting their teeth to grind into HP potions. Once the area was cleared, he and Yuris headed back to town. Giyu didn't even need the potions, so why was he doing it? At the front village gate, Giyu waited for someone. Passers-by whispered and gawked as he and Yuris passed through. Then, Giyu raised a hand and waved. It was her, his benefactor, the star-like flower. Star. Star greeted him with a cheerful emoticon and teasingly called him Wooden Stick Man. Giyu handed over the bunny bear materials, which she accepted gratefully. Using her mix potion skill, she transformed the teeth into glowing potions with a poof. Giyu noted she could make serious money selling them. Star agreed, but said she didn't make them for profit. Then, without hesitation, she ran off to the carpenter NPCs, handing out the potions with heartfelt thanks. She made sure they drank them and thanked them for all their hard work. Watching her, the NPCs were overjoyed. From a distance, Giyu quietly took it all in, then turned to Yuris and said they should go gather more materials. For once, the unshakable MC was undeniably smitten. In the real world, Sarang was still stewing over the awkward dinner incident with Giyu and Luna. Lost in thought, she was snapped back to reality by her manager, who was grumpily eating Ray's chips and getting fed up with Sarang's moody sulking. The manager asked what was going on. Had Undiz dumped her or something? Sarang awkwardly explained, pretending it was about a friend. Her manager humored her, clearly seeing through the excuse. Sarang began explaining. Her friend had started hanging out with a guy who used to be just another player, but they went through so much together. Her friend would get mad at him, worry about him, and for some reason, she always missed him. He'd protect her, make her cry, make her smile. Eventually, her friend realized that all she ever thought about was him. She wanted to know everything about him. That was how Sarang had fallen for Giyu. Realizing what she had just said, Sarang scrambled to walk it back, insisting her friend didn't like the guy, just wanted to see him more. She said this while blushing hard. Then, catching herself again, she shouted. It was what her friend had told her, laughing nervously while her manager kept eating chips, definitely not winning any acting awards. Finally, her manager asked, cutting to the core, what kind of relationship did she want with him? Sarang tried to stick to her story, insisting it wasn't about her, but her manager cut her off immediately, calling her a terrible liar. She already knew the guy Sarang was talking about was Undiz, Jiwoo, the one Sarang was always in a party with. Caught off guard, Sarang stared at her, then looked down, and finally confessed the truth. The manager let out a sigh, crumpled up the chip bag, and tossed it in the trash. She reminded Sarang that idols getting into relationships often lose fans. To some, it feels like betrayal. If she went public with someone like Undiz, it could undo everything she'd worked so hard for. That hit Sarang hard. Her whole career could crumble if she pursued something with Jiwoo. Still, her manager smiled gently, saying she wouldn't stop her. This was her life, and whatever she chose, she'd support her. That reassurance lit up Sarang's face. Her manager joked she could always switch to managing a different celeb and walk away with a fat severance check. But then, getting serious again, she asked Sarang what kind of relationship she really wanted with Jiwoo. Sarang hesitated. She remembered Jiwoo's closeness with Luna, both in the game and in real life. It frustrated her. That frustration turned into something clearer. She admitted that she wanted Jiwoo to be hers. A real, open confession. The manager was moved until she remembered that Jiwoo's an adult and Sarang is only 17. Not great. So Sarang decided to play the long game. She'd make Jiwoo fall for her now, but they'd officially start dating in 3 years. With her manager on her side, Sarang asked for help. She'd never dated anyone, never even talked properly to a boy she liked. Her manager agreed to assist and offered to guide her through in-game chat. Sarang logged into Chrono Life, full of nerves. Meanwhile, her manager whipped out her phone and searched how to get a guy, even though she's supposed to be one of the top managers in the industry. Turns out, she's never been in a relationship herself. Figures. Back in the game, Death wandered the human world looking for Jiwoo, totally winging it. As he tried to think of a strategy, loud booms echoed in the distance. With a smile, Death declared he'd found him. Nearby, Jiwoo was still grinding bunny bears for their teeth. That's when Sarang appeared, taking one down with a solid kick. Jiwoo and Eurus were caught off guard. Blushing, Sarang walked up to Jiwoo and handed him bunny bear teeth, trying to keep it cool. There was a weird pause, and Jiwoo scratched his head awkwardly. Sarang logged in just like any other lovesick teen, hunting down her crush online. Jiwoo, now blushing a little himself, apologized for what happened at the restaurant. He admitted that bringing Luna without telling Captain Love had been a mistake. He hadn't realized the two didn't get along. To make up for it, he offered to treat her to lunch next time. Dude, seriously, how dense can you be? Sarang smiled at the offer and accepted. Then she stepped in close, all smiles, but with a sharp glint in her eyes. Jiwoo immediately started sweating. With that sweet but threatening smile, she asked if what Luna had said back then was true. She wanted answers. Panicking, Jiwoo insisted it was nothing. Nothing had happened. Love leaned in close to Jiwoo and firmly said that something did happen. Jiwoo shook his head in denial, but she wasn't buying it. She pounced on him, determined to make him spill the truth. Their playful scuffle was cut short by a sudden observer. Floating nearby, Death watched it all unfold. He had finally found Jiwoo, only to see him pinned under Love, getting dominated in both conversation and presence. Death was stunned. The man who split the Demon King Yufa's skull was being manhandled by a girl. Death was in awe. This wasn't just any girl. This was someone who could overwhelm Jiwoo. That settled it. She was the one. She was worthy. Without hesitation, Death floated over and interrupted their not-so-private moment, making the two freeze. Death offered the glowing green orb, the essence of the Demon King, to Love. Still straddling Jiwoo, she blinked at the small floating figure and asked who he was. But before she could get an answer, the orb flared with intense light. The system chimed in. Love has received the Demon King's essence. Hidden class unlocked. Demon King. Somewhere beyond, in a divine realm, God, eyeless and eternal watched. He calmly remarked that the final piece was now in place. Originally, Yufa was meant to be that piece, but now it had shifted to Love. God recalled how Luna defied orders to help Jiwoo. It was the first time she'd gone against the divine plan. But it didn't matter now. Whatever she was planning, she was too late. The final chapter had begun. Back in the blinding light, Jiwoo shielded his eyes. As it faded, he saw Love floating above, now transformed. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized what just happened. She flailed in midair, shouting in disbelief. Who just changed my class? I didn't sign up to be the Demon King. Too late. Jiwoo and Eurus stared up at her, speechless. Even Eurus had no idea what was going on. Love kept freaking out over the system update, demanding to know what the heck Demon King Descended even meant. The system didn't waste time answering. It launched the Demon King tutorial, using Love herself as the demo. When the skill activated, her appearance changed. Her hair turned white, her warrior gear became jet black, and she now looked every bit the Demon Monarch. Sleek, powerful, and undeniably hot. Love squealed at the transformation, stunned by her new look. Eurus remarked that she really was the new Demon King. Jiwoo, helplessly watching, commented that Captain Love just got forced into a job she never applied for. Death explained, the skill Demon King Descended transforms the user into the Demon King form with infinite magic power. Most Demon King skills are only usable in this form. The only exception was the passive skill, Demon King's almighty power. Still trying to process everything, Love asked what her unique skills were. The system responded by launching another demonstration. The essence of the Demon King synced with her, status stable, noise level at 1.3%. Suddenly, 4 black wings burst from her back, horns spiraled from her head, and her eyes turned a glowing red. The air rumbled with power. Jiwoo and Eurus could only watch, jaws dropped, like they were front row for a movie premiere. Popcorn-worthy, for sure. With just a snap of her fingers, Love whispered a single word, annihilate. A sphere of red light sparked at her fingertip, and it started to grow. The red light launched from Love's fingertip, roared across the sky, and exploded in the distance with terrifying force. Annihilation, a hidden Demon King skill, channeled infinite magic power into a single devastating beam. But it had a charge time, much like Yusuke's spirit gun. Love floated there, stunned, unable to speak. The sheer scale of the power she had just unleashed left her speechless. As she descended to the ground, her horns and wings faded away. Jiwoo, meanwhile, was hyped. He praised her performance, saying how amazing and strong Captain Love was, clearly impressed. Love, however, wasn't thrilled. Her voice trembled as she turned to Jiwoo, asking what she was supposed to do now. Was she meant to fight humans? Was she supposed to fight him? Jiwoo scratched the back of his head, unsure. Love's eyes welled up. She clearly didn't want to turn against the people she'd been fighting beside. Tearfully, she also worried about how strange she looked now. Jiwoo looked at her closely, blushed, and softly said, "You don't look strange. Love, you actually look sexier in your new outfit." Death nodded, pleased with his decision. Love's compatibility was shockingly high, activating the exclusive Demon King skills with only 1.3% noise. Death declared that her heart harbored a darkness even deeper than Yufa's. Maybe he was referring to her past pain and trauma? Frustrated, Love snapped. She grabbed Death and tugged at his squishy little face, yelling at him to turn her back to normal. Unbothered, Death calmly explained that the Demon King essence would only leave her body if she died. As the Demon King, she was now a unique boss monster. Once she's defeated, it's game over for her character. Love panicked. Meanwhile, Jiwoo sat there smiling, watching her tug Death's face. "He looks squishy," he commented. "I kind of want to pinch him too." Eurus, clearly not amused, frowned and grumbled that he's much squishier than Death. Jiwoo just blinked, wondering why this even mattered. Now we've got a proper squishy companion rivalry going on. Love then asked if she had to stay in this Demon King form permanently, or if there was some way to undo it. Death whistled innocently and said he wouldn't tell. He preferred keeping a Demon King around. That only made Love tug harder. Still, Death gave a firm no. Jiwoo, watching the chaos, suggested that maybe Love could just say something like, "Turn off Demon King mode," to switch back. Worth a try. Meanwhile, he remembered his errands and took the bunny bear teeth to Star, who was probably waiting for her crafting materials. Eurus commented that Jiwoo was like a big brother. Jiwoo countered, asking what kind of big brother was actually nice to his sister. The rare kind, apparently. "I am definitely not one of those," Jiwoo adds. Elsewhere, at one of Chrono Life's major fortresses, Castle Ardner, soldiers patrolled the high walls. Suddenly, thunderous footsteps echoed across the land. A monstrous figure raced toward the castle. As it leaped up and landed atop the wall, the guards were left speechless, until they were instantly slaughtered. The remaining soldiers tried to identify it. "Is it a werewolf?" one asked. The creature snarled, offended. "I'm not a monster," it growled. "Okay, sorry," one guard said, backing off. "We just don't know what to call you yet." The being glared. "Humans are blind." Then, two more figures appeared beside it, equally powerful, equally terrifying. They stood on the walls and announced themselves. "We are not monsters. We are anthropomorphs." The lizard-like anthropomorph slashes a soldier, triggering chaos. People rush toward the scene, Hawkeye and the Justice Guild among them. As Lord of Castle Ardner, Hawkeye orders the guild to wipe out the enemy. Watching the fight unfold, he suddenly turns to his livestream audience, urging them to like, subscribe, and enable notifications. While his men clash with the monsters, one of them calls out to him, telling him to jump in. Everyone's more interested in the new creatures anyway. But just as he's engaging his viewers, Hawkeye goes quiet. He scans the battlefield. Dead silence. All members of the Justice Guild lie lifeless around him. The anthropomorphs now set their sights on Hawkeye, who freezes in fear. His chat floods with messages telling him to run. Even before reading them, Hawkeye bolts, panic taking over as he tries to make sense of what these things are. But then he notices his own shadow being overtaken. He turns around to find the wolf anthropomorph right behind him. Despite his reputation for speed as an elf, he can't outrun them. The wolf clamps down on him, killing him brutally. Castle Ardner falls with its master, overwhelmed by these strange beings, the anthropomorphs. Meanwhile, back with GU and Love, Death urges the newly crowned Demon King to summon demons and wipe out humanity. Love refuses, prompting Death to scold her about not doing her duty. She retorts, asking why she even should, to which Death says it comes with the power she holds. Love laughs this off, admitting she's not even that strong. This throws Death for a loop. He thought she was the strongest since she manhandled GU, but Love clarifies her level is only 92. That stuns Death even more. He then asks about Undy's level, and GU casually responds, Undy is maxed out at level 999. Death freaks out, unable to reconcile how a level 999 lost to Love. GU explains that Undy has a deep past with Captain Love, which makes their dynamics unique. Death internally curses. He feels duped. Suddenly, a crack opens in the space near them. All eyes turn to it as a giant monster's claw emerges. Luna stands atop it, staring directly at Love in her Demon King form. She descends and locks eyes with Love, teasing her about how much she's changed. It's a tense moment, Goddess of Life versus the Demon King. They stare each other down until Luna lifts her staff. GU stops her, asking if she planned to kill Captain Love. Luna admits she was, but now thinks it's not worth the trouble. Shout out to GU for saving Love. As Luna walks away, she says everything is going perfectly, almost laughably so. Only then does Love realize how close she came to being erased, if not for Undai's interference. Luna admires Love's appearance as the new Demon King, joking that she looks so good it makes Luna want to kill her. She doesn't even hide the jealousy. Meanwhile, GU contacts Roach Lady, asking her what her role actually is. Even though she helped with the star's surgery, GU still isn't sure whether they're the heroes or just villains in disguise. Luna avoids answering. Instead, she teases that Noob probably likes the good girl type and offers to play that part if that's what he's into. Every time someone tries to press her for answers, she dodges with a joke or a deflection. GU doesn't take the bait and just tells her to get lost. Luna then drops a bombshell. Chrono Life is nearing its end. GU brushes it off, saying the devs will just keep it alive with endless DLCs and updates. But Luna, with a cryptic tone, says he'll understand soon. Things are accelerating at a crazy pace. Characters and events meant to stretch across years, like Eurus of Pride becoming GU's sword, the second head turning into the Sin of Veracity, Riot the Sloth showing up, and Yuffa of Rage coming back, are all hitting too fast. According to Luna, it's all because of the main character pushing everything forward too quickly. Luna raises her staff at Love, but GU shields her, determined to protect his girl. Her staff glows, and she smirks, not planning to kill Love just yet. Instead, she casts Teleport, and Love vanishes in a flash. Both she and Undai's are caught off guard, Love only managing to call out for him before disappearing. GU grabs Luna's shoulder and demands to know where she sent Love. With a sly grin, Luna tells him, to the final chapter. She's not going to kill Love herself. She'll let someone else handle that. Love wakes up, coughing, surrounded by corpses lining the castle walls. She's back at Castle Ardner. GU, still with Luna, asks why she'd throw Love into that hellhole. Luna says it's just the first trial of the last chapter, the Anthropomorphs. Back at the castle, Love spots a dark figure. It's the wolf Anthropomorph. GU just grins, confident she won't lose to a bunch of overpowered furries. Luna touches the spot where GU grabbed her, a little wistful. She admits she does like undies, finding herself more agile around him. Love attacks with Falling Dragon's strike, believing she can handle anything, but the Anthropomorph shrugs it off, even talking back to her. This isn't some average beast. She's stunned. At the same time, Luna explains, these anthropomorphs are on a whole other level, 10 times stronger than humans. GU realizes they're on par with the Demon King in terms of stats. Luna says they were supposed to appear in the story 10 years later. Now, Love, still new to her powers, has to fight them because Luna decided to push things forward. The wolf anthropomorph activates Claw of the Beast and swings. Love narrowly dodges an attack powerful enough to shred a forest. The wolf anthropomorph uses another ability, Hunt of the Beast, channeling energy into its claws before unleashing a devastating slash that explodes on impact. Watching from afar, GU mutters that the game's balancing is trash. Luna shoots him a glare. Stunned, he'd say that of all people. She says his words sound exactly like Eurus's from Chapter 18. According to Luna, every issue in the game can be traced back to a single cause, GU himself. GU feels that's unfair, but Luna presses on, saying his mere presence in Chrono Life disrupts the world. Still, she admits there's another factor. She eyes his weapon, the ridiculously enhanced +99 wooden stick, and suggests that might be the real source of chaos. But she doesn't fully buy that idea. It's not about the item, but how it's used. She jokes she'd use it to punish PKers instead. GU isn't interested in what others think. He pulls out his wooden stick and says he's going to rescue Captain Love. He asks Roach Lady to teleport him to Castle Ardner, but Luna immediately denies his request. Annoyed but undeterred, GU starts plotting another way. Luna tries to act cute and tempt him to stay, but he ignores her, deep in thought. Suddenly, he grins and drops to one knee in front of Luna, turning around and sticking his butt out. Luna stares, completely thrown off. Says he's come up with a brilliant idea, flashing a mischievous smile. Luna keeps staring, still trying to figure out what he's up to, half convinced it's a trap and half interested. GU then takes off, running at breakneck speed in circles. Luna watches, baffled, thinking he's just being weird, until she realizes he's spinning so fast he's creating a whirlwind. Meanwhile, at Castle Ardner, Love is struggling. She's nearly at her limit against the anthropomorph. Back with GU, Luna's eyes widen. He's been running for over a minute. Then a system message chimes in. GU has unlocked the hidden skill Speed of Light, tied to the agility stat. Without hesitation, he activates it and vanishes. At Castle Ardner, GU materializes next to Love, flashing a grin and saying he's here to save her. Love is overwhelmed with relief. She's glad Undai's came. My OTP is happening. Goodbye, Roach Lady. GU turns to the wolf anthropomorph and demands to know how it dares lay a hand on Love. The creature just laughs, thrilled to have another human to fight. But their joy fades quickly. Two more anthropomorphs, one tiger, one bear, arrive behind Love and Jiyu, confident everything's going according to plan, and all they have to do now is follow orders. Suddenly, the bear anthropomorph explodes, taken out in one hit by Jiyu. The others freeze in shock. Jiyu, unimpressed, tells the corpse to shut up. Maybe he finally unlocked the strength stat's hidden skill? The two remaining anthropomorphs charge at Jiyu, but before he can swing his wooden stick, Love calls out for him to stop. Jiyu halts, letting the enemies land their attacks. He simply stares at Love. Love thinks back to when Jiyu left with Luna to face Yuffa and how helpless she felt. She steps forward, telling Jiyu she'll take care of it. She has to grow stronger, strong enough to stand beside him. Some journeys have to be taken solo. The anthropomorphs pause their assault on Jiyu, clearly exhausted. Jiyu glances back at Love and agrees to leave one of the creatures with her. He grabs the tongue of a lizard-like anthropomorph and tugs it like a leash, telling it to come with him. No sense in getting in Captain Love's way. The two banter as they walk off, watched by Love and the wolf. Love gets ready to attack, while the wolf wonders who this underwear-clad kid even is. With that kind of power, he figures he should report it to someone. But who? The suspense is killing us. He knows he's probably going to die, so he starts plotting his escape. Suddenly, Love flips over him and lands a powerful kick. The wolf is stunned. She's faster now. Confidence is no excuse for letting your guard down. She keeps up the pressure, forcing the wolf to use his Claw of the Beast technique. Love dodges, and he instantly follows with Hunt of the Beast, but she evades again. She realizes she feels lighter, more agile. The wolf is irritated. Love leaps, points a finger, and triggers her Annihilate skill. Her Demon King essence activates, wings and horns flaring to life. She declares the wolf's end, and a beam fires from her fingertip. All he can do is curse as it hits. Yep, game over. But not at the hands of the Undays kid, at least. After the dust settles, Love exhales in relief as the system chimes in. She's gained EXP for killing a monster. Her level shoots from 92 to 139, and she stares in disbelief at the flood of notifications. Behind her, Jiyu and Yuris casually munch on grilled meat. Jiyu congratulates her, impressed she handled it solo. Love, still stunned, asks if it's a bug. 40 levels in one go? Jiyu assures her it's legit. Those were ancient anthropomorphs. He offers her a bigger chunk of meat and shares some info he got from Luna. After the explanations, Love looks around for the lizard Jiyu had taken. Jiyu casually reveals they're eating it. Love immediately spits out her food. Furious, she smacks Jiyu on the head, disgusted he barbecued one of the quest monsters. Jiyu sheepishly says it just looked tasty. It's just a game after all. Still, she's not having it. She demands he revive the thing, even if it means calling the goddess of life. Jiyu reasons that resurrecting a grilled monster isn't exactly ethical consumption. Elsewhere, Hawkeye leans against a tree, bleeding. He's cornered by an ancient anthropomorph who tells him to stop resisting. Hawkeye, confused, thought Castle Arden was the real target. The Griffin informs him otherwise. Hawkeye himself is the goal. This surprises Hawkeye, who immediately covers his chest, claiming he's not into furries. Not that they'd be into him anyway. The Griffin, unamused, threatens him before stepping closer and asking about his power to telepathically connect with humans. Hawkeye's confused, until he realizes the Griffin means his live streams on YouTube. Turns out, the Griffin wants to become a streamer too. The Griffin orders Hawkeye to send a message to the southern tribes, and though Hawkeye had planned to quit after the Arden disaster, he's reluctantly forced back on the air. Hawkeye calls out to the Griffin, giving the anthropomorph a chance to speak. To everyone's shock, the Griffin begins addressing the South Continent, introducing himself as an ancient anthropomorph from the north. He praises humanity for defeating the demons, longtime enemies of his kind, implying that this might be why Lo had to fight them first. Then, in a stunning twist, he announces that the anthropomorphs will invade the South Continent in exactly 30 days as repayment. His message feels twisted. He claims gratitude but then threatens war. A 30-day warning isn't a gift. To emphasize their intentions, the Griffin spares Hawkeye's life, only to promise he'll kill him in a month. Then the livestream ends. This kicks off the new main quest that follows the Demon Invasion arc. But with the spike in difficulty, players were furious. The news went viral, and Chrono Life's reputation took a nosedive. The devs refused to balance the game, and the player base turned hostile. At a VR arcade, Hong sits in a capsule. The guy who was next to her before spots her and approaches, thinking he'll impress her by acting upbeat about the game. He calls the string of events exciting. Hong, smiling coldly, tells him to shut up and curses the game. Insta-kill moment number 2. Still smiling, She mutters that the devs have truly gone too far this time. The user base, full of anger and despair, no longer saw the game as an escape, but as a source of stress. Nobody even bothered to report it. They already knew the devs wouldn't lift a finger. At Chrono Life HQ, the CDO laughs like a cartoon villain. He admits the quest is meant to be brutal and sarcastically wishes the players luck. Even though the game's ratings tanked, it hit a record high in concurrent users. Still stuck in Demon King form, Love asks Undies if he watched Hawkeye's stream. She wonders if they can grind hard enough in a month to fight back. Her voice is filled with panic. GU clenches his jaw, then suddenly shouts that he's had enough. Love stares, thinking he's completely lost it. Not that he was ever sane to begin with. GU declares they can't wait a month. With a creepy grin, he announces his plan to go straight to the northern continent. Love is disgusted by his twisted enthusiasm, but still likes him. GU activates his speed of light skill and blasts off, cackling like a maniac as he vanishes. From the ground, Love watches him soar and thinks the anthropomorphs better run for their lives. GU, mid-transport and laughing hysterically, pauses in space and gazes down, wondering if the land below is the North Continent. Grinning, he activates speed of light again and rockets back toward Earth. Still cracking up, GU suddenly slams into an invisible wall, bashing his head. He curses and backs off, realizing there's a barrier. A system alert pops up, politely informing him that the North Continent isn't available yet and to try again later. GU scowls, annoyed that Chrono Life is playing games like this. Back at Company HQ, CEO Choi is the one laughing now, smugly watching Undi's reaction. But that smugness won't last. They'd locked the continent on purpose, knowing someone like GU would try to jump the gun. A staff member frowns and reminds Choi they'd promised not to interfere with players' experiences. Choi shuts him down, saying it doesn't matter. They're already painted as villains this time around. A few sneaky tricks won't hurt. If it means outsmarting GU, he's all for it. In-game, Love adjusts her stats, calling it cheap not to let GU into the continent. GU, still pissed, stews nearby. Love says no wonder he's salty. It sucks being forced to wait like everyone else. GU, irritated, wonders if he should just break the planet again. The devs monitoring him flinch at the suggestion. Let's break the servers, he mutters. Then Luna shows up and tells GU to chill out before doing something dumb. She explains that breaking the world just leads to a server reset. Pointless. GU shrugs, saying it'd at least help him vent. Then he asks why the Roach Lady's around. Luna says she came to see which side wins, the new Demon King or the ancient anthropomorphs. She throws shade at Love, saying she was hoping to see her at least missing a limb. That sets Love off. Luna smiles and reminds her they've never properly introduced themselves. She steps closer, introduces herself as Luna, and Love instantly calls her a nasty roach. Luna says she's 21 and scolds Love for not respecting her elders. That only makes Love angrier. She brings up how Luna insulted Undi's parents and killed players during the Urukan arc. Just then, Death swoops in, relieved Love's still alive, only to say it would have been better if she'd died in battle, so they could get a stronger Demon King. Ever blunt, Death gets his cheeks yanked by Love. He asks why she's alone, and Love sees GU heading to the front village, with Luna following. She tosses Death aside and chases after them, insisting she's coming too. GU agrees, as long as there's no fighting in the village. Meanwhile, in the Great Western Desert, the Justice Guild battles the field boss, King Sanwar. Up on a plateau, Hawkeye, Hong, and Abracadabra watch the action, talking about whether they'll be able to take on the anthropomorphs in a month. A single ancient anthropomorph is on par with a boss from a high-level dungeon. Hawkeye sighs, saying they'll have to count on that fearless warrior. Yes, they mean GU. Still, Abra points out they shouldn't fully rely on someone else. That was their mistake during the Demon War. While the brave warrior fought in the demon world, everyone else had to hold their own. Hong suddenly says she has an idea that could help them fight the anthropomorphs, surprising Hawkeye. She admits it's tough to make up for a 10-year power gap, but with help from the brave warrior, her plan might just work. Letting out a sigh, she concludes that they should just count on him. Back in the village, Star greets GU warmly. Spotting the two women with him, she asks if they're Love and Luna. Love turns to GU, asking who this kid is, and he explains the whole backstory. The story moves Love to tears, finally feeling what readers did in Chapter 35. She hugs Star tightly, asking if she's doing okay. Star nods and with a curious look asks who Wooden Stick Man's girlfriend is. That question makes all three of them freeze. GU, panicking, distracts her by handing over a bag full of bunny bear teeth. Star studies the two women, noticing Love's growing affection for GU and Luna's sharp interest in him. Suddenly, she dons a detective costume and strikes a pose. This is just like those love triangle dramas she's seen. As Detective Star, she whispers to Ji-yu, asking which one he likes more, or if he likes both. Ji-yu turns red and tells her she's too young to ask things like that. Star insists there's no need to be shy, especially since both women are beautiful. Then she asks if there's someone else besides the two of them. With a serious face, Ji-yu says he likes Eurus. Both Eurus and Star give him a blank stare, wondering if he's serious. Ji-yu quickly says he's joking. If it were true, Love and Luna would have to compete with Eurus too. Then Ji-yu starts bouncing around, thinking about how to spend the next month. Star smiles and advises him to slow down and enjoy the game, knowing how he tends to rush everything. That triggers a memory. Ji-yu remembers an old man telling him the same thing, to enjoy the game. That old man had also promised not to interfere with Eurus' experience, yet the owner blocked off the North Continent anyway. Ji-yu grumbles, feeling betrayed. Just then, Hong shows up and greets Ji-yu, asking him for another favor, this one involving the war against the ancient anthropomorphs. Meanwhile, in the North Continent, the Griffin reports back to their supreme leader, Aventador, the dragon of the North Pole. Sadly, no Santa involved. Aventador praises the Griffin's work and orders full preparations for their takeover of the South Continent. With a flash of light, he transforms into his humanoid form and walks off with a grin, thinking about reuniting with his brother, Eurus. Yep, Eurus has a brother. Back in Front Village, Hong shares the details of her plan, which heavily depends on Ji-yu. Love thinks it's brilliant, but Luna points out that it leans too much on Ji-yu and could spark problems with the developers. That's exactly what makes Ji-yu chuckle mid-meal. He laughs louder, not caring if he ends up on the devs' blacklist. Still bitter over the North Continent lockout, he flashes a wicked smile and agrees to help Hong, mainly because it'll annoy the developers. Thinking it's a solid plan, Ji-yu rises to his feet, smirks, and says goodbye to everyone. Ji-yu activates Speed of Light and vanishes. Everyone coughs awkwardly at his dramatic exit, and Star asks where he went without even finishing his meal. Hong casually says Ji-yu is off to do her a favor. Curious, Star asks what favor, admitting she hadn't been paying attention earlier. Hong explains that in 30 days, the ancient anthropomorphs will attack. To have a shot at winning, everyone needs to get stronger. Leveling up is the obvious path, but there's a faster, more effective method, gear. That's why Ji-yu is out farming high-level equipment for everyone. Star quickly connects the dots. He's headed to the toughest dungeon in the game, the Nest of Eurus. Hong confirms it. Ji-yu's farming loot there to sell to players, flooding the market with strong gear. Star panics, realizing this could wreck the in-game economy. But Hong brushes it off. She knows it'll cause chaos, but it's the only way to win. And besides, Ji-yu doesn't care about that kind of balance. What really drives him now is how the devs blocked the North Continent. You can't reason with someone that's stubborn, Hong says. She's figured him out. At that moment, Ji-yu is cackling wildly while tearing through monsters, fully embracing the role of Dis-1, the chaos spreader. Soon, a huge sale is announced in Front Village. Top-tier Eurus gear, sold cheap. Ji-yu, standing before a mountain of weapons, announces the goods are up for grabs at low prices. Players flock to the stall. A small boy steps up, saying he's looking for a sword. Ji-yu asks his level, then hands over the blade of the deceased for just 10,000 gold. The kid's eyes sparkle as he sprints off, fired up to grind levels. The crowd erupts. What a steal! Everyone rushes in to buy. Nearby, Love, Luna, and Hong watch Ji-yu and Star handling the sales. Love suggests auctioning the gear instead, to save time and spare Star the workload. Hong shoots it down. Auction items always end up in the hands of Riot of Sloth, so it'd be useless. Then, a massive man barges into the line. Hong instantly recognizes him. Just as Ji-yu is making another announcement, the man interrupts, saying he wants the same weapon Ji-yu sold to the level 19 kid. Some users protest the line cutting, but the man shuts it down fast. He grabs one guy by the head and slams him into a wall. The crowd goes tense as the man moves to buy. Ji-yu, unfazed, grins and tells him the blade of the deceased costs 10 million gold. The man snaps, pointing out it was just sold for 10,000. Ji-yu replies that prices are based on level. The man starts to argue, but Ji-yu calmly smiles and asks if there's a problem. He's happy to settle things with his wooden stick. The man glares at Ji-yu. Love, watching the tension rise, asks Hong who he is. Hong says the man's name is Benedict, ranked 38th among all players, and infamous for killing other users. Benedict clenches his jaw, and his face starts turning red. Out of nowhere, he calmly hands over 10 million gold to Ji-yu, who accepts it with a thank you and reminds him not to cut the line again. Benedict walks off, mumbling about how terrifying that was. Justice, apparently, has been done. Meanwhile, Hong asks Love how her leveling is going now that she's the Demon King. Love, looking uneasy, admits she's barely made progress and is only at level 210. That shocks Hong. Love was just level 139 a few days ago. Love's planning to head to Yura's nest with Undies, but she's struggling to take down even one or two monsters, and Undies keeps mocking her weakness. Both Undies and Yura's views on strength have clearly affected Love's mindset. Luna stares at Love blankly, while Hong just smiles, thinking that Love doesn't realize how fast she's actually progressing. Most players need 2 years just to hit level 200. Luna shifts her gaze to GU again, and Hong asks if Love's planning to grind more today. Love says she'll head out with Undies once he's done selling loot. Hong wishes her luck, thinking there's still hope for this war as she watches Love. At Yura's nest, officially called the Ravine of the Deceased, Love is fighting a massive creature. She dodges its attacks easily, but when several tentacle-covered mouths appear, she reacts with disgust. Gross stuff still gets to her, despite hanging around GU. To end the fight quickly, she activates the Demon King's essence and charges in, dodging the tentacles and attacking the monster's main body with multiple annihilate skills. Once it's dead, she gets some EXP, and the essence fades. GU appears behind her, praising her for finishing it so fast and saying she's improving rapidly. Love is pleased, but when she sees the pile of dungeon drops behind GU, she groans, her confidence shattered, and tells him to go away. From a distance, Luna watches their interaction. I do feel a bit bad for Luna, but honestly, she shouldn't have treated GU that way before. Time moves forward. It's the day of the epic showdown. Aventador and the Anthropomorphs have gathered 1,000,000 strong. Declaring they'll erase the South Continent's history today, Aventador shifts into his dragon form and leads the charge south. Castle Arden, sitting at the northern tip of the Chrono Continent, becomes the front line, both first and final line of defense. Perched atop Castle Arden's walls, the Justice Guild watches the incoming army and starts to sweat. The battle is about to begin. Suddenly, the Anthropomorph army is hit from the side. From a mountain, Abracadabra and the mages unleash a barrage of spells. Griffin tries to object, but an arrow nearly clips its ear. On the opposite mountain, Hawkeye leads the archers, ordering a downpour of arrows onto the enemy. Then the massive castle gates creak open. Suo, head of the Crossline Guild, and Saintly, leader of the Sacred Guild, charge out with their forces to clash head-on with the Anthropomorphs. A solid start to the war. This war is set to go down as the largest battle in gaming history, and it'll all end at the hands of one player. Naturally, the main character is the one to bring it to a close. GU tightens his grip on a wooden stick, muscles tensed in a bizarre pose that hurts to witness. He declares he's waited long enough, and now it's time to strike. Love stops him, warning that swinging the stick could wipe everyone out. GU just grins and says it's fine. They'll respawn, but the monsters won't. That, to him, is victory. After thinking it over, Love agrees with GU's oddly convincing logic. As GU raises his weapon to bring it down, he vanishes from the battlefield, leaving Love stunned. GU finds himself in a glowing blue space. He's been here before. He knows it. Then God appears. GU, fed up with these divine interruptions, demands to go back. But God insists on a conversation. The usual watcher, the hairy old man, is too distracted by the battle to interfere, so it's just the two of them. Furious, GU hurls curses at God, refusing to be held back after waiting a whole month for this moment. He threatens God, who begins to sweat under the pressure. Still, God refuses, saying GU would end the battle too fast otherwise. GU, still fuming, accuses God of working with the devs, but God denies any connection to Chrono Life. He says he only summoned GU to fulfill a purpose, something about the sins. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Saintly and Suo are fighting side by side against the Anthropomorphs. Saintly dishes out the heavy damage while Suo focuses on defense, landing blows when he can. The month-long prep, level grinding, strategic planning, and gear scavenged from Yura's dungeon is finally paying off. Then a burst of light appears above. The players look up as Avena gathers energy in his mouth and hurls it down. Yura's brother has arrived. Back in the blue space, GU gives God a moment to explain. God doesn't say much, only that he's giving GU a fire-shaped skill, the ember of all creation. This lets GU observe any place or person he wants. He opens his hand and watches the battle from afar. On the ground, Suo collapses after shielding Saintly from a devastating dragon breath attack. Saintly looks on in horror as the Ventador, the dragon of the North Pole, lands. Yura peers into Jiyu's view and recognizes the creature. He tells Jiyu that Ventador is the king of the anthropomorphs, one of the three great dragons. The others include Gallardo, the gargantuan dragon, and Eurus himself. Jiyu admits he's never heard of them, but Eurus explains that they weren't meant to appear until much later in the game. Jiyu asks if the other two are stronger, but Eurus confidently claims he's the best, able to defeat them one-on-one. He then reveals that Ventador represents the sin of greed, which means that seat is already taken. The one Jiyu was offered earlier must have been the seat of veracity. On the battlefield, Saintly faces off against a massive dragon, reminding it that they still have the weapons they got from Eurus's dungeon, the strongest dragon of them all. The dragon reacts to her words and shifts into a human form. Aventador then steps forward and says his dear brother Eurus has settled down on the south continent. Curious, Jiyu asks Eurus if they're all actually brothers. Eurus says no, he's an only child. So clearly, the brother thing was just a figure of speech. Seeing the dragon in human form gives Saintly a flicker of hope. She lunges with her spiral spear, aiming for damage, but only ends up poking Aventador's neck. He laughs it off and unleashes tentacles from his back, stabbing Saintly all over and draining her dry. Everyone watching understands exactly what this brutal move means, and the whole battlefield is shocked. Then, Aventador introduces himself dramatically, claiming he embodies both greed and veracity. Jiyu scoffs, saying he's better at that role himself, even though he's not one of the 7 sins. He's stunned. How did this dragon end up with 2 sins when Huracan is already dead? Eurus is confused too. He only ever knew Aventador as greed. Jiyu, frustrated, calls out to God for answers. God responds by producing a massive hourglass, explaining that the 7 boss monsters each represent one of the deadly sins and are meant to fulfill them. Eurus has already completed Pride, and Yufa barely finished Rage, but Huracan didn't get the chance to fulfill his sin because Jiyu killed him too fast. That allowed Aventador, as the only unique boss monster left capable of doing so, to take over the sin of veracity, on top of already having greed. Turns out, his extreme greed lets him claim more sins. The hourglass represents the sins being fulfilled, and every grain of sand is a human life. Once it's full, that's bad news. Before anyone can act, Hawkeye tries to rally the troops into a defensive formation, but it's too late. Aventador unleashes a swarm of tentacles, skewering the archers on the mountain and absorbing their stats and levels. Even Hawkeye gets taken out. Abra shouts his name, but she and the rest of the mages are taken too. Aventador mocks their weakness. No one expected him to appear this year, and the anthropomorphs erupt in cheers for their leader. With the human commander gone, the battle tilts hard in favor of the anthropomorphs. Desperate, Hong grits her teeth and quickly steps up. She declares herself the new commander and fires up everyone's spirits with a bold speech. She warns them to avoid the veracity skill at all costs and says that if a teammate gets stabbed, they should end that person's game immediately so they can still revive. With that, she gives the order to charge. Hong proves herself a natural leader, not just quick thinking, but someone whose words can move people. Seeing the humans still ready to fight, Aventador grins and sends a tentacle straight for her. But Hong slices it apart with a backstab slash. Aventador is impressed, but she taunts him instead of backing down. In response, he calls forth even more tentacles, leaving the users speechless at the overwhelming number. Aventador unleashed a swarm of 100,000 to attack, and Hong could only watch in horror as her teammates were consumed, each one boosting the enemy's strength. The system then declared that the unique trait, Sin of Greed, had been activated, letting Aventador surpass the usual level cap. With its current power, it shot past level 1000 effortlessly. The synergy between the greed and veracity abilities made it even deadlier. The users stood no chance. Feeling hopeless, Hong dropped her daggers. Everything they'd built over the past month had only fueled the monster's growth. Aventador, now at level 3890, advanced toward her, a tentacle inches from her throat, when suddenly, a red light gathered on Love's finger from above. She used her skill, Annihilate, slamming it into the Ventador. The resulting explosion rocked the area. Hong survived, stunned by the raw power of a Demon King's unique skill. She praised Love, admitting she thought she wouldn't make it. Love coldly replied it would have been a shame, causing Hong to flinch. Something about Love felt different. Her demeanor had shifted. She told Hong to stay away. Annihilate hadn't even scratched the Ventador, and she couldn't fight the dragon and protect Hong at once. Scanning the field filled with anthropomorphs, Love realized she had a 0% chance of victory. With a resigned breath, she declared war between the demon race and the ancient anthropomorphs. Then she ordered Death to open a portal to the demon world. Death obeyed, shifting his form and opening his jaws to begin the ritual, only to get smacked mid-process and sent flying. For someone called Death, he sure got knocked around a lot. It looked like he was the one always near death himself. From the crash site, a man emerged, casually apologizing for stepping on an ally. Love froze, the demon energy within her fading as shock spread across her face. She called for Undi's name. Users everywhere, now watching the event on their phones, cheered at the arrival of their hero. CEO Choi lit a cigarette and cursed at Jiwoo's dramatic entrance, wondering why he only showed up now instead of causing chaos from the start. It led him to suspect the interference of a certain mysterious figure, someone tied to the gods, though their relationship remains unclear. Meanwhile, in a blue, glassy space, God sat quietly. The top half of the hourglass was now empty, the sand fully settled. God opened a portal, letting Jiwoo leave. Before stepping through, Jiwoo gave a cold warning. If God ever locked him away again, he'd kill him. God sighed, left alone, and promised they wouldn't meet like this again. With a faint smile, he whispered, "It's already the final act." On the battlefield, Love bursts into tears and starts hitting Jiwoo while ranting about how he vanished without a word. Jiwoo defends himself, explaining he was dragged away and couldn't help it. Love keeps scolding him, especially for stomping on Death and ruining the demon summoning plan. Jiwoo can only keep apologizing as she vents her frustration physically, but the tension melts. They're finally back together. Love admits she feels off when Jiwoo isn't around, like her darker impulses start surfacing. Watching them, Hong smiles. Love is acting like her usual self again. And Hong assumes she just imagined the earlier odd behavior. Spoiler, she didn't. We all saw it too. Over at the crash site, Death lies unconscious, clinging to life with a single health bar. Yep, Death's basically dying. Makes you wonder, would healing magic help or finish him off? Either way, he'll probably survive. After all, he's not a unique boss. Love asks what they're supposed to do now that summoning demons is off the table. Jiwoo eyes the anthropomorph army and the towering Aventador, then just grins and pats Love's head. He tells her to relax and enjoy the show. He'll handle it. Love watches silently as Jiwoo walks toward the monster. Time for the hero to take center stage. Jiwoo stands before Aventador, unfazed. Aventador towers over him, still sitting pretty at level 3890. Inside Chrono Life's HQ, CEO Choi is practically trembling with excitement. The game's top player is about to face off with its strongest boss, and everyone watching is glued to their screens. Aventador sneers down at Jiwoo, mocking him. Jiwoo raises a plain wooden stick and casually taps Aventador's left shoulder. At first, the hit seems meaningless, but a moment later, the sound of a devastating impact echoes across the battlefield. The anthropomorphs freeze in shock as Aventador crumples to his knees, missing a third of his face, a shoulder, and an entire arm. The sheer damage from that single lazy strike leaves everyone stunned. Jiwoo, irritated from all he's endured, between the developers and the god who imprisoned him, starts lecturing Aventador for being so mouthy. Then, with a smug expression, he crouches and asks if Aventador's hick hurts. Aventador stares in disbelief as Jiwoo gives him a sinister smile and tells him he's got a long way to go. Jiwoo then ditches the stick and starts beating Aventador down with his fists, legs, and the occasional butt slap. It's not just a beatdown, it's a personal therapy session. Aventador starts acting a bit too into it. Maybe he's discovering something about himself. Love watches the chaos, noting that Undies seems to be back in full villain mode. The anthropomorphs, enraged by the sight of their lord being humiliated, charge toward Jiwoo. He grins wildly, retrieves his wooden stick, and welcomes the fight. With a powerful swing, he unleashes a massive explosion that wipes out a large chunk of the advancing army, leaving the survivors frozen in awe. Jiwoo leaps into the fray, a crazed grin stretching across his face as he tears through the anthropomorphs. He revels in their helpless attempts to fight back, his twisted joy unsettling his enemies. It's clear now, Undies was always meant to be a proper villain. As Jiwoo wreaks havoc, a mortally wounded anthropomorph begs their lord for forgiveness, requesting that, as a final act, he devour them completely. Aventador hesitates, reminding them he won't be able to bring them back. Even so, the anthropomorphs bow, declaring they'd rather die as fuel for their lord's power than fall to an enemy. Their loyalty is rooted in the sacrifices Aventador made to keep them alive in the north. Through tears, they ask one last thing, that their cries be heard across the heavens in honor of his victory. The moment becomes so emotional, it even moves the audience to tears. Love starts to question who the real villain is here, Undies or Jiwoo. Spotting the anthropomorphs all grouped together, Jiwoo grins, ready to deliver a devastating blow. But just as he lifts his wooden stick, tentacles pierce through the anthropomorphs before he can land the hit. Aventador, heavy-hearted, thanks his comrades. One dying anthropomorph, through sobs, tells him it was an honor to serve him. Then, Aventador absorbs their levels and stats. Though he may have defeated Jiwoo in the end, he's lost everything he fought to protect. The emotional weight hits every viewer. Love, Hong, all of them in tears. Jiwoo arrives and mocks Aventador for finally turning to cannibalism. With no hint of sympathy, he admits he would have done the same to gain power. To Jiwoo, Aventador's act is pathetic, unworthy of a true leader. He sneers, calling him compost. The audience watches in shock, realizing just how heartless Jiwoo is. Aventador says nothing, only frowning. He retracts the tentacles, his body healing immediately. With power radiating off him and tears still falling, Aventador quietly says he's not hungry anymore. He's now reached level 9,999, the peak. The two charge at each other, unleashing a single clash, Aventador's fist versus Jiwoo's wooden stick. The sheer force levels everything around them. Aventador's arm is blown off, but regenerates instantly, using the reincarnation power of the lizard anthropomorphs he absorbed. It rivals Jiwoo's regeneration. Thanks to his Sin of Greed title, Aventador now gains not just strength, but also the abilities of those he consumes. And somehow, his regeneration doesn't disgust viewers the way Jiwoo's does, perhaps a reflection of the creator's complicated feelings toward undies. Then shock strikes. Aventador drives his hand through Jiwoo's stomach, the impact blowing through his back. With the strength of 1,000,000 ancient anthropomorphs and every one of their skills inside him, Aventador, last of the dragon anthropomorphs, stands at the top of the predator chain. Aventador keeps striking Jiwoo relentlessly, but the attacks are useless. Jiwoo's healing factor kicks in, leaving him completely unharmed. This time, it's not even that gross. Jiwoo casually asks if Aventador's done, then swings his wooden stick into the dragon's face, triggering a massive explosion. Enraged, Aventador lashes out, but his arm slices through empty air. Jiwoo had already activated his speed of light skill and hit him with attacks too fast to be seen. Watching from the sidelines, Lug beams, convinced Jiwoo's already secured the win. But then, in a flash, Aventador transforms into his full dragon form. Soaring into the sky, he declares he has nothing left to lose. CEO Choi panics when he realizes Aventador is about to unleash his ice breath. A dragon at level 9,999, using that kind of move would wipe out the entire continent, so he urgently orders the server team to shut down power. Aventador's ready to end everything, mirroring what Jiwoo did back when he was trying to kill Luna. Despite the interference, Aventador releases his icy breath. Jiwoo just smiles and finally activates his hidden strength stat, Soul of the Giant. He taps into the power of an ancient giant, boosting his damage and range by 1,000%. With a relaxed swing of his wooden stick, an enormous explosion clashes with Aventador's breath. The blast overwhelms Aventador and stretches far into space. No worries though, there's no planetary destruction this time since Jiwoo already took care of the nearest one back in Chapter 14. Looking up into the void, Jiwoo states that only one enemy remains, the Sin of Envy. So far the lineup of sins includes 1. Urus of Pride, 2. Erican of Gluttony or Veracity, 3. Riot of Sloth, 4. Lumina of Lust, 5. Yufa of Rage, 6. Aventador of Greed and Veracity, and now just Envy remains unknown. Love runs up to Undyne and gives Jiwoo a proud thumbs up. Suddenly, Aventador crashes back down. Jiwoo warns Captain Love to step aside in case Aventador tries to use Veracity again. He approaches Aventador and acknowledges the dragon's resilience. Aventador admits defeat and requests to be finished off. Jiwoo grins, ready to grant the request, and raises his wooden stick. As Aventador stares up at him, he remembers the sacrifices of his kind and mourns that they may have been in vain. To the anthropomorphs, Aventador was their last hope, their true hero. Just before striking, Jiwoo halts. He decides killing Aventador like this would be too dull. Instead, he asks him to become his ego sword. Eurus appears, surprised at the sudden shift, and reminds Jiwoo that he won't gain any experience from killing Aventador since he's already at max level. Not even using Veracity would help. Aventador, noticing Eurus, mocks him for becoming obedient to a human. Then he refuses Jiwoo's offer outright. Jiwoo sighs, smiles sweetly, and insists he won't force him. But, pretending to be emotionally crushed by the rejection, he announces his plan to deal with the heartbreak. He'll head to the northern continent and go on a killing spree to clear his mind. Laughing like a maniac, he spells it out over and over, sounding completely unhinged. Aventador, furious, demands to know if Jiwoo is threatening him. Jiwoo just smiles and makes a gentle, dismissive wave. Jiwoo walks up to Aventador and casually reveals he wasn't actually in Dinwood. Jiwoo bluntly admits he's threatening Aventador, which draws everyone's ire. People get mad quickly, forgetting how close the anthropomorphs once brought Chrono Life to destruction. While others judge Aventador, Eurus silently believes he should have just given up, like he did. But remembering the sacrifices of his fellow anthropomorphs, Aventador closes his eyes and agrees, on one condition: Jiwoo must stop targeting the anthropomorphs. Jiwoo laughs as the system pops up, asking if he wants Aventador's soul. Eurus questions where Jiwoo plans to store it, since only one soul fits in a weapon. Jiwoo thinks for a moment, then chooses to embed Aventador's soul in his cotton-white underwear. Yes, seriously. With sparkles in his eyes, Jiwoo gives Aventador a come-here look. Aventador hesitates but doesn't get a chance to back out. Jiwoo grabs him and drags him into the briefs. Aventador vanishes, his body gone, now sealed inside Jiwoo's underwear. Jiwoo poses dramatically as the system announces his undies are now ego briefs, complete with a ranked ego and infinite durability. You heard right, he now has a dragon soul in his underwear. He levitates as the system celebrates the main quest's completion. Everyone receives a chest, and inside is a snow crystal of the Everfrost. Consuming it allows survival in the frigid northern continent, which is now unlocked. Players are hyped to explore the new region, boosting Chrono Life's engagement. Jiwoo eats his snow crystal, gaining cold resistance. But is that really all the reward? What about the top contributors? And so ends the war with the ancient anthropomorphs, this time by turning a foe into an ally. Jiwoo logs out and feels immediately hungry. A voice tells him lunch is ready. It's Luna. Jiwoo joins her at the table and compliments the feast. After scarfing it down, he slams his spoon on the table, still with food on his face, and suddenly asks who she is and why she's in his home, threatening to call the cops. Luna just smiles, happy he ate well, and calls him a noob for doing everything so quickly. She says she's there on business. When Jiwoo asks what kind, she grins brightly and asks him out on a date. It's obviously a trap. Jiwoo freezes, brain buffering as he tries to process the word date. Meanwhile, Sarong sits with an Undies plushie on her lap, humming while holding her phone. Yes, there's Undies merch now. She thinks he's probably slacking off somewhere. She considers texting him to ask him out too, but hesitates. Instead, she punches the plushie and giggles. Just hit send, Sarong. Don't overthink it. Your rival is gaining ground. Love's phone rings, and she eagerly answers. It's her manager. She finds out that a black-haired girl is trying to steal her man. At first, she's puzzled. Then it hits her. It's the Roach Lady. She bolts immediately as her manager informs her the two are already driving off. This is exactly why she should have just sent that message. Sarong runs, panicked and in tears. Her manager quickly gets her into their van, telling her she saw them heading for the beach. Sarong starts spiraling, imagining all sorts of scenarios, terrified that Undie will fall for Luna's manipulations. Her manager calmly puts on white gloves and assures her not to worry. While Jiwoo might have the fastest car around, her driving skills are on another level. The van speeds off, so smooth that you'd swear she wouldn't spill a drop from a paper cup. Meanwhile, Jiwoo reflects on how he agreed to the beach date, not because he wanted to go, but because Luna claimed to have important info about the Sinvenvi. In return, she wanted this one day with him. When they get to the beach, Luna thanks him for making her dream come true. Jiwoo just stares, haunted by the fake smile she gave him the first time they met. He can't stop the flashbacks, her stabbing him, her expression when she did it, and all the memories he'd rather bury. Is he trying to forget because they're painful, or because he wants to see her differently? He demands she tell him the info. Luna gives him a disappointed smile and cryptically says that his rashness has brought them to the final chapter. She mentions how Jiwoo always saves everyone, calling him a noob, then stops and instead calls him a brave warrior. Then she asks for a favor. Jiwoo groans, assuming she's up to her usual tricks, but then tears start to fall. Luna is crying hard as she begs him to save her too. The sudden emotional shift stuns Jiwoo. He's sweating, trying to laugh it off, saying she's faking it and he won't fall for it again. But her trembling, her tearful voice, her embrace, it all leaves him shaken. It doesn't feel like an act this time. Just how desperate is her situation? Nearby, Love and her manager are frantically searching. The manager swears this is the top romantic location around, and there they are, Luna holding Jiwoo tightly. Sarong halts, furious, glaring daggers. Jiwoo awkwardly calls Luna Roach Lady, then corrects himself and asks what exactly she needs saving from. She clings to his chest, still trembling. Then Jiwoo recalls the time he got stabbed, her goddess form, and the terrifying creature that follows her. He wonders if there's a deeper reason behind everything Luna's done, even why she mocked his parents. After all, we've never actually seen them since that first chapter. Still crying, Luna suddenly laughs and shoves Jiwoo away. Tears still fresh on her face, Luna claims she really pulled one over on Jiwoo. She says she's trying to play the role of a villain with a tragic past and laughs, asking if Jiwoo sees her differently now. Still puzzled, Jiwoo questions whether her tears and plea for help were all just an act. He's convinced there's more to her smile, and he's about to ask until Surong shows up. Whatever Luna might have said is cut short. Jiwoo swears under his breath when he sees Surong looking like a ghost, only to realize it's her Captain Love persona. Despite her awful appearance, she asks Jiwoo what he's scheming. Nervous, Jiwoo insists he's not up to anything, but Surong accuses him of lying, repeatedly saying she saw him hugging Luna with a disturbing look on his face. Jiwoo confesses he's just scared of her now. Surong tells him to lift his arms and stay still, and then unexpectedly hugs him. She orders him to put one hand on her head, the other on her shoulder. Jiwoo panics, calling it a full-on hug, but she reminds him she's his captain, so he obeys, blushing hard. Both of them are clearly flustered, but then Surong turns her attention to Luna with a triumphant smirk. It's obvious, she's done hiding her feelings. Luna forces a smile, clearly irritated, and brings up some info she was going to share with Jiwoo. Jiwoo immediately lets go of Surong, annoying her. Luna, now serious, says she has two pieces of information. First, Jiwoo's reward for beating Yufa, a standard rank item called the Angel's Earrings, only wearable at level 500. Jiwoo hasn't checked it out yet, but Surong has, so she knows what Luna means. Surong doubts it's useful, saying nothing came up in its appraisal. Luna mocks her for forgetting they've seen it before, sparking another petty argument. Jiwoo tells them to quit it. Then Luna shares the second piece of news. There's a quest tied to preventing the rise of the next Master of the Sky. With that, she grabs her bag from Jiwoo's car, says she had fun on their date, and walks off, irritating Surong even more. Jiwoo scratches his head, totally lost. Blushing, Surong tells him she wants to do what he did with Luna. He doesn't get it at first, so she clarifies. She wants a beach date too. Jiwoo just sighs and gives in. He might be playing dumb on purpose. Meanwhile, Luna walks alone, thinking about when she cried into Jiwoo's chest and pushed him off, pretending it was a joke. She knows he would have helped her if she had just told the truth. Remembering Surong's hug, she regrets not being honest, and tears up again out of jealousy. Even though Captain Love is likable, it's hard not to feel for Luna. As the sun sets, Jiwoo and Surong stroll side by side, both blushing. Surong teases that Jiwoo must be disappointed he didn't see the roach lady in a swimsuit. Jiwoo panics, insisting he never said anything like that. Surong blushes again, confessing she's a little greedy and a little jealous. Surong tells Jiwoo she doesn't want him spending time alone with other girls. If he has to, she wants to be there too. She also wants him to text her often, call her sometimes, and absolutely not peel a perilla leaf for another girl. As for having other girls' contact info, she says he can only have up to 10 numbers total. Jiwoo, overwhelmed by the rules, reminds her he's not even her boyfriend. Blushing, he asks if she likes him. Surong doesn't hesitate. She says she does. Then she says it again, clearer this time. She likes him. She finally confesses. Meanwhile, in the game, most players have used their Everfrost snow crystals and headed off to the northern continent. One player who had been excited before is now just sitting in the front village, stunned. Wait, what? We're jumping to the game already? What happened to the beach date? Jiwoo is slumped on the ground, dazed, while Eurus casually eats meat beside him. Star shows up and asks why he looks so gloomy. He doesn't answer her directly, and instead asks if she's headed to the northern continent. Star replies that she prefers it here, and that some users will probably come back once they get tired up north. Jiwoo weakly laughs and says she's really kind. Star studies him and says he looks like someone with love problems, which makes Jiwoo flinch and look away. Star picks up on it immediately. She slips into her detective role, hat, fake mustache, pipe and all, trying to guess which girl it was. Jiwoo shakes his head furiously, refusing to say. Then Captain Love appears in her Demon King form, still hasn't figured out how to switch it off, apparently. She shyly greets Jiwoo, making him flustered all over again as he remembers her confession. The two are blushing, awkwardly avoiding eye contact, and Star playfully backs off to give them some alone time. But Love stops her. There's still the main quest to discuss. Love tells Jiwoo to open the chest from the Yufa fight. Jiwoo stammers a yes and, still red-faced, opens it. We're all waiting for the big reveal. What's in the chest? Love is just as nervous, her heart racing. She's trying not to get ahead of herself now that Jiwoo knows how she feels. She tells herself to take it slow. Inside the chest is the angel's earring. She tells Jiwoo to try it on since he's already passed the level requirement. He stares at the earring, struggling to place where he's seen it before, then shrugs and puts it on. The system flashes, angel's earrings equipped, hidden option activated. A transformation begins. Jiwoo's body starts to change, his short hair growing longer. Love wonders if it's similar to her own demon transformation. The system announces that the physical alteration is complete and the earrings can now be removed. Jiwoo, startled, exclaims how freaky that was and asks why Love and Star are staring at him like that. But the one speaking now isn't the Jiwoo we knew. He's a she. The system declares that Jiwoo's character gender has officially changed, and with that, he now qualifies to enter the heavenly realm. So now the manhwa officially has a gender bender twist. In Chrono Life, the devs prioritize player freedom above all else. The game's AI builds skills, classes, even weather and environment based on each player's behavior. But one rule is supposed to be unchangeable: the player's base appearance. While users can tweak minor features or even play as fantasy races like elves, they're only allowed to enter the game as themselves. So how did Jiwoo's gender get flipped? Jiwoo, clearly thrown off, asks Star for a mirror. Looking at his reflection, he examines himself and cheekily asks Love and Star if he looks cute. Despite the transformation, he's still the same irritating Jiwoo. Other players start noticing and murmuring, so Love suggests they move somewhere private. They head to an inn, get a second-floor adventurer's room, and sit down to talk. First question, can Jiwoo go back by removing the earrings? He already tried earlier and says it didn't work, so either it's permanent or there's some unknown requirement. Love mutters that calling him undies feels weird now and suggests bra instead. Jiwoo insists they stick with undies. Star, curious, asks Jiwoo what it's like being in a body that's not his usual one, especially since Chrono Life is known for its realism. Jiwoo says the only real difference is that his longer hair feels ticklish. Then he gets up to excuse himself to the bathroom. Love stops him, reminding him they're in a game. Jiwoo asks when they're logging out. It's bedtime in the real world. The two girls just stare at him, already guessing what he's planning. Flustered, Jiwoo snaps that he'll do whatever he wants, even in front of them. Love and Star shut that idea down immediately. Love scolds him, saying they're pushing the game's age rating already. Jiwoo, totally confused, asks what she even means. Fourth wall cracked. Eventually, things calm down. Jiwoo lies on the floor, tired from the chaos. Love brings up how Roach Lady told him to take a close look at the earrings. Jiwoo shrugs it off, uninterested. But Love studies the accessory and slowly recalls where she's seen it before. They resemble the ones worn by Riot of Sloth. Proud of her deduction, she tells Jiwoo they need to find Riot to possibly revert him to his original form. Jiwoo groans, scratching his head. The whole thing sounds exhausting, and honestly, he says it's not like the gender change ruins the game for him. Love listens and doesn't push him. Still, she slyly asks if he's really sure he doesn't have any shady reason for staying like this. Jiwoo immediately turns red and denies it. Not convinced, Love jumps him and wrestles him down. Yep, a literal wrestling move. Back to business. Love reminds Jiwoo about the other major clue. They have to prevent the new Master of the Sky from rising. Based on everything they've learned, she concludes the game's final arc, the last chapter, will happen in the heavenly realm. Hearing that, Jiwoo lights up. There's no way they're missing the endgame now. That means, whether he likes it or not, it's time to track down Riot. Jiwoo learns that once he meets Riot, he'll be able to switch back to his original male body. This finally eases Love's worries, convincing him to go see Riot was worth it. But there's a catch. No one knows where Riot is. Jiwoo shrugs it off, suggesting they just ask Habek, since he's Riot's lackey. He digs into his skirt, pulls out Habek's mirror, and tries calling him. At first, there's no answer. Then suddenly, Habek's voice comes through, asking if it's the brave warrior. Looks like the mirror still works as a communication tool. Jiwoo responds, and Habek comments on how Jiwoo's voice sounds much higher now. Skipping the small talk, Jiwoo tells him they need to meet. Habek, a bit surprised, agrees, saying Jiwoo has perfect timing, and sends over a warp gate through the mirror. A portal opens, and on the other side, Habek appears, in rough shape. His right arm and lower left leg are gone. Jiwoo, alarmed, immediately steps through to check on him. But Habek, seeing an unfamiliar woman, doesn't recognize Jiwoo and starts flirting, saying he's never met her before and asking for her name because she stole his heart. Jiwoo realizes what's happening, loses his cool, and smacks Habek across the face, swearing loudly. Love and Star rush to hold Jiwoo back from hitting him more. Finally, after hearing Jiwoo's foul mouth, Habek puts two and two together. Jiwoo's annoyed at being called vulgar, but hey, if the shoe fits. Habek spots the angel earrings on Jiwoo, and everything clicks. They quickly catch up, and Jiwoo heals Habek's injuries. Habek is amazed at how fast he recovers, thanks to Jiwoo's max stats. Jiwoo jokes that Habek never changes, still getting limbs blown off. Star interrupts, calling Jiwoo Wooden Stick Lady and asking about the handsome guy. Jiwoo reacts to the nickname, reminding her that he's still a guy, but Star just comments that he's a pretty lady now, which makes him blush. Jiwoo tells her that Habek is the one who previously kidnapped both Kath and Love, instantly changing Star's impression of him. Jiwoo then asks where Riot is. Habek explains that Riot is currently in the Heavenly Realm. Jiwoo says that's fine, he can enter it now. But Habek says it's not that simple. Even if Jiwoo can get in, meeting Riot won't be that easy. Of course, nothing ever is. If the Heavenly Realm really is the final arc, it makes sense it won't be straightforward. Suddenly, Habek notices Love's level and remarks that she's past level 500. Love is shocked. Last time she checked, she was only in the 300s. She opens her status window and is stunned to see she's already at level 503. Apparently, all that grinding in the Eurus dungeon and the war with the ancient anthropomorphs pushed her past the milestone. Star points out that now Love can also wear the angel earrings. Curious, she wonders aloud if putting them on will turn Love into a guy. Intrigued, Love decides to try them on. Yep, without hesitation, Love puts on the earring. Star bursts out laughing, saying Undyne and Love are becoming more alike, both bold and impulsive. As the earring flashes, the system announces a physical transformation. Star has to shield her eyes from the light. Once it fades, Love's still rocking white hair, but now it's short and she's now a he. The transformation is complete, and the system confirms Love's gender is now male, and he qualifies to enter the Heavenly Realm. Star is stunned. Male Love is hot. Ju watches, awestruck and trembling. Love, now a full-on muscle hunk, can't believe the change. Realizing he's topless, he instinctively covers his chest, shrieking in a comically deep voice. Ju is thoroughly disgusted. Love snaps, accusing Ju of staring at his chest. Ju retorts that Love needs to stop acting like a helpless maiden while hiding boulder-sized pecs. Habek laughs at the mess, complimenting Love's new look. He explains that entering the Heavenly Realm requires a pure body. Rebirth into a different gender breaks the continuity of the old self. So, the whole gender swap? Not just fan service, it's mandatory for progression. He congratulates both Ju and Love for becoming eligible. Star, left out, pouts. Habek explains she can only wear the earring at level 500. Ju, still processing, asks why they can't meet Riot, even though they can now enter the realm. Habek looks down, saying it's because Riot is going to die soon. Ju demands to know why. Instead of answering, Habek falls to his knees and, with head bowed, calls Ju the brave warrior. He pleads for Ju's help to save Riot. In return, he promises to help them revert to their original genders. The system kicks in, announcing a hidden quest, Save Riot of Sloth. Rewards will exceed that of standard missions. Ju examines the notification, and Habek repeats his request. Ju agrees, on one condition. He wants all 8 of Habek's mirrors in exchange. His face turns demonic as he delivers the demand. Habek stares in disbelief, realizing that would strip him of his Mirror King title. Reluctantly, Habek gives in. Ju smirks, already imagining getting his body back and scoring bonus rewards on top. But his smug satisfaction wouldn't last. Sometime later, everything goes sideways. Ju ends up imprisoned, shackled by glowing blue cuffs that suppress his power. Things did not go according to plan. From the cell, he looks weak and exhausted. An angel soldier slams open the door, calls him a disgusting human, and demands he get up. Ju is yanked by the hair, told not to try escaping unless he wants to be skewered. With tears in his eyes, Ju meekly agrees. Another angel scolds the guard for being too harsh, noting that Ju is wearing angel's handcuffs, which reduce a target's stats by 50%. Ju sniffs and whimpers. Wait, is the former RMC really crying like a damsel in distress? Did he really become a girl? The angel soldier roughly shoves Ju out of the cell, letting out some sharp, high-pitched shrieks, feminine ones. She tells Ju he should feel honored to meet her in full form, though he might be executed the moment they meet. She laughs and says dying by her hands would be a privilege. Ju curses silently, tempted to break his cuffs and wipe everyone out, but he reins himself in, remembering that everything's unfolding according to plan. He just needs to stay patient. Flashback to a few hours earlier, inside Habek's lair, right before their journey to the heavens. Habek preps a mirror for transport and tells the others to step on it. Suddenly, Eurus appears with a puff of smoke, still chewing on some meat, saying there are actually 3 of them, including him. Ju demands to know where he's been. Eurus gets annoyed, saying he's been there the whole time, eating meat while Ju was sulking near Star's stall. Apparently, Eurus followed them all the way to the lair. Ju finally recalls that, yeah, he had been there the whole time. Eurus then notices Ju's transformation and asks why he looks like a girl now. Ju fires back, wondering if Eurus has food poisoning or something, and questions if he's still eating the same meat from earlier. Habek cuts the chatter short, telling them to get on the mirror already. Star waves goodbye, wishing them a safe trip and asking for souvenirs. Ju waves back, and Love murmurs about how adorable Star is. The mirror lifts off, and Ju notes how fast it is. Habek explains they'll reach the heavenly realm in 5 minutes. Love brings up how strict the rules are, how even their genders had to be changed. She glances at Ju, flustered by how attractive he still is in a female form, despite her not being into girls. She tries to make sense of her feelings, now that she's in a male body herself. Ju asks why Habek doesn't need angel earrings to get in. Habek replies that the rule about pure bodies only applies to beings from the lower realms, not him. Ju gets it now. Meanwhile, Love's still blushing, heart-pounding, confused by her reaction to Ju. As they approach the cloud barrier, Habek warns them not to get too hopeful. Ju imagines a serene, sacred world, but Habek looks uneasy. Suddenly, the clouds part and throw everyone off the platform. Eurus drops his meat midair. Farewell, meat. Ju's too thrilled to care. They're finally in the heavenly realm. Stepping onto the clouds, Ju marvels at how awesome it is, while Love notes how soft they feel. Then a loud roar shakes the sky. Habek immediately knows what it means. He tells them to stay alert, and enemies nearby. The trio is stunned when they see a bizarre creature with multiple eyes and wings. Love asks what it is, and Eurus replies, "It's an angel, a powerful one, no known level." Suddenly, the angel's largest eye glows. Habek yells out a warning. Watch out for its angelic burst. They all dodge just in time, even as Ju and Love can't help but scoff at the overly dramatic name. The blast hits, causing a massive explosion. Ju and Love rocket into the sky, with Love grumbling that they barely arrived and didn't even get a chance to sightsee. Annoyed, Love taps into the essence of the Demon King, stabilizing noise at 1.2%. In her transformed male form, she turns to Ju with a confident grin, telling him to leave this one to her and to go find safety. Her words make Ju's heart flutter, until she calls him Bra, completely ruining the moment. Ju reminds her she should just stick to calling him Undis. Love's totally new at this, sets the mood, and kills it instantly. She heads off into battle, promising to return soon. Ju, flustered, stands there blushing, still stuck on how cool Love looked when she told him to get to safety. Then a chill runs through him, his heart seriously pounding over Captain Love, in guy form. Male wife, indeed. Ju freaks out, flailing as he blames his current body for messing with his brain. He tells himself he needs to return to normal. Or, maybe not just yet. This is kind of fun. Meanwhile, Love throws a punch at the angel, making it roar. But she's caught off guard when the angel reveals rows of teeth, a second mouth, and a tentacle tongue. It lashes out, but she dodges. Then its wings smack her down into the clouds, and Ju panics. The angel roars again, unleashing a barrage of laser-like beams from its eyes, causing massive explosions. Ju grabs his wooden staff and shouts in anger, "How dare this monster hurt Captain Love? There's nothing angelic about this thing." Habek tells Ju to relax. Love's energy is still going strong. The smoke clears, revealing Love untouched, standing smugly. She mocks the idea of an angel daring to challenge a demon king. She points a finger, casts Annihilate, and shoots a red beam right into the angel's largest eye. It lets out a weak roar and bursts into the air. Victory, XP gained. The demon king form fades away. Relieved, Love rushes back to Ju, calling him Bra again and proudly declaring herself as one. Ju blushes and asks her to stop calling him that. Just Undis is fine. Then Love wraps an arm around his waist and grabs his hand with the other, checking if he's hurt. She calls him her sweet little birdie while leaning in close. Ju freaks out and pulls away, completely red, asking what Captain Love thinks she's doing. She just laughs and winks, saying he's too beautiful to resist. She's clearly having the time of her life. Ju can only stare at her, deadpan. This is so messed up, he thinks. Actually, I'm fine with the gender swap as long as the ship still sails. Off to the side, Habek remarks on how close they still are, while Eurus looks troubled. He turns to Habek, asking what happened to the heavenly realm. It was supposed to be a haven for humans, but after what they just experienced, even the demon world seems more inviting, especially now that Love's the demon king. Habek sighs and admits, Eurus has a point. The heavenly realm used to be kind to humans. The angel they just fought should have welcomed them and kept them safe. After thinking for a bit, Habek brings up a name, Lior. Eurus repeats it, confused. He's never heard of her. Hebek finally explains that the heavenly realm's hostility toward humans, his own mutilation, and Riot's constant danger all trace back to Lior. In a dim dungeon, Riot is chained by the wrists. A woman approaches, heels clicking on the stone floor. Riot greets her. It's Lior, the blonde with mismatched eyes. She greets him sweetly, asking how he's been. Riot points out they saw each other just hours ago and says he can manage small talk if she wants. But before he finishes, Lior suddenly plunges a knife into his stomach. With a cold smile, Lior asks who said he could speak. She drags the blade down, emphasizing she never gave him permission. Riot coughs up blood in pain. She finally yanks the dagger out, making him scream. Watching him struggle, she casually heals him with a flash of magic, restoring his body instantly. Then she hugs him tightly, saying she loves him and wants them to always stay like this, together. Her voice darkens as she asks about the guests the Mirror King brought and spits venom about how revolting the humans of the lowly realm are. As she turns to leave, she promises to eliminate them, for Riot's sake, smiling as she says it. Lior isn't just the ruler of the heavenly realm, she's also Riot's younger sister. Meanwhile, Ju asks Hebek where Riot is, insisting that finding him is top priority if they're to save the sin of sloth. Hebek admits he has no idea, only that Riot is a prisoner of Lior. Annoyed, Ju calls Hebek useless. With no leads, Ju says he'll just act on instinct. Hebek nervously asks what that means. Ju flashes a grin, raises his wooden stick, and says he's going to smash stuff first and ask questions later. Hebek panics. If Ju goes wild, Riot might die in the process. Ju shrugs and says that'll be Hebek's fault, not his. Hebek yells that Ju is supposed to save Riot, not kill him. Thankfully, Hebek stops him in time. Then Ju gets an idea. He opens his hand and activates a divine skill, Ember of all creation. Downplaying it, Ju says he got it from some random guy. With this power, he can locate anyone or anything. He commands it to find Riot, the great merchant of sloth. An image appears, Riot chained in the dungeon. Hebek screams Riot's name. Love is shocked the spell actually worked, but they don't recognize the location. Hebek is about to comment when a horrifying face suddenly appears in the ember, Lior's, from an awful angle that makes her look even more unhinged. Ju swears and hurls the ember to the ground. Love falls over with a shriek. Ju demands to know what that thing was. Hebek grimly answers, it was Lior. Back in the dungeon, Lior smiles and says someone's been spying on her private moment with her brother. She guesses it's Hebek and some pathetic humans tagging along. Smiling brightly, she excitedly asks where they are. Alarmed, Hebek urgently tells the brave warrior to shut down the skill. They're being tracked. Ju smirks darkly, saying they should just let their enemies come to them. Hebek, panicking, insists that his master's life is in danger and they can't risk provoking Lior further. Ju sighs, clearly disappointed, but deactivates the skill. Love chimes in, saying Lior isn't at all what she expected based on Hebek's warnings. She pictured a real villain. Didn't she notice that expression? That face was made for villainy. Hebek warns them not to be deceived. Lior is a serious threat. Ju questions why Hebek keeps calling Lior she, when it's obvious from the angel's earring that Lior is male. Hebek explains that only those from the lower realm undergo gender changes. Those from the heavenly realm, like Lior and Riot, remain in their original forms. But more importantly, Hebek reveals he has a plan. Apparently, that plan involved getting their MC locked up by angel soldiers. Back in the dungeon, Lior smirks and says she can't let her guard down with so many enemies after her Upa. Riot sighs in response. Lior gushes about Riot, his sweet voice, delicate features, flawless body, and porcelain skin. She adores him, calling him perfect, and says no one else can have him. Anyone who tries will be killed. As they arrive, she commands the heavenly angels to block the intruders, her eyes glowing as she orders them to tear everyone apart. All types of angels rush toward Ju's group. Hesher counts Shockslove and Hebek among the targets. The angels' eyes shine as they prepare to unleash their attacks. Still imprisoned, Lior watches with a satisfied smile. Above, the sky fills with angels ready to fire. But Ju is unfazed. He smirks and takes position. With a grin, he shouts, "Swing up," and unleashes a devastating attack that obliterates several angels, turns them to ash, and tears a hole through the clouds, exposing outer space. Ju keeps smirking, while Lud stares in disbelief at the destruction. Hebek, pale, just smiles. It's typical for the brave warrior. Lior remains expressionless, but she's clearly shaken. The MC is completely thrilled, reveling in the chaos of the heavenly realm. Lior, now in a disturbingly twisted female form, watches coldly. The angels' battle cries shift into confused murmurs. Suddenly, Ju appears above one angel and smashes it with his wooden stick, creating a loud boom. The angel reels from the blow. Hovering midair, Ju turns his head, mockingly mimicking the angels with a crazed grin. The angels hesitate, visibly unnerved, as Ju launches himself at them, gleefully beating them down like he's playing a game of whack-a-mole. Each strike echoes with a boom, and Ju laughs wildly, fully enjoying the rampage. Now in a female form, Ju's voice is higher, his laughter ringing out like a song, but to those hearing it, it's chilling. He continues his joyful slaughter of the angelic foes, his face lit up with twisted delight. As far as he's concerned, the angels are nothing. At least the main character is enjoying himself. Bursting with excitement, Ju exclaims that this is exactly what living in Chrono Time should feel like. His eyes shine with exhilaration, and he laughs, saying he craves more. Watching him in disbelief, Hebek and Love are clearly disturbed. One thing becomes clear. In a contest of sheer madness, Ju outmatches even Lior. Love approaches, lightly taps Ju's shoulder, and whispers a reminder to stick to Hebek's plan. Ju turns to her, the memory of their earlier strategy returning. Quick flashback inside a flashback. Hebek had figured out, based on the ember of all creation, that Riot was being held in the heavenly dungeon. There was no way to enter from the outside, so someone had to get captured on purpose to break Riot out. Ju didn't like the plan and argued for brute force, insisting things would work themselves out. Hebek, staying calm, explained that doing so might endanger Riot. He also clarified that while the angels couldn't be reasoned with, the citizens of the heavenly realm, Riot's former followers, shouldn't be harmed if possible. For that reason, getting caught was the safest move. Ju wasn't thrilled, but he agreed, mainly because Hebek bribed him with some mirrors. Hebek knew how to manage Ju, though he was clearly going to lose all his mirrors for it. Back to the present, Ju grips his wooden stick as the plan clicks back into place. He tells Eurus to enter the stick so they can go through with it. Eurus complies and vanishes. Ju clears his throat, cups his face dramatically, and starts whining, trying to act cute. He loudly complains about how strong the angels are and pretends he's too weak to fight. Nobody's convinced, not even a little. The angels stare at him suspiciously. Love, thoroughly disgusted, drops back to the clouds. Hebek thanks her for stopping Ju before he went too far, while Love keeps roasting his terrible performance. Hebek isn't worried, though. He knows the angels are gullible enough to fall for even Ju's bad acting. Ju slumps to the ground, sniffling and pretending to cry, claiming he has no choice but to surrender. He puts on a pitiful damsel act, though the angels clearly remember how unhinged he looked just moments ago. Still, despite their doubts, they take him prisoner and haul him off to the heavenly dungeon. Meanwhile, Hebek and Love hide in the clouds, watching it all unfold. Love is anxious about Ju being on his own, but Hebek chuckles, saying it's the angels he's worried about. They don't know what kind of person Ju really is, and he hopes they try to mess with him. That wraps up the double flashback, and we're back to Chapter 48's starting point. A soldier bangs on Ju's cell and shoves him out. Ju, now fuming and tempted to fight back, has to hold himself back and stay focused on the mission. Thinking he had everything under control, Ju kept up his act. When he arrived at the massive doors, an angel soldier informed him that Lior was inside and told him to go in. Inside was the throne room, with Lior seated on an impressive chair, though not as extravagant as Riot's. Ju studied her as she greeted him, calling him a human from the lowly realm. She accused him of spying on her and her brother earlier, calling him despicable. Ju, slightly irritated, stayed silent. Lior stepped down from the throne, eyeing him curiously. She remarked that she wanted to know more about the human Name Hebek had brought to the heavenly realm. She asked where his friends were, but Ju claimed he didn't know. He instead asked about Riot, saying he knew Riot was somewhere inside. This surprised Lior. She hadn't expected a human to know her brother. Ju told her how Riot had met with him before, and they'd had a brief talk. Face to face now, Lior asked if he was the one her brother mentioned, the so-called brave warrior of the modern age. Ju admitted some people called him that, though he didn't like the title because it sounded childish. Lior agreed. It didn't suit him. Then, out of nowhere, she stabbed him. Ju coughed from the pain as she mocked him and told him to learn his place. She found it disgusting that a human like him was so casual about speaking with Riot. She gave him a twisted choice, vertical or horizontal, and joked about it like it was a cheat code from Contra. When Ju asked what she meant, she didn't wait for an answer and sliced him in half sideways. His upper body was thrown into the air, and Lior commented how revolting low-realm beings were as she turned away. Just then, a system notification announced the activation of Ju's healing factor. His severed parts began to reconnect, flesh twisting and pulling together like tentacles. His body reassembled, revealing a face more fitting for a horror movie. Lior sensed something was wrong and looked back, only to be shocked by the terrifying sight of Ju's restored body. Meanwhile, outside, Love and Hebek searched for Riot's sealed weapon. Hebek explained they needed it to restore Riot's full strength. He revealed that Riot usually suppresses his power, just like when he descended into the human world. Love remembered how Riot had attacked Ju back then and was stunned to realize that wasn't even his full strength. Hebek went on to explain that Lior only managed to capture Riot because of this sealed state. He mentioned that his own master is one of the Great Four, the most powerful individuals in existence. Love, hearing this for the first time, learned that along with Riot, the other three are the Demon King Yuris, the warrior Yufa, and Hebek's master. Each rules over their domain as the strongest of their kind. The realization hit Love. Riot, the lazy, bratty guy she knew, was actually a terrifying powerhouse. She asked why someone so strong would be a merchant and seal away his powers. Hebek chuckled, saying that's exactly why Riot is the embodiment of sloth. He abandons his responsibilities and just lazes around. Honestly, if Riot ever gave up that title, Hebek joked, he might qualify for it himself. Hebek tells Love they should go after Riot's sealed weapon since he already knows its location. Love, however, starts to worry. She asks Hebek if they'll be okay without Undice, pointing out how he always ends up getting beaten. Her concern is real, but the comment stings Hebek's pride. Suddenly, there's a sound of wings, and a winged figure offers help. Love and Hebek are stunned. It's the goddess of life. Still, Love can't help calling her Roach Lady. Meanwhile, Lior is reduced to tears by the horrific scene in front of her. She falls back, screaming at the sight of Jeeve's creepy face. Jeeve speaks, asking why she's scared and if she'll play with him. Lior screams even louder, yelling at him not to say her name. It feels like a curse. As usual, our gross MC is pushing things too far. The throne room doors burst open as two angel soldiers rush in, drawn by Lior's screams. But when they see Jeeve's regenerating form, they're horrified. Lior gathers herself and declares she won't let a filthy human from the lower realm get away with this. It's just a little payback from our MC. Tears still in her eyes, Lior summons a divine weapon. Her right hand shines as she calls forth a heavenly treasure. A whip with a white handle, thorny red body, and a blade at the tip materializes. Still shaken, Lior vows to slay the vile human. Seeing the red whip, the angel soldiers panic and flee, shouting that she's about to attack the castle. Lior lashes out with her weapon, causing massive destruction. All the while, Jeeve, still regenerating, watches her with indifference, amused that he scared her enough to destroy her own castle. Really, can you blame her? He was terrifying and disgusting. As the smoke clears, the two angel soldiers emerge unharmed, but notice the human prisoner is now missing. One of them checks on Lior, but she ignores him. Instead, she orders all soldiers to gather in the dungeon where her brother is. Her glowing eyes command obedience, and the soldiers rush off. Furious, Lior swears again to kill the disgusting human. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Jiu is darting around trying to locate Riot. He runs into a group of soldiers who quickly realize he's a human. He has no angel ring. They try to stop him, but Jiu knocks them out with a wooden stick and keeps moving. He's a little frustrated that he can't just take them out permanently, but he's holding back because Hebek asked him to. Let's give him some credit for being obedient. Jiu runs frantically around the castle, shouting Riot's name. Bored and fed up, he tells Eurus to stop pretending to be helpless and come out already. Eurus emerges from Jiu's wooden staff, and Jiu immediately asks where Aventador is, saying he hasn't seen the guy since he became Ego Undies. He wonders why Aventador doesn't show up as a spirit like Eurus does. Eurus explains that he spoke with Aventador while inside the staff. He starts by saying that ego items with the same master share an inner dimension, then tells Jiu that Aventador has no attachment to the outside world anymore. That infuriates Jiu, who starts plotting to scare Aventador into cooperating. Eurus warns him that threats probably won't work anymore, and that Aventador actually wants to stay in Jiu's underwear form for a while. Jiu suddenly freezes, blushing in panic. He starts swearing, calling Aventador a perverted dragon and yelling at him to get out of his underwear. It hits him only now that he let a male dragon take up residence in his undies. Eurus is confused by the outburst, so Jiu tries to explain that Aventador is a guy, but Eurus doesn't get the issue, since Jiu is also male. Jiu tries to argue back, but just ends up flustered, muttering about how he's originally a guy. His heart thudding, Jiu recalls how he started feeling something for Love when Love was male. Now he's sure they've both been mentally influenced by their current forms. Jiu tells Eurus they should split up to look for Riot, and that Eurus should return once he finds him. Eurus agrees, and they go their separate ways. Meanwhile, over on the clouds where Love and Habek are, Luna drops down. Love asks what she's doing there, but Luna just throws an insult her way. Annoyed, Love calls her out for picking a fight right off the bat, but then suddenly pauses, confused. How did Luna recognize her when she currently looks like a guy? Luna, clearly irritated, answers more directly. She reminds Love that she was the one who gave them a clue, so it's natural she'd be around. As for recognizing her, Luna takes out an angel's earring, wears it, and transforms in a flash of light. She then explains that before Love and the others, she was actually the first player to reach the heavenly realm, and she's doing this in a male form that rivals Love's male version in looks. She jokes that maybe they should just swap everyone's genders at this point. Love stares at her, stunned, then mumbles that Luna, now in her male form, is actually hot and kind of her type. Luna, blushing and grossed out, says that's disgusting. Love's looks changed a lot, but Luna's face stayed mostly the same. Snapping back to reality, Love guesses Luna must be over level 500, noting that no one on the official rankings is even close. Luna criticizes her for trusting made-up rankings, pointing out that Chrono Life never released any official level list. She argues it makes no sense for the top players to be under 500 when someone like Noob is already level 999. Love starts to get it, and Luna reveals that many high-level players stay hidden from the public, while most known rankings are just based on rumors and visibility. Love wonders aloud when they'll finally meet these mysterious high-level players. Luna touches her forehead and jokingly includes herself in that list, especially looking this attractive in her male form. Love, however, can't stop thinking about how Luna's entire vibe changes when her gender does. Lowering her hand, Luna admits she actually prefers being in her original female body. She says the word transformation, pulls out the angel earring, and in a burst of light returns to her usual form. Love internally protests. Luna's male version was unexpectedly funny. Shocked, Love asks if Luna really just used a spell to transform. Luna confirms it, and Love quickly asks if she could also use the spell to switch back to her original form. But Luna looks down and tells her it won't work. Love hasn't finished the required quest yet. Back inside the Heavenly Realms castle, GU is still rushing around, calling for Riot in a sing-song tone. Getting no answer, he grumbles in frustration. His patience is running thin. He tries using the Ember of All Creation to locate Riot, but the skill is still on cooldown, with 21 hours and 35 minutes left. GU fumes. Just when he thought he'd gotten a great skill, the long cooldown proved otherwise. Suddenly, Eurus shows up and silently guides him to a secret passage leading to the basement. Overjoyed, GU impulsively plants a kiss on Eurus's cheek. Eurus grumbles at the gesture, though he blushes anyway. GU teases him, saying of course Eurus likes kisses from a pretty girl like himself. As they head down, Eurus mutters that GU really needs to turn back into a guy, otherwise he might end up stuck as a woman. In the dungeon below, Riot hears someone running and immediately knows it can't be Lior. Lior would never run that obnoxiously. A shape comes into view, darting straight for him. As Riot watches in horror, the figure reveals itself. It's GU, running like a lunatic, tongue sticking out. Riot's disgust peaks. He doesn't recognize the person, but is sure she's unbearable. GU, delighted to finally find Riot of Sloth, laughs and boasts that all of Habek's mirrors are his now. The fact that she knows Habek surprises Riot. He starts piecing things together, the wild energy, the crude tone, the wooden staff in the undies, and realizes that this repulsive woman is none other than GU, the modern brave warrior. Riot blurts out that GU is clearly a woman now because of the earring. The comment cuts GU's celebration short, and he demands Riot remove his chains so they can escape. Riot sighs and explains he would have done that a long time ago if he could. He's bound by Angel's handcuffs, rare-grade gear that slashes his stats in half. They're similar to the restraints GU once wore, but made of chains to suit Lior's preferences. Riot starts going into detail about how they can't be broken by force, only for GU to yank the chains and shatter them instantly. Riot collapses to the floor, stunned, speechless. GU grins and tells him to stop gawking. They need to leave. Riot is still recovering from the shock when a voice interrupts them. You're not going anywhere. It's Lior, whip in hand, flanked by an army of angel soldiers. Her rage spikes at the sight of GU, the revolting intruder, standing beside her brother. Luna leaves Love and Habek drifting among the clouds in the heavenly realm. Love nags Luna about the quest she mentioned earlier, but Luna bluntly tells her to be quiet and follow along. Annoyed, Love mocks Luna, saying she acts tough but turns helpless around Undyne. She also brings up how Luna hugged GU at the beach without asking, calling it harassment. Luna just tells her to shut it again. With a sigh, Luna reflects on how Galio's Chrono Life allows freedom but restricts how people can appear in-game. She asks Love if she knows why. Love replies that it has to do with the law. People might commit crimes while disguised. Luna confirms this and adds that while a few changes like hair color are fine, avatars must still resemble their real-life appearance. Developers are forced to follow this, but one company opposes it, valuing user freedom. That company found a loophole, the Angel's Earring, which lets users switch genders. Love finally catches on, and Luna explains this is how the developers express their desire for more player freedom. Right now, it's just them in the Heavenly Realm, but others will eventually reach it too. Whether intentional or not, the quest to return to one's original gender is surprisingly simple. Luna waves her staff, parting a wall of clouds to reveal a breathtaking sight, a tree in a serene pond of crystal-clear water. She calls it the Spring of the Skies and explains that drinking from it will revert them to their original gender. Love is stunned. It's that easy? She dashes forward, thrilled, without waiting for more details, but she stops suddenly, remembering their actual mission, finding Riot's weapon. Annoyed, she tells Habek they should leave and resume their search. Habek smiles nervously and reveals that Riot's weapon is sealed here. Love freezes again, clearly embarrassed, then tries to play it cool, saying the water is so clear it feels refreshing just to look at it. Declaring that she'll drink, Luna teases her to go ahead. Love scoops up water and drinks. A system notification pops up. Her body is now cleansed. In a flash, she transforms back to her original gender and completes the Angel's Earrings quest. The system explains that wearing the earring now gives her the power to switch genders at will, using a transformation skill with a 24-hour cooldown. Relieved and happy, Love celebrates the return to her original self. Luna, unfazed, walks over with an empty bottle and fills it with spring water, casually reminding her she did say the quest was easy. Luna explains that the spring water works just as well when stored in a bottle, so there's no real need to journey to the Heavenly Realm just to complete the quest. Surprisingly generous of the Goddess of Life, especially since the main character isn't even around. Luna adds that Noob is too busy trying to save Riot to come himself, so she plans to bring the bottled spring water to him. Hearing this, Love reaches for the bottle, pretending it's probably too heavy for Luna to carry, which naturally sparks another round of bickering between them. Meanwhile, Habek silently observes Luna, puzzled by how much she knows, things even he's unaware of. He reflects on how she always appears at key moments in Chrono Life and begins to wonder if she's more than just a bystander. Maybe she's not just following the brave warrior's journey, maybe she's the one guiding it all. Considering how she's involved in most major events, his suspicions aren't far off. Suddenly, a strange noise interrupts them. The trio stiffens, and Luna quickly hides the bottle. She warns them that the guardian deities protecting Riot's sealed weapon are on their way. They're far stronger than the angels they faced before, she says, and that's why she came, to help. A silhouette emerges, vague and unsettling. Love gets ready for combat. Luna explains these are the guardian deities of the Heavenly Realm, called the Minions. They come in 3 types, cannon, melee, and long range, but don't expect little yellow banana lovers. These minions have a cute exterior, which catches Love off guard. She squeals over how adorable they are and even snuggles up to one, but her affection is not returned. The minion she hugs smiles sweetly, then spits in her face. Love fumes, and Luna warns that the minions hate anyone from the demon world. Being the Demon King, Love's presence is especially offensive to them. The minion calls her a filthy demon, and Luna reminds her not to be fooled by their looks. As Love wipes her face, she hears a cracking sound. The once innocent minion morphs into a massive super minion, its true form. All the guardians follow suit. Luna declares that now, the real battle begins. Cut to the main character. Lyra declares there's no way out for him, surrounded by over 100 angels. But G doesn't seem fazed. He calls it the smallest army he's ever faced. And he's not bluffing. After all, he's gone up against 3 million from the World Alliance Guild, 500,000 of Euphra's troops, and 1 million anthropomorphs. Lyra ignores his comment and commands her army to eliminate the human intruder. Before GU acts, Riot steps in and pleads with him not to kill them. They're under Lyra's control, their glowing eyes proof of mind control. They're not at fault, but GU just stretches out his hand to Riot, wearing a devilish grin. He tells Riot to pay up. Riot, clearly stunned, looks at him in disbelief, disgusted by GU's greed. Feeling like he has no choice, Riot agrees to buy GU's items at any price, with no limit on the amount. GU grins, clearly pleased with the deal, then grabs his wooden stick and swings it upward at a charging soldier. He comments on how fortunate they are that he's only using strike and not aiming to kill. Layer can only watch in disbelief as GU effortlessly takes down her troops. Meanwhile, back at the battle in the Heavenly Realm, a super minion charges at the group, but Habek raises a hand and activates his sixth mirror, Mirror of Defense. A massive mirror forms in front of him, halting the minion's attack. Habek calmly states that its durability is nearly limitless, even as the super minion unleashes a barrage of blows against it. With a smirk, Habek announces it's his turn and summons his first mirror, Mirror of Piercing Light. The mirror appears above the enemy, glowing brightly. He shouts fire, and a burst of light slams into the minion, making it shriek as it disintegrates. The light fades, leaving a gaping hole in the cloud below. Just then, a tremor rocks the area from a nearby clash. Habek stumbles and looks toward the noise, stunned by the fiery red explosions lighting up the battlefield. There's only one person who could be causing that. As the smoke clears, Love stands in her Unleash essence of the Demon King form, blasting a super minion with Annihilation. Her opponent, the long-range type, retaliates with its own attack. The two forces collide mid-air, triggering a massive explosion. This particular super minion can mimic skills using its left hand, and it's using Love's Annihilation against her. Habek watches with awe, wanting to help her, but before he can move, he's suddenly pierced from behind. The super minion he thought he destroyed reemerges from the hole, completely unharmed. Turns out it's the melee type, immune to both physical and magical attacks. No wonder Habek always ends up injured. He keeps underestimating his enemies. Love, distracted by what happened to Habek, gets caught off guard by her opponent's copy of Annihilation. The critical blow ends her Demon King form, and she crashes beside Habek on a cloud. Two super minions tower over them. The long-range type begins to charge another Annihilation. Love, drained and desperate, softly calls out for Undies. But instead, Luna answers with a simple boom, and just like that, the enemy's left arm explodes. The super minion howls in frustration. Luna mocks Love for being so helpless despite being the Demon King. As Love tries to sit up, Luna tells her to stay down. She'll handle this. It's time to show what the Goddess of Life is really capable of. Wait, does that mean she's already finished with her own super minion? Back to GU. He knocks another soldier to the ground with a clean hit from his wooden stick. Another charges at him, only to be smacked by a backward flip of the stick, which GU proudly names Flipped Wooden Stick Smack. Riot watches, unsure whether that's even a real skill. Yet another enemy approaches from behind, but GU notices in time spinning and smacking the attacker into another soldier. GU gleefully strikes down every opponent in his path, laughing wildly and declaring he'll defeat them all. Riot, hearing this, scolds him, reminding the so-called brave warrior that his memory is as short as a goldfish's. GU just grins and says he'll go along with the request. Sort of. As long as no soldiers die, he'll do as he pleases. Riot goes pale, but can't stop him in his weakened state. True to form, GU goes wild, laughing as he lands devastating blows, leaving his enemies on the brink of death. Riot mentally scolds him for being nuts. Suddenly, GU pauses, confused. Glancing around, he realizes all of Layer's so-called 100 soldiers are already down. That was fast, considering he took them out one by one. He turns back and declares there's only one left. Layer, furious, tightens her grip on her whip. She knows she has to fight personally now. She taunts GU, but he just smirks, unimpressed that she's relying on a steel whip. Confident as ever, GU claims her attacks won't hurt him. Riot yells a warning and swoops in, grabbing GU in a dramatic rescue. Layor is definitely not going to let that slide. Her whip crashes into the spot GU just vacated. Instead of thanking Riot, GU grumbles and demands to be put down, insisting that Layer's whip can't kill him. Riot tells him he's missing the point. It's not the damage he should worry about, it's her charm skill. Riot explains that Layor can use charm magic, which overrides willpower for a short time unless you have high magic resistance. Her charm doesn't just come from her eyes, she can enchant through her whip too. Layor, hearing all this, finishes Riot's sentence herself and cracks her whip at him. Riot collapses, and Layor steps forward like a classic villain, explaining that the charm from her whip is even stronger than from her eyes. Magic resistance barely helps. Just one graze is enough to enthrall her target. GU shivers at how OP this skill is, while Layor just laughs. But GU, he doesn't seem scared. If anything, he looks fired up. Layor challenges him to take her brother back. Her eyes glow, triggering the same glow in Riot's. He's fully charmed. Meanwhile, back at the Spring of the Skies, a powerful super minion lets out a roar. Love is watching, deep in thought, pondering whether the Goddess of Life, Luna, plans to summon a monster from another dimension to deal with the threat. Luna glances at her and smirks, saying that would be overkill. These enemies aren't worth the effort. Love shudders at both the horror and thrill of that answer. It's kind of eerie. Both Love and GU react the same way to different situations at almost the same time. Ignore that, just a personal observation. Habek snaps Love out of her thoughts as he sits up, relieved they're safe. He mentions that Luna is no ordinary boss. She's also the sin of lust, placing her on par with a level 4. He says Luna stepping in guarantees their survival. But rather than feeling grateful, Love just gets more irritated. She hates the idea of being indebted to Luna, even for her life. To prove his point, Habek notes that the cannon-type super minion Luna was fighting is already gone. Love glances around and confirms what she heard. Habek figures Luna must have taken care of the situation while they were handling their part. He admits he's curious about how Luna actually fights. The melee super minion grumbles, annoyed at being ignored. It slams its fists down repeatedly, prompting Love to comment on how reckless it's getting. She's worried the clouds they're standing on might collapse from the force. Habek chuckles and reassures her, clouds in the heavenly realm can handle that. Still, he notes, if a powerful warrior decided to bring them down on purpose, it'd be a different story. Luna uses her life creation skill to craft a new body, then raises a hand and taunts the super minion. It charges at her, but she simply clenches her fist and, with a smile, says boom. Instantly, the minion's arm is obliterated. As it howls in pain, Luna mockingly apologizes and says she'll end it quickly. Again, she lifts her hand and says boom. The minion trembles, its eyes dimming, and with a final mutter, it shatters into rubble. Stones rain down from where it once stood. Habek is stunned. He always thought melee-type minions were invincible. Watching Luna destroy one so effortlessly is both shocking and terrifying. Her power might rival or even surpass that of their main character. The long-range minion, shaken by the scene, utters something under its breath before running away in terror. Love is caught off guard by its reaction, but Luna calmly raises her left hand, clenches it, and says, boom. That one explodes too, its head crumbling as it mutters its last words. Luna smiles and turns to her wounded allies, declaring that the Guardians are gone. Now they can search for Reeve's weapon. Holding his stomach, Habek asks how she managed to kill a creature immune to both physical and magical attacks. Instead of answering, Luna heals his injury, reminding him that she's the goddess of life. Her powers manipulate life itself, whether it's healing or destroying. Clearly overpowered, Luna cheerfully points out that immunity to regular attacks means nothing against divine abilities. Habek doesn't find that comforting. He's clearly a little scared. Luna shrugs it off and says she doesn't want to get wet retrieving Riot's weapon from the spring's depths. Habek gets the hint and volunteers to go instead. Watching Luna heal Habek, Love asks if she can be healed too. Luna just looks away and tells her to take care of her own injuries. Love is annoyed but understands. Rivalries in love have their costs. Meanwhile, back to the main action. Riot is chasing GU, and our MC is reflecting on how chaotic everything's been since his character got switched to female. He suspects the developers are playing tricks on him. GU, meanwhile, is furious that Riot's chasing him thanks to Layer's charm spell. The blow lands, jolting GU with a surge of electricity and a scream. But Riot isn't done. He slams his foot down, unleashing a bolt of lightning, and drives his spear into the ground with force. Using his elite lightning magic, he electrocutes GU, sending volts through him until he crashes to the ground. GU is fried. Love, stunned, asks Habek about the skill. Habek explains that Riot wasn't at full power when they first met. Lior cuts in with her usual commentary, bragging about how Riot channels lightning through his own body, becoming stronger as the fight goes on. But Love and Habek are too far to hear her rambling. She keeps going, even though her audience is clearly missing it. Then, just as Lior tells Riot to finish GU, something freaky slinks up to her. It's GU, horrifying and half-revived. She screams in shock. Love cheers for Undies, while Habek remarks how gross the warrior's regeneration is. Still recovering, GU realizes the figure in front of him is Lior, not Riot. He mentions that his eyes haven't healed yet, rambling about them, which thoroughly disturbs Lior. She recalls that this guy once survived being sliced in two. It was a magical trick, apparently. Disgusted, she demands Riot kill him, but before Riot can act, GU lunges forward and bites his head. GU keeps chomping, announcing his revenge. The whole scene is repulsive. Riot, refusing to be a chew toy, powers up with lightning. GU slinks back as Riot declares he'll finish him, but GU just mocks him. Enraged, Riot charges again. GU lifts his wooden stick, calling his moves swing up without killing and swing down without killing, having the time of his life fighting someone who keeps leveling up. He follows with a rapid combo, again stressing it's no killing. The guy's clearly a master at being annoying. Lior is stunned. Habek points out how the brave warrior is toying with his master, and Love agrees, even saying that the Grave Four are no match for undies. Watching the chaos, Habek admits that the brave warrior might just be the strongest in Chrono Life. Riot collapses to his knees, worn out. GU grins over his fallen foe and announces that the world will soon kneel to him. Love scolds him as she and Habek approach. She asks if Riot is finally free of Lior's charm, but GU says no. Instead, he calls on the Whip Lady to release her brother. Lior, gritting her teeth, refuses. She's in disbelief. Her brother lost. She considers how her charm spell is strongest up close, and if they take him away now, he'll probably break free. Cornered, she realizes she has only one option left: charm the repulsive man standing before her. Yeah, Lior's aiming her next charm attack at none other than our grotesque MC. She waits for the right moment to lash out with her whip. Meanwhile, GU and Love glance at the fallen Riot, and GU gets an idea, one that makes Love visibly nervous. Riot suddenly lunges forward to attack, but GU casually taps his head with a bonk. Riot tries again and again. GU bonks him. Over and over, the same thing. Riot attacks. GU bonks. Riot grows more irritated, but GU just keeps whacking him like he's fixing an old appliance. Love doubts this method, but GU shrugs it off, saying he's just teaching the kid a lesson. Right as he's about to swing again, Riot flinches, and GU bursts out laughing, claiming Riot's starting to return to normal out of fear of being hit. Seeing GU distracted bullying her brother, Lior takes the opportunity and strikes him with her whip. Love warns him, but it's too late. GU stumbles and falls under Lior's charm. She laughs triumphantly, while Love and Habek stare in disbelief. With her confidence restored, Lior challenges them to a 3-on-3 match. But her gloating doesn't last long. GU's healing factor kicks in, snapping him out of the charm. The yandere celebrates too soon. GU blinks, takes a second to process, then smacks her on the head mid-speech. Lior topples, confused. GU laughs, admitting he didn't really plan it. He just saw a head asking to be hit. With Lior down, the charmed soldiers recover, now free. Love and Habek are confused until Riot speaks up, explaining that when Lior faints, all her charms are lifted. That's her weakness. Habek's relieved to have his master back, though Riot complains about his aching head and not remembering anything. Habek tells him he'll fill him in later. No spoilers for now. Now that everyone's back to normal, GU says there's just one thing left and turns to Lior. She stirs and sits up, yelling about being ambushed, then freezes when she sees herself completely surrounded. Her confusion turns to dread as GU gives her a wicked grin and announces it's time to finish this. Desperate, Lior raises her whip, but GU breaks it instantly. He calls this move a new entry in his Destruction move series, Destroy the Weapon, following the infamous Destroy the Planet. As he mocks her, Lior begins to cry, overwhelmed by the terrifying grin on his face. Love tries to calm him down, worried he's slipping into villain mode. Meanwhile, Luna laughs at the scene. Lior, now helpless and cornered by overpowered opponents. Tears stream down Lior's cheeks as she shakes in fear of what comes next. GU just laughs and, with a disturbingly sweet smile, tells her not to worry. He doesn't plan on killing her. Layer feels a wave of relief, but she lets her guard down too soon. Out of nowhere, a tentacle emerges from GU's mouth as he declares he'll absorb her into himself forever. Caught off guard by this, Layer freezes, just in time for GU to strike with his tentacle. Realizing she can't dodge, she shuts her eyes and screams for her brother. At that moment, someone grabs the tentacle. Everyone is stunned to see Riot intervening to protect Layer. Staring GU down, Riot warns him not to harm his sister. GU retracts the tentacle and reminds Riot of Layer's past actions, even pointing out how Habek had to assign him a quest just to stop her. Riot defends Layer, saying it was all a misunderstanding. She never truly meant to kill GU. Her way of showing love is just unconventional. Riot admits that while Layer might be dangerous, she acts that way out of devotion to him. We flash back to centuries ago in the Heavenly Realm. Riot announces his plan to descend into the human realm, leaving Layor in charge during his absence. Layor is taken aback that her brother would be gone for years just to go on an adventure. Riot explains that he wants to help humans who are now under threat from the Demon King. His reason? Yafei the warrior. Back to the present. Hearing Yafei's name jogs GU's memory. Riot had mentioned fighting alongside Yafei before. Love, confused, points out that Riot's story is from centuries ago, way before the game Chrono Life even existed. Distraught, she jokingly mourns the fate of her favorite ship. Luna rolls her eyes and explains Riot was talking about the in-game lore, not real-world history. Then, She accuses Love of faking ignorance just to hog the spotlight. Rather than get upset, Love dials up the cuteness and jokingly flirts with Luna, leaving her flustered and regretful. Just like that, Love wins their little rivalry. Back to Riot, who explains Layer's anxious behavior stems from his failure to complete his role as the sin of sloth. The flashback continues. Layer questions her brother's motives. He's always said they opposed humans, so why help them now? She argues that human survival isn't their concern, especially since he's one of the 7 sins. She brings up how he's already helped humans thrive economically as the great merchant, yet hasn't fulfilled his true role. Trembling, Layer confesses she's afraid, maybe of God, maybe of what might happen to Riot. She asks if he's developed a soft spot for humans. Riot hesitates, then admits she might be right. Rising from his throne, he declares he'll go through with his decision, no matter what. Riot then walks away, leaving his sister to look after the heavenly realm. Riot was tasked with dealing with humans, but his deep affection for them made it impossible for him to fulfill his role as the sin of sloth. His failure to act was seen as defiance against God, and as a result, his fate now hangs in the balance. Aware of this, Lior made a vow. When the right moment comes, she'll wipe out humanity for her brother's sake, regardless of whether he wants her to or not. With that flashback out of the way, Lior's current behavior starts to make sense. Riot asks the brave warrior to end everything by forgiving his sister. GU is clearly frustrated, pointing out that it's not fair to just let it go when everything around them has been reduced to ruins. RMC insists that if Lior wasn't ready to bear the consequences, she shouldn't have done it in the first place. Giving her life would be justice. Lior trembles and weeps in silence. Riot speaks again, saying that Habeck misunderstood Lior's intentions. Everything she did for Riot. He begs GU once more to forgive her. GU answers only with a curse, venting his hatred for villains who excuse their wrongdoings. With a menacing grin, he prepares to punish her, tentacle ready, wondering where to start. But before he can go further, Riot steps in, reminding GU of his tendency to only act if there's something in it for him. As a bargaining chip, Riot offers to uphold his previous promise to GU for the rest of GU's life, if that means Lior is forgiven. That stops GU cold. Blushing, he turns back to Riot, saying the deal isn't quite enough to sway him. Riot sees that he's got GU right where he wants him. Meanwhile, Habeck watches and regrets speaking up earlier. He notices GU and Love glaring at him, both silently blaming him for the chaos. Their expressions match so perfectly, it's clear they're in sync. Feeling the pressure to fix the situation, Habeck walks over, trembling, and hands GU all 8 of his mirrors. He forces a smile and pleads with them to forgive Lior in exchange. Love immediately starts scolding Habeck, but before she can finish, GU suddenly agrees to the deal with a smile. The system then announces that the hidden quest is complete, and GU is now the master of the 8 mirrors. Tough luck for Habeck. He lost his mirrors by meddling in Heavenly Realm affairs. With everything settled, GU quickly uses one of the mirrors to return to the human realm. He says goodbye to Riot and tells the siblings to keep the peace. Thanking them for the experience, GU, Love, and Luna return to Earth. Lior is surprised they left so casually. Riot explains that Undyne already got what he was after. He just wanted more. As always, Riot chuckles, calling GU an intriguing guy. Back on Earth, their first stop is Star's place. Curious about their trip, Star listens as GU tells her about the spring of the skies, which gives them the ability to change genders. Right then and there, GU, Love, and Luna show off the transformation skill, leaving Star thrilled by the spectacle. That short journey really paid off. A few days later, Luna visits the Heavenly Realm alone. Riot thanks her for how well everything had turned out. Luna steps up to Riot with a smirk, telling him it's not over yet. She voices her disgust at how things turned out, calling it immature and predictable. Then, without warning, she stabs Riot in the chest. While doing so, she says his death is the perfect conclusion to the Heavenly Realm arc. Smiling with satisfaction, she pulls her staff out and tosses a worn-out beginner's robe like the one the main character used to wear. She calls it a noob symbol. Typical Luna, still stabbing people without hesitation and stirring up chaos wherever she goes. At least this time, she didn't use those ridiculous white briefs. She went with a cape. She then remarks that anyone with half a brain would realize it's all fake evidence meant to frame Noob. She mocks Lior, confident she won't hesitate to fall for it. Luna, almost like a narrator, predicts that Lior will be consumed by rage and lead the Heavenly Realm army to attack the human realm. With lifeless eyes, she claims everything will go as expected. After all, they're just AI. And, just as Luna foresaw, Lior erupts in fury and launches a full-scale assault on humanity. Riot's death tipping the balance completely. As Luna walks away from Riot's lifeless body, still seated on his throne, she declares that the final episode of Chrono Life has truly begun, and by the looks of it, this last chapter won't be ending anytime soon. The Earth falls into chaos and ruin as the heavenly realm invades. Their sheer strength is clear. Just reaching their realm requires players to be level 500. That alone shows how tough they are. Besides their elite troops, the angels descend, towering, monstrous beings never before seen by most players. Their radiant eyes fire deadly beams at the Earth, proving without doubt that these creatures are the top-tier threats of their world. But are there even other types of monsters in the heavenly realm besides angels and their minions? Against this overwhelming force, most players stand no chance. Still, some try to fight back. One man lifts his hand and casts Sanctuary, instantly healing all the injured within the area. He steps forward and tells everyone not to panic. He's here now. The users break into cheers. It's him, the #1 ranked healer class player. Bald, wearing sunglasses, sporting a clean mustache and beard, he's Mr. Physical Therapist. This guy's a priest who supports others with healing and buffs. The angels don't even blink and continue bombarding the players. Injured users drop to the ground, and Mr. Physical Therapist, let's just call him Mr. PT, approaches one of them. He tells the guy to brace himself and then slams a holy punch into him. The shocked player cries out, but Mr. PT just grins and says he's been healed. The player checks his stats, and he's fully restored. Mr. PT turns to the others, cracking his knuckles and saying it's time for a PT session. Mr. PT is famous for his healing method, a skill called Holy Punch. Sure, it hurts, but it's insanely effective and fast. One guy grumbles, asking to be healed normally with Sanctuary, but like all high-tier spells, it's got a long cooldown. So for now, Mr. PT's fists are doing all the healing. The chaos on the ground leaves the angels momentarily stunned, but a shout from a soldier brings them back to focus. The heavenly army charges forward. Their target is Mr. PT, who's currently busy healing the novel's artist, Jippery. Both are now in serious danger when a female player arrives, announcing she's here to assist Feisty, her nickname for Mr. PT, though we're sticking with that name. The newcomer is Mint Chocolate, the champion of the Royal Battle Tourney, but let's just call her Mint Choco. A magic knight, she combines ice and wind spells to keep the heavenly army at bay, halting their advance. Mint Choco declares that Chrono Life isn't about dealing massive damage, but mastering technique and control. That's her take. Others, especially the MC, would probably argue otherwise. One soldier tries to rush her, but she casts Dig, tripping him up. While he's off balance, she strikes him down. Using simple skills with precision, she quickly takes out several soldiers. Her teamwork with Mr. PT draws admiration from nearby players. Meanwhile, Love watches from a rooftop alongside Luna and GU, impressed by the players on the battlefield, some of whom she's never seen before. Luna comments that not all users aim for the top guilds. Many just focus on their personal growth. Just as she says this, more high-ranked players arrive, eager to help. Luna suggests they're likely here to test their strength after returning from the northern continent. Soon, the top 5 guilds join the battle, helping turn the tide against the heavenly army. Turns out, while everyone else was busy fighting or questing, some players had been ignoring the main story altogether just to grind XP. Suddenly, a whip lashes through the air, attacking users. Lior enters the scene. The users are stunned, showing no mercy. She strikes again and again, demolishing everything around her. As the Heavenly Realm's vice-ruler, she takes command in the fight against humanity. Anyone nicked by her whip falls under her control, forced to turn on their allies. Lior's charm skill causes human-on-human combat to break out. Watching from above, Gyu and Love observe the chaos while Luna, eyes closed, smiles faintly and makes a quiet decision. Gyu tells Captain Love to handle the main army while he and Roach Lady will deal with Lior. Love protests and wants to go with Undies, but Gyu says he's just planning to talk, and if that fails, he'll use his wooden stick. He adds he only needs Roach Lady for her healing. Before Love can argue more, Gyu vanishes with Luna. It might be the best move, but it still stings that Love's left behind. Frustrated, she wonders if she should have picked healer instead of fighter. Still, she heads out to help the other users. But just as she joins the fray, someone shouts her real name, turning everyone's attention to her. Pink-haired Fan calls out, saying she's a huge admirer. Love smiles, thanks her, and gently reminds her to use her in-game name. With that, she jumps back into the battle against the Heavenly Army. Elsewhere, in a different realm, God lounges beside an hourglass, casually watching events unfold in the human world. Smiling, he muses that all of this must be Luna's doing. With everything falling into place, He notes that the sin of sloth has finally been fulfilled. God is pleased. Riot remained ruler of the heavenly realm. Lior, starting the war, wouldn't have achieved the same outcome. In the end, he's glad things played out this way and gives Luna credit for making it all happen. So yeah, turns out everything really was part of Luna's grand scheme. God rises, clearly impressed by how much she's accomplished. He runs through a mental checklist, realizing that every sin has already been fulfilled, except one. With a casual snap, a massive hourglass descends, signaling the beginning of the Sin of Envy's arc. God admits he originally planned to assign this sin to Jiyu, but since Jiyu declined, he's ready to dump the role onto someone else. No consent needed. Rejection just isn't his style. And just like that, God takes action. Down on Earth, an invisible force suddenly slams into Captain Love. She crashes to the ground, startling her pink-haired fan. A system notification pops up. Love has just unlocked the second hidden class. She gets to her feet, and the fan nervously asks if she's okay, only to be sliced in half before she finishes her sentence. The system announces that the Sin of Envy has activated. This triggers a fusion between the Sin of Envy and the soul of the Demon King, giving rise to a brand new identity. Love is gone. Now, she is Envy. No way. Does this mean our MC is going to have to fight her? What about my OTP? Elsewhere, that same night, Eurus carries Star away from the front village under Jiyu's orders, trying to keep her safe. He sets her down once they're beyond the starting hills, a quiet, monster-populated area that's still safer than the battlefield. He warns her about the bunny bears roaming around, but says they're only level 4, so she'll be fine. As he's about to leave, Star stops him to ask if everyone is okay. Eurus hesitates, unsure. After all, this is the final chapter of Chrono Life. Still, he reassures her. With Jiyu around, there's no way the humans will lose. Back at the front village, the forever war zone, Lior continues charming humans with her whip, forcing them to attack each other. It's a horror show. Mint Choco and Mr. PT are backed into a corner, surrounded by controlled players. Mint asks if Mr. PT has anything that can counter charm. He says he's tried, but the charm level is way too high. Meanwhile, poor Jippery's getting beat up again, thanks to being caught in the chaos wearing his ridiculous costume. Mint yells at Mr. PT to run just as the mind-controlled players rush them, but then Jiyu shows up and casually asks, why? Mint's furious. Clearly, some users still don't recognize the MC. Jiyu slams his wooden stick into the ground, creating a shockwave so massive it blasts everyone away. Even the angels hovering above are thrown back. Mint is stunned, but there's no time to process it. The explosion wipes out allies and enemies alike. Jiyu grins, saying he's done with cleanup. Luna approaches and points out that his actions don't exactly scream protector of humanity. Jiyu just laughs, saying he didn't even go all out. Luna can't argue. She knows full well that if Jiyu wanted to, he could obliterate the entire world in an instant. Please don't give Jiyu any bright ideas. Now that the battlefield is cleared, Jiyu quickly notices Leor. She somehow survived his attack. He walks over and casually calls her Whip Girl, saying they need to talk. Seeing how beat up she is, he tells Roach Lady to heal her. Luna, playing along, uses her Divinity of Life spell. Jiyu doesn't show it, but even he's impressed by how fast Roach Lady heals someone like Leor, who's probably around level 600. Leor gets up, trembling, and asks if this is all just to humiliate her. Shrugs that off and insists he just wants to talk. He starts to mention hearing from Habeck that Riot's dead, but she doesn't let him finish. She lashes out with her whip. Obviously, the attack has no effect thanks to Jiyu's healing factor. Leor knows this, but she's grieving, angry, and convinced Jiyu is to blame for her brother's death. She lashes out again and again while Jiyu tries to shout over her, saying it's all a misunderstanding. She refuses to believe him, convinced that the robe found on Riot's body belonged to him. That ticks Jiyu off. He yells back, calling her an idiot for not thinking things through. Luna, just watching, smiles. She was right. Leor won't listen. She reminds Jiyu that these NPCs were designed with emotional responses, and in Leor's current state, logic isn't going to reach her. Luna even jokes that it's kind of fun, like arguing with a real person who refuses to hear reason. As Leor keeps whipping, Jiyu realizes something. Luna's been hiding behind him this whole time. He turns to her, asking what she's doing. Luna peeks out and casually says she's just trying not to get hit. Jiyu lets her stay there, but then things shift. He suddenly asks her if she killed Riot. Luna just smiles. No answer, no denial. Then she looks back at Leor and casually asks what happened to Riot's body. Was it burned or not? The question sends Leor into another emotional spiral. She bursts into tears and prepares to attack again, but before she can act, Luna appears behind her in a blink and knocks her out with a clean hit to the neck. Honestly, she could have done that way earlier. Luna then checks if it's been 3 days since Riot's death and says he'll be reviving soon. Layer hears this before passing out. Jiyu is stunned, not just by how fast Luna moved, but by the revelation itself. He checks if Layer's okay, and Luna assures him she's just unconscious. She even compliments how Chrono Life lets you KO someone as if it's real life. All of this has Jiyu questioning if Chrono Life is really just a game anymore. He then confirms, did Luna really say Riot is coming back? She nods. Riot belongs to a ruling bloodline. Angels like him don't just die permanently. Even if they're taken out, they can resurrect after 3 days. But there's a catch. Once revived, Riot loses his halo, becomes a starlight, and falls from grace into the human realm. And the one who finds him? Star. Jiyu glares at Luna, demanding how she knows all this. Luna just flashes a smile and says it's a secret. Jiyu keeps scowling as he shifts the question, asking why Luna waited until now, after everything went south, to reveal the truth. Luna laughs, admitting she held back on purpose, brushing it off by saying it's all just a game anyway. She figured Jiyu would have been excited if a war broke out. Jiyu gives her a cold look and says he's not some twisted villain. He only fights if someone strikes first. The war was sparked by a misunderstanding, so there's nothing satisfying about it for him. Luna grins at his words and tells him to give the next challenger a proper lesson. Before he can respond, a sudden blast of red light strikes him. That color alone makes it obvious who's behind the attack. Jiyu, coughing, cradles Lior in his arms, wondering if there are still enemies lurking around. Luna is visibly stunned by how he protected Lior. Jiyu says he couldn't just leave her like that. Lior wakes up just in time to hear him mention how she only ever wanted to save her brother, and that he wants her to see Riot again when he comes back. Luna teases him for being sweet, and Jiyu tells her to quit it. He's always been a decent guy. Then, he asks Luna to heal Lior since he didn't manage to shield her from the full hit. Luna agrees, playing the obedient role. Lior seems to be catching feelings for our MC, though hopefully that's not the case. Suddenly, heels clack closer, and a voice expresses disbelief that a human survived that last blow. Jiyu looks up and sees Captain Love in her altered form, the essence of the Demon King. She stares him down, and Luna warns Noob to stay sharp. It's not the same Love he knows. She explains that Love has become the sin of envy, which changed her personality. Jiyu is shocked that the game allows something like this. Luna points out that anything can happen in Chrono Life, reminding him that his own gender swap was part of that. Jiyu protests. It's not the same, since he didn't completely lose control of who he was. But Luna insists the idea is similar. The game can't rewrite someone's true self. What happened to Love is that she lost control of her character. Even if everything feels real inside the game, they're still avatars. Luna adds that the game can't be hacked due to its secure headgear, but within the game, it's another story. This version of Love isn't the original, but a character now controlled by an AI, Sin of Envy. Honestly, shouldn't the devs get sued for this? Just then, a loud crash interrupts the moment as Love screams out, demanding to be freed and calling for Undi and Roach Lady. Luna hears her cries but smirks, deciding to ignore her entirely. Her heart's racing, but she's determined to let it all unfold, watching from the sidelines, hoping Noob takes Love down himself. Love, or rather the AI puppeteering her, finally declares herself as the Sin of Envy. She's not the real Love anymore, so let's just call her Love number 2. And yes, I know, naming's not our strong suit, just like our main character. Please spare me in the comments. Love number 2 announces she came to the human world to fulfill her sin. She wants to soak Chrono Life in human blood. Jiyu winces at how dramatic that sounded and glances at Luna, asking if the AI is really behind all these over-the-top lines. Luna confirms it is, then tells Jiyu to stop holding back and take her down, especially since the Sin of Envy came at him first. Jiyu hesitates, unsure of what to do, until Love number 2 suddenly launches a kick straight to his chin. Before he can even recover, she leaps up and smashes another kick into his face, sending him flying with a thunderous crash. Luna quickly warns him that each of the 7 sins has its own personality and abilities, and that envy is the one who despises humans the most. Jiyu pushes himself up, not overly concerned about envy's hatred. What he wants to know is how Captain Love became this powerful. Luna explains that when Love took on the Demon King role, she became one of the top-tier players in the game. She never seemed strong because she clung to any WB all the time. Jiyu catches the bitterness in Luna's tone. Luna then clarifies that becoming the Demon King boosted Love's stats tenfold, and she's using the Ascendant Knuckles that Jiyu himself once gave her. So yeah, she's got maxed out stats and a broken weapon. Love number 2 doesn't care that they're still talking. She rushes in and punches GU square in the stomach. Luna watches calmly, pointing out that Love has only been using about 10% of her strength. Love number 2 unleashes a flurry of punches, and GU takes every hit head on. Luna continues explaining how the sin of envy is tapping into Love's full potential. Then, Love number 2 activates her warrior skill, Falling Dragon Strike, and slams it into GU. Meanwhile, inside the real Love's mind, she's furious. She wanted to be strong to support Undyne, not become a monster with no control. She decides to log out, hoping it'll end the AI's control somehow. In the real world, Sorang sits up, thinking her logout did the trick, but her manager tells her flat out that it didn't help. To prove it, he pulls up a live stream showing Love number 2 beating the life out of Undyne. Sorang is stunned, not understanding how the AI is still moving her character. The stream is being hosted by Hawkeye, the go-to Chrono Life content creator. He explains that after dying, he logged back in to give a live update on the chaos. As a pro streamer, he keeps his focus on the fight between Love and the Brave Warrior, giving commentary while noting that Love is also the pop idol, Sorang Han. He's puzzled why Love would be fighting a friend like Undyne when everyone knows they're allies. Just then, a pink-haired fan from earlier chimes in, explaining that Love must be under someone else's control. She'd been fighting alongside players before, but her eyes suddenly turned red and she changed. Hawkeye gets annoyed by the interruption, but the fan insists the AI control is different from the mind control done by the Whip Lady earlier. Other fans start backing her up, vouching for Sorang. Watching the stream, Sorang is taken aback by how fiercely her fans are defending her. Her manager grins, impressed by the loyalty and already thinking of rewarding that fan with concert tickets for helping save Sorang's public image. Energized by her fans' support, Sorang decides to jump back into the game. Her manager approves and tells her to figure out how to regain control of her character. And once this is all over, she better find that fan and give her a big hug. Sorang agrees, slips on her headgear, and logs in while her manager watches over her. As she stares at the screen, the manager wonders if Chrono Life might actually be fun and considers trying it out. A little spoiler, she will become one of the game's future power players, but that's a tale for another chapter. Back in the game, GU is still taking a relentless beating from Love, while other players just stand by and watch. The scene starts to drag, so Hawkeye, ever the professional, switches gears and starts interviewing other users. First up is Mint Choco. He brings up how she treated the Brave Warrior like a rookie. Embarrassed, Mint Choco admits she didn't recognize him, even with all the rumors. Seeing she's open to questions, Hawkeye asks for her opinion on the current battle. She watches for a moment and comments that it feels completely one-sided. Then her thoughts wander. Maybe she should just go farm instead, now that the Heavenly Realm War is over. But it's not just her. Lots of users are thinking the same. Still, no one actually moves. Everyone, including the manhwa's own creator Hongsol, just watches, because deep down, they all sense it. The real war hasn't even begun. Love number 2 charges in with another kick, but this time, GU blocks it with his arm. He looks her dead in the eye and demands she return Captain Love's body, or he'll end her. The seriousness in his voice makes her freeze and retreat, teeth clenched. She spits out more anti-human venom, clearly the AI speaking, though there's something in her tone that sounds a little like Lior 2. It's just raw hatred, repeated again and again. Furious, Love number 2 unleashes the full power of the Demon King. The game's noise levels drop to 0, while her sync rate with the Demon King essence hits 100%. She activates a terrifying skill, Clutches of Death. Her wings expand and morph into huge demon hands. She flies at GU, shouting for him to die. The demon fists slam down, powered not by muscle, but by the Demon King's endless magic. GU, impressed, notes how cool the move is and wonders how he can use something like that himself. Love number 2 mocks him for surviving, but GU calmly channels magic into his infamous ego briefs, commanding them to materialize. The system responds. Aventainer's soul has entered reality. Giant human-like hands emerge from his briefs. GU declares the move as Clutches of the Dragon, complete with a disturbing pose that has everyone recoiling. Yeah, it's a lot. Every player watching is mortified, but despite how ridiculous it looks, the grotesque hands catch and hold Love number 2's demonic fists in place. Furious, she hurls insults and curses at GU, but he just keeps making weird noises, pushing her further over the edge. Honestly, this chapter is straight up cringe. Up above, the real Love watches and roots for GU, until someone tells her to shut it, since no one can actually hear her. She turns to see Roach Lady behind her. Luna, however, says she can hear Love, though Noob can't. That makes Love flinch, and she starts suspecting Roach Lady might be plotting something shady again. Luna then hits her with a low blow, saying Noob doesn't actually care about her. She was just around when he started playing out his secretly overpowered persona. Luna says what really annoyed her was how Love kept crossing the line, always hovering around GU, acting clingy. She calls her a total nuisance. That sets Love off, and she yells at Luna for constantly trying to start a fight. Then she demands to know what Luna even is in Undyne's life. Luna simply smiles and says, "We're soulmates." Love laughs at the idea, reminding Luna that Undyne sees her as nothing but a terrible person, especially after what she pulled when they first met. Luna might flirt all she wants, but that doesn't mean he'll ever like her. Luna's expression shifts. She mutters that Love doesn't know anything. Unlike Love, she's been doing everything to make Noob feel good. She points down at GU, telling Love to look at how much he's enjoying himself right now. Which, yeah, our MC is definitely having a very weird time with those giant ego-brief hands. Then Luna starts bragging. She says she was the one who revived Uriken and Yuffie. She caused the anthropomorphs to appear, and she kicked off the war with the Heavenly Realm. Basically, she's the reason Noob's having such a good time in Chrono Life. To top it off, Luna smirks and throws in that Noob doesn't hate her. He even kissed her. Okay, let's get this straight. She kissed him, not the other way around. Stop spreading fake headlines, Luna. Love is horrified. Luna eats up that reaction and doubles down, saying again that Noob kissed her, and she's going to show the proof. She teleports mid-fight, appearing right in front of GU, who's still busy grappling with Love number 2, and plants a kiss on his lips. GU blushes hard, and so does basically everyone who sees it, except for Love, whose eyes well up with tears. Let's leave that tragic kiss for now. I've already tried to scrub it from my memory. Meanwhile, over to Star. Star takes a deep breath and walks up to Riot, kneeling beside him and gently asking if he's okay. She urges him to wake up, and somehow that works. Riot opens his eyes, confused, asking where he is. Star explains, and he realizes they're in the human realm. He looks at her and asks who she is. She introduces herself with a soft smile. He asks if she saved him, but Star shrugs it off. She just happened to be there. Suddenly, Riot groans and collapses, coughing up blood. Turns out, the spot Luna stabbed him still hurts like hell. Star panics and checks her bag for healing items, but nope, no potions. What she does have is a sweet potato. It restores a tiny bit of HP, so she hands it to him. Riot takes one look and thanks her, but says it's not enough at his level. Star just smiles and pulls out more sweet potatoes. Riot flinches at the mountain of them and asks why on earth she brought a whole stash of sweet potatoes but no healing potion. Star casually explains that sweet potatoes are a lightweight and well-known beginner healing item, so she always keeps plenty in stock. Kind of like how my merchant inventory has apples and red herbs instead of red pots, she adds. Riot chuckles at how odd yet charming Star is. He admits, though, that he doesn't even have the strength to eat and figures he's about to die. Star's not having it. She shoves a sweet potato into his mouth and cheerfully says she'll feed him herself. Thanks to her persistence and endless supply of sweet potatoes, Riot eats enough to recover, dodging death. Meanwhile, let's fast forward to right after Luna's chaotic kiss stunt. She's blushing and sweating, claiming her heart's racing. Oh, and that GU just took both her first and second kisses. GU, flustered and covering his mouth, can't believe what just happened. Seriously, MC, why didn't you stop her? My ship's not even in the water yet, and yours is somehow sailing full steam. Once GU regains his composure, he turns and asks what Roach Lady's even doing. Which, yeah, considering the kiss just now, he's basically saying he was kissed by a cockroach. Luna laughs it off, saying she wanted to do it, but she had another reason too. Right then, the clutches of death explodes. Luna vanishes, leaving behind a single line. She did it to awaken the sin of envy. Love immediately charges back in and resumes her assault, landing brutal kicks. GU curses and finally activates one of his hidden skills, moving at the speed of light. He closes the distance, thinking she's beyond saving and needs to be knocked out. But right as he's about to strike, he notices something, tears streaming down Love's face. He slams the brakes so hard it creates a wind blast that sends even Jippery and Hongsol, the actual creators, flying through the air. Other players shield themselves from the impact, and Minshoko's jaw drops at how insane Brave Warrior's power is. GU stands behind Love and gently asks if she's really back to normal. She doesn't respond. Still, he breathes a sigh of relief, assuming she's herself again. He begins to explain what went down, unaware that Love experienced everything while Love number 2 had control. He confesses that it was tough for him. He couldn't bring himself to hurt her, not his captain. And since she was turned into a unique boss character, He couldn't risk killing her either, or she'd reset. Once more, he sighs, asking if she's crying because of him. Love, still crying, finally speaks. She shares how her life as a celebrity began early, shaped by her parents and the struggles they put her through. It forced her to shut herself off emotionally. Only later, as Sarang Han, did she manage to return to the spotlight. But fame never taught her how to talk to men, or what dating even is. She admits her upbringing made it hard to express herself, how she lashes out and takes things out on Undyne, fully aware she's been acting like a kid. Her emotional growth stopped at 5. That's why she struggles with her feelings. But even so, she knows one thing clearly. She truly likes Undyne. Ji-yu is taken aback. Love finally turns to face him, eyes brimming with tears, and says it again. She likes him a lot. From afar, Hawkeye and the other users quietly watch the moment unfold. Ever since the battle ended, everyone's been dying to know what's going on between the brave warrior and Love, especially since they seem to be deep in conversation. Naturally, Hawkeye, the ever-curious gossip, tries to eavesdrop, but his viewers immediately shut him down. He laughs it off, insisting he wasn't serious anyway. Thankfully, no one can actually hear the exchange between the main character and Love. Meanwhile, in real life, Sarang's manager watches Hawkeye's stream with growing concern. Inside the game, Love opens up about her previous confession to Ji-yu at the beach. She never got a reply, but she didn't push him because she didn't want to pressure him. Now, she admits she's terrified, afraid of rejection, afraid that Ji-yu might shatter her entire world. But even without a response, she cherished their moments together. As she recalls Roach Lady and Amis's kiss, tears begin to fall. Looking down, she finally asks Ji-yu if it's okay for her to have feelings for him. Ji-yu blushes, completely thrown off. He can't understand how someone like Captain Love could ever fall for him. Her earlier confession still haunts him. Was it really not a joke? They always played around so much. He assumed it wasn't serious. Still caught in that mindset, he forces a grin and tells her to quit joking. That only makes Love cry harder. Panicking, Ji-yu tries to make sense of it all. Captain Love is Sarang Han, the insanely popular star across every media imaginable. Could that Sarang Han really fall for a nobody like him? He's frozen in disbelief. Come on, man, you're completely missing what she sees in you. Luna, meanwhile, is practically buzzing with excitement, loving how Ji-yu is reacting. She secretly hopes he'll push Love over the edge emotionally. Watching him laugh nervously and scratch his head, Luna can see he's mentally spiraling. Trying to lighten the mood, Ji-yu jokes that Captain Love must be acting, playing a prank on him. He laughs it off, claiming he's not falling for it, but every word slices deeper into Love, her tears pouring. Then Luna steps in, picking the worst possible moment to interfere. She mocks the whole situation, saying Noob's reaction is exactly what's expected. She calls it absurd, a ridiculous coincidence that some random gamer meets a real-life celebrity and she falls for him. It's childish, cliché, and no one would buy it. She smiles and nudges Ji-yu to agree. Still overwhelmed, Ji-yu agrees with her and echoes how unrealistic it all sounds. Luna seals the blow by hugging him and claiming that love means compatibility, like her and Noob. Lost in the chaos, Ji-yu blindly agrees again. Love, silently breaking, somehow manages to smile through her tears and thanks Ji-yu for giving her an answer. That was the breaking point. The system suddenly announced that the conditions to awaken the sin of envy had been met. A burst of red light exploded from Love, leaving our clueless MC even more confused. Luna, of course, watched with gleeful excitement. Everything was playing out exactly how she wanted. As much as it's frustrating to see her winning, there's always a nagging feeling she might have a bigger goal behind it all. Red liquid started pouring out of Love's body as she floated upward. The fluid grew, enveloping her completely. For those watching without a clue, it was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Then, the red sphere dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. Ji-yu shouted her name, just as the hardened substance split open. Blinding red light burst from the cracks, and Luna casually explained it was Love's annihilation skill. The light split into countless rays, like a deadly red fountain. Each beam struck the ground, causing massive destruction. Players were killed instantly. Escape wasn't even possible. Ji-yu stood frozen in horror while Luna smiled beside him. He called out to Captain Love again, but Luna calmly corrected him. That wasn't love anymore. It was the sin of envy. Ji-yu stared at the red creature, unable to grasp how Captain Love had become such a monster. The sin of envy lifted its hand, launching another wave of destruction. Ji-yu countered with Swing Up, causing a massive explosion. But instead of vanishing, the attack split again and scattered across the lands of Chrono, sparking more explosions. Ji-yu gritted his teeth, mind racing with thoughts of Love. Too late to regret now. Luna, almost impressed, explained that with the Demon King merged into the Sin of Envy, the annihilation skill could now be unleashed over and over. Even if Jiyu fought back, it wouldn't be enough. Smiling, she asked what he planned to do now, because if nothing changed, the human realm would be destroyed. Love, she said, was gone for good. There was no reversing the fusion with Sin of Envy. It was a permanent transformation. She added, with faux sympathy, that she felt bad for Love. Even logging out of the game wouldn't help her now. So, according to Luna, the only option left was for Jiyu to finish her off himself. Manipulative to the end, she laid it out like she had no choice. Jiyu, with a darkened expression, agreed. Luna was thrilled, but then he told her to stay out of it, because he intended to deal with her too. And just like that, he vanished. Reappearing in front of the Sin of Envy, Jiyu apologized to Love. He struck with his wooden stick, promising to ease her pain, but the attack wasn't enough. The Sin reappeared above him, already charging another annihilation skill. Jiyu was shocked she survived, but she didn't even acknowledge him as she fired another beam. With no time to dodge, Jiyu countered with 1,000,000 strikes, trying to block it. Like before, the attack broke into countless smaller beams, but this time Jiyu was ready. He planned to destroy every single one before they hit the ground. Once more, Jiyu unleashed 1,000,000 strikes, and this time, each annihilation beam detonated in the air, lighting up the sky with explosions. Luna watched with twisted delight, taking it all in like it was some spectacular doomsday fireworks show, one of her own making. Beside her stood God, who calmly noted that the planet wasn't fragile enough to be destroyed by something like this. But Luna reminded him that Nu had already destroyed the world once. That shook him. He admitted she had a point, and that Jiyu was just too overpowered. Then he casually suggested it might be time for you to step in and play the guardian role. Luna gave him a side glance, questioning why he was even here in the human realm when he should be off preparing for the endgame. God only smiled, saying it was too early for the finale. Curious, Luna asked if the Sin of Envy hadn't already completed its purpose. God confirmed it had, with the earlier wave of destruction, but added that they still needed to see how the battle ends. If the Sin of Envy wins, there won't be an ending. Luna laughed it off, confident that Nu wouldn't lose. But God warned her. This sin was far stronger than she thought. The showdown continued. Jiyu and the Sin of Envy clashed. Despite all his blows, Jiyu noticed that nothing was working, not even a scratch. He questioned whether the monster was regenerating or simply dodging, which seemed impossible for something that size. Left with no better option, he teleported above the creature, aiming to crush its skull directly. The Sin of Envy twitched at the threat. Then Jiyu delivered, slamming his wooden stick down hard. The blow cracked the Sin's head open, making it shriek. Jiyu taunted it, right before it retaliated by devouring him whole as its body regenerated. But instead of panic, Jiyu grinned. This was exactly the Sin of Envy's ability, to fuse with a target, stealing everything it has. Not only had it absorbed Love, but now it had taken in Jiyu too. Still, Jiyu wasn't phased. With his ridiculous healing factor, this was far from game over. He explained that the Sin of Envy is driven by hatred and jealousy. It denies, devours, and takes everything from what it envies. That's how it took Love's body, and it could merge with anything, alive or not. As the Sin fired off a massive energy blast, even God winced, nervously muttering that this was just how it goes. The red sphere that made up the Sin of Envy cracked again. Inside, Jiyu was clearly annoyed about getting swallowed. He raised his stick and shouted that it was time for payback. With a mighty swing, he launched the monster off him. Without wasting a moment, he flew after it, striking it again. The impact wounded the Sin. Then Jiyu activated Speed of Light, blitzing the enemy with a flurry of relentless attacks. Cracks spread through the creature's body, and with a final shout of Fanali, he slammed his weapon down. The Sin of Envy crashed into the earth. Meanwhile, Luna and God kept observing. Luna sighed and joked that, based on how things looked, this Sin might be the weakest one. Seriously, don't say things like that. That's a classic flag. Jiyu hovered above, assuming it was over. But then something shimmered below. He looked down and saw it. The Sin of Envy had returned to its blob-like liquid form and was squirming on the ground, far from finished. Jiyu lets out a sigh, watching the battered Sin of Envy barely hanging on. But then the monster begins to shrink, its red, writhing form slipping into a crack in the ground and vanishing. This sudden move stuns both Jiyu and Luna. God, however, calmly explains that this is what makes the Sin of Envy so dangerous. It can merge with anything. Sure enough, the red liquid surges again, spreading across the land as Jiyu watches in disbelief. God announces that the Sin of Envy has now fused with the entire Chrono continent. Ji stares in horror as the monster grows even larger, realizing its size could expand endlessly, depending on what it consumes. The red substance hardens and shifts into a terrifying form, Leviathan, the sea dragon. Ji wonders if this is the sin of envy's true nature. Then he spots something. Atop the Leviathan's head is Captain Love, half absorbed into the beast. God laughs, clearly entertained, and tells Luna they should enjoy the rest of the show. He muses that this fight might be what decides whether Ji opens the door or not. These two really do make an unnerving pair. As Ji stares at Love, a familiar fluttering sound comes from behind. Eurus appears, calling out to his master. Happy to see him, Eurus lands on Ji's head, proudly announcing his return after getting Star to safety. Ji, annoyed, tells him to move his foot out of his mouth. But the Leviathan isn't patient. Body checks Ji mid-conversation, sending him flying. Crashing hard into the ground, Ji complains about being interrupted while talking. Eurus quickly flies over and checks on him. Ji says he's fine, just fed up with the monster's cheap shots. Without giving him a second to breathe, the sea dragon launches another annihilation attack. Ji fumes at the repeated use of that skill and prepares to retaliate until he remembers that Love is still on the monster's head. He freezes, lowering his weapon instead of attacking. His hesitation catches Eurus off guard. Then the sea dragon unleashes annihilation again, this time with Ji doing nothing to block it. Eurus, realizing the danger, rushes away just in time. The explosion is massive, and Eurus is tossed around by the blast, eventually bouncing safely thanks to his soft form. Gaining a newfound appreciation for being small and squishy, he quickly gets up and searches for Ji. As the smoke clears, Eurus spots him. Relieved, he rushes over, happy that Ji is alive. But Ji remains silent. Concerned, Eurus asks what's wrong. Eurus asks Ji why he held back earlier. Was it because of Captain Love, still stuck on top of the sea dragon? Ji's expression is dark as he mutters that he doesn't know. He's clearly torn, still trying to sort out everything swirling in his mind. He remembers what Luna said, that Love might be hurting over the destruction she's caused, even though it wasn't her fault. She told Ji to end it, to kill her, and he'd agreed. But now, gripping his weapon tightly, Ji trembles. He tells Eurus he made the decision to kill Love, and yet he can't do it. Eurus hears this and smirks, smug approval written all over his face. Ji notices and demands to know what that look means. Still smiling, Eurus tells him straight up, it sounds like Ji is in love. Ji immediately blushes and yanks at Eurus's face, snapping at him to quit fooling around, because this is serious. But Eurus just laughs, telling Ji not to be shy. He hasn't been himself lately, dragging this whole thing out way longer than he usually would. If this were any other day, Ji would have already taken down the sea dragon by now. Still blushing, Ji can't even argue. He keeps tugging on Eurus's face while Eurus teases him, asking if he and Captain Love are dating now. Ji barks at him to shut up, insisting that Love is a top-tier celebrity. There's no chance she'd ever like someone like him. Seriously, if he keeps this up, someone else might just snatch Love away. Ji brings up their earlier conversation, saying it was already over before Eurus even showed up. But Eurus just shrugs and says it's all good. If this monster is really a fusion of Captain Love and the sin of envy, then Ji needs to break it apart. Ji's face darkens again. He lets go of Eurus and agrees. He is planning to do that. Still, the moment he thinks of Love, that hesitation creeps back in. Then suddenly, Eurus shoves a sweet potato into his mouth. Ji stares in surprise as Eurus casually says it came from Star. As Ji chews, Eurus tells him to stop overthinking everything and just eat. He jokes that Ji should stick to what he's good at, fighting, because thinking is for smarter people. It's unclear whether Eurus is trying to cheer him up or roast him, but Ji takes it as a pep talk. He sighs and agrees. Eurus is totally right. He crushes the leftover sweet potato in his hand and spits out the peel. Then he picks up his +99 reinforced wooden stick and squares off against the sea dragon, declaring that he's fully recharged. Immediately, he unleashes a swing-up attack, causing the Leviathan to hiss and reel back. The monster slithers toward him to counterattack, and Ji notes its speed, dodged the blast from his earlier strike. He admits it's impressive. Aside from Uriken and maybe Buttman, this is the only enemy that's ever avoided that move. The sea dragon lunges again, but Ji sidesteps and launches himself upward, landing squarely on the monster's head. With a mischievous grin, Ji declares he's going in again, then launches the sea dragon into the air with a powerful blow. He follows it up mid-air with another strike. As Ji keeps hammering away, Leviathan takes a beating mid-flight. Eurus, clinging to Ji's cape while he zips around, wonders aloud why Ji doesn't just go after Captain Love, who's poking out of the sea dragon's head like an obvious target. He suggests she might be the monster's weak point. Ji-yu shoots Eurus a dirty look and asks if he seriously expects him to play whack-a-mole with his captain. Eurus grins, blushing, and cheekily says he'd rather see Ji-yu kiss Captain Love. In fact, he insists that's the best way to wake up the female lead, complete with a wet French kiss. Ji-yu cuts him off by grabbing his face and flinging him aside, grumbling that this isn't some kind of fairy tale. Then Ji-yu triggers his unique skill, Soul of the Sword, which levels up and grants him a new ability. He grips his weapon with both hands and unleashes a powerful sword strike on the sea dragon, causing a colossal explosion that shoots into space. Confident, Ji-yu declares the final sin is finished. But the god overseeing everything just smiles, saying it's not over. He gestures skyward, reminding them that the sin of envy can merge with anything. Ji-yu looks up, stunned, as the sin of envy fuses with the moon. Like before, it forms a cracked, spherical shape and opens a gaping mouth, diving toward the planet. Eurus starts to freak out, but Ji-yu just grins and mocks the sin for trying to destroy a planet in front of him. He vows to go even further. With a burst of blinding light, he activates 8 Mirror of Expansion, growing based on his maximum mana. Towering above the planet, Ji-yu triggers another skill, Soul of the Giant, which boosts his damage and reach by 1000%. Combining both powers, he claims he's no longer just shattering planets, he's ready to break the universe. Ji-yu swings his wooden stick, and the impact obliterates the sin of envy entirely. Not even a trace of its red liquid remains. Floating in space, Captain Love is still unconscious. Ji-yu gently picks her up in his arms, looking at her tenderly. He tells her it's time to go home, then flies back to the planet, leaving giant footprints in the earth behind him. In the world of Chrono Life, the Adventurers Guild is a vital hub, where adventurers sign up, rank up, get missions, and trade information. It's a core part of daily gameplay, though oddly, our MC hasn't spent much time there. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushes through the air as Mishokatal senses something's wrong. She grumbles about how quiet things have gotten after the clash with the Heavenly Realm and the intense showdown between the brave warrior and Love. Turning to Mr. PT, she asks if he agrees. Munching on a large hunk of meat, Mr. PT just laughs, saying there's nothing odd about enjoying peace. He then starts listing the defining elements of Chrono Life. Mishokatal questions if he's always been this chill, reminding him that she only befriended him because he seemed funny. Mr. PT chuckles, apologizing for ruining that impression. But then his tone shifts. He puts his drink down and gets serious. He urges Mishokatal to consider why all these bizarre events have been happening back to back. From the Uric and Veracity incidents to the Sin of Envy, none of these main quests were announced in advance, yet they've all been knocked out quickly, and they both know who's been responsible. Mint Choco, clearly bored, admits it's odd. Most games would space out content updates over half a year to a year. Mr. PT explains that's how developers make money. Longer story arcs keep the cash flowing. Chrono Life, moving at this breakneck pace, doesn't make sense business-wise. Realizing he's right, Mint Choco sighs, blaming it all on the brave warrior for blitzing through the main quests. She wishes others would realize this too, instead of blaming everything on their MC. Mr. PT just laughs, saying the developers really got the short end of the stick here. Suddenly, there's a loud thud outside the Adventurers Guild, followed by a commotion. Mr. PT laughs harder, saying it looks like Mint Choco's wish is coming true. She nervously peers out, unsure if this is good news or bad. Together, they head outside, and above them looms a massive eye-like entity glaring down from the sky. It's eerily reminiscent of one of the Goddess of Life's summons. With an ominous green hue washing over the sky, one thing is clear to the players: the end of the Chrono continent is near. Meanwhile, in the real world, Sir Rong lies in bed, ignoring a plush toy of undies while replaying the events of the game in her mind. She winces at the memory of confessing to undies, then thrashes under her blanket in sheer embarrassment. In a flurry of shame, she starts pummeling her undies merchandise. To make things worse, her manager repeats the exact words she said when she confessed, mimicking Love's dialogue. Sir Rong begs her to stop, but the manager keeps going, clearly enjoying her reaction. Sir Rang, horrified, hurls whatever she can at her, yelling that she wasn't even there to witness it. No one was, since they were far from the other users at the time. But the manager insists it was obvious to anyone what had happened, especially with all the tears after that kiss. She wonders aloud why there aren't already rumors flying. Then she brings up Sir Rang's supposed dating plan, asking if she finally got tired of waiting the full 3 years, and that's why she blurted out her feelings. Sir Rang falls silent, remembering what she told her manager back in chapter 36. Blushing, Rang admits that confessing was part of the plan, but the memory of what happened in-game makes her eyes well up. She clutches her undies plushie and breaks into tears. Her manager watches with a sigh, but Rang brings up the kiss, still emotional. Gently, her manager reassures her that a kiss in a game is just pixels touching, nothing more. Somehow, that thought brings Rang a bit of comfort. Her manager tells her to dry her tears and instead aim for Undi's real first kiss. That snaps Rang out of it, and she nods in agreement. She even compliments her manager on the relationship advice, despite the fact that neither of them really knows what they're doing, just like their MC. Now that she's calmed down, the manager asks what Rang plans to do, since she hasn't logged into the game since that moment. With no gigs lined up for the day, her manager suggests she go in and see Undies rather than sulk with a plush toy. Rang considers it and agrees, but just then, the doorbell rings, repeatedly. Standing outside is Jiwoo. Both Rang and her manager are stunned to see him. He calls out for Captain Love, asking if they can talk. Rang's shock slips into a nervous whisper. She can't believe he's actually there. Her manager tells her to calm down, explaining that whoever reaches out first usually cares more. Undi's coming to see her means he's thinking of her. Rang pulls out her phone and notes this down like gospel. Her manager adds that this is Rang's chance to win him over. Pumped up, Rang is about to run to the door until her manager snatches her by the hoodie. She asks if Rang really plans to face Jiwoo in sweats. With a determined sparkle in her eye, she tells Rang to suit up properly. A wise move. Captain Love nearly forgot her charm stats. Rang sends Jiwoo a message to wait, promising she'll be out soon. 10 minutes pass. He stares at his phone, still waiting. Then the door creaks open. Jiwoo looks up and asks if Captain Love is ready. He adds that his car is parked downstairs so they can head out. But as soon as he sees Rang step out, he freezes. She tucks her hair behind her ear and tells him they can go now. Jiwoo stares, blushing hard and feeling his heart pound. He stutters a response. He drives them in his sleek blue sports car, roof down. Both are red-faced, and Jiwoo breaks the silence with small talk about the weather. They sneak glances at each other, but the atmosphere is awkward. Rang, also flustered, gently reminds Jiwoo not to call her Captain Love in real life. He remembers this moment from chapter 22 and agrees. Another silence follows. Trying again, he awkwardly calls her by her full name. Rang laughs and tells him to just say Rang. He gives it another go and finally says her name properly. Finally, some progress. Her heart races. She bites her lip, then smiles and softly calls Jiwoo by his first name, asking what's on his mind. That alone is enough to make Jiwoo's heart thump loudly again. They quickly glance away from each other. Jiwoo laughs nervously, admitting it's a surprise to hear her call him anything other than Umis. Rang says she just wanted to break the tension. After all, they're not in the game now. Another quiet moment settles between them, but their hearts are practically pounding in sync. If only the one steering this ship could see it. Finally, Jiwoo works up the courage and tells her there's something he wants to ask. She nods, and he brings up her in-game confession, wanting to know if she was serious. The question hits her hard. Blushing and sweating, Jiwoo asks again if it was just a joke, admitting he's clueless when it comes to romance. Still flushed, Rang firmly tells him he misunderstood. She was serious. Jiwoo goes quiet, thinking back to his reaction at the time. He apologizes, saying he never imagined someone like her would see him that way. He calls himself a nobody, which makes Rang frown. She tells him not to sell himself short and reminds him that their MC once said something similar to her. She points out how confident Jiwoo is in-game, so it's strange and kind of sad to see how much smaller he sees himself outside of it. But it does make sense, she says, if his in-game persona is like another version of himself. Just then, the car screeches to a halt. Jiwoo announces they've arrived. Confused, Rang looks around. She thought they were heading to the beach like last time. Jiwoo grins and says they're in the low-cost district, his old neighborhood. She looks around, surprised, and jokes that she always thought they were neighbors. Jiwoo sighs, saying an average guy like him couldn't afford to live near her. He tells her he had only just moved in when he brought that cake to her place back in chapter 12. He explains that he lived in a cramped studio until he turned 21, and then invites her inside. Rang casually agrees, only to surprise herself at how easy it felt to say yes. Inside, her heart thumps again, just the two of them, alone. Jiwoo curses under his breath when he realizes there's no bottled water and offers to go buy coffee. Rang waves it off, saying she's fine with tap water. In fact, she likes it straight from the faucet. She drinks it as Jiwoo watches, silently amazed. He's never met anyone who prefers tap water. He sighs and smiles. Turning away, Jiwoo says he brought her here because he wanted to share something. He wants to tell her his story. After 60 chapters, it's finally happening. He admits it feels kind of cringe to open up and warns her his story isn't anything special, maybe not even interesting. Blushing, Rang tells him she is curious. She smiles warmly and says he's never really talked about himself until now, and she wants to hear it straight from him. Jiwoo starts to blush again, until Rang suddenly whips out her phone and hits record. Honestly, if it were me, I'd be recording this too. Jiwoo blushes again and sighs, admitting he really doesn't like opening up about himself. He rarely ever does. He recalls how he shared parts of his story with Star, but that version left out anything about his real life. He brings up what Rang said earlier about him putting himself down. The truth is, he says, it's because in real life, he feels like a complete nobody. He's not tall or especially good-looking. His grades aren't impressive, and he's not athletic either. Financially, he's far from well off, especially considering where he grew up. If he had to rank himself like in a game, he says he'd be bronze 4. In school terms, he'd probably be a C or D student. In every way, he sees himself at the bottom of the ladder. When it comes to his family, he explains that his parents have always been busy with work, so he's pretty much raised himself since he was young. They never made him feel sorry for himself. They encouraged him and gave him a little money when they could, but still, his life felt dull and unremarkable. No wonder we've never seen his family show up in the story. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Jiwoo starts crying, Kaji tears as he talks about the heartbreak of his parents cutting off regular financial support once he turned 18. They still helped him now and then, but he had to pick up 2-3 part-time jobs just to stay afloat. His daily life became a cycle of exhaustion from constant work. But then, everything changed the day he looked up and noticed the virtual reality arcade. He had played mobile and PC games before, but never VR. It had always been too expensive. Still, curiosity pulled him in, and he walked into the arcade to ask about the most popular game. That game was Chrono Life. From the moment he started playing, with nothing but beginner gear and a wooden stick, he felt something awaken inside him. The noise, the crowd of players, the entirely new world in front of him. For the first time in a long time, he felt excited, and in that moment, a new version of Jiwoo was born.